Hello, everybody. I'm your host, Eric Bird, here at StopStrugglingNow.com. And today we have a very special guest in the house, Prometheus from Hector DAO. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You know the guys that have hundreds of thousands percent APY. We're going to talk, and luckily you're going to be here this afternoon in the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. And I want to thank you once again. And we're going to have Prometheus on shortly. But again, thank you everybody for being here. Stop Struggling Now gear, check. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. Now, let's get to it. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, you know we talk about making money. This is why the channel is called Stop Struggling Now. We specialize, no barriers to entry. And here goes another one that you have a chance at, Hector DAO. You guys have heard me talk about this before. So once again, we're going to get into it shortly with Prometheus. He's in the house, and here's your chance to ask questions if you ever had any doubts. Any questions, don't understand something, well, you need to be in the house today. So I want to thank you all once again. And before I get into this, we have to tell the YouTube gods that somebody's in the house. So please smash that like button. And once again, we're going to have to welcome our special guest, Prometheus. I'm going to add him to the stream right now, ladies and gentlemen. So this is a special treat. So let's see what we can talk about today. Prometheus, welcome to the SSN Nation. Thank you so much for being here on a Sunday afternoon.
It's amazing to be here. I love the intro, man. I really love that. That got me pumped up. Very impressed with that. Nice and professional. But it's amazing to be here. Thank you to everybody who's watching it, and to those of you who are watching it on a delay as well. It's really great to be here.
No problem. I think there's a lot of people, as you know, your marketing team has done something that is very, very special, even though I consider it not fully blown up with their other DAOs out there, but you guys are coming fast and coming hard. And I like what you guys are doing. In fact, I got to tell you once again, I started SSN, Stop Struggling Now, to help people. And the one thing that I'm excited about is what Hector DAO is trying to do. You guys are actually trying to help people. You're listening to people. You're not asking for a money grab. You're telling people, if you like what we're doing, then you should check us out. That's the method that I like, instead of trying to do money grabs.
Yeah, we're all about it. You know, I'm so proud that I can say, look, there was no whitelist, there was no pre-sale, there was no private allocation. This was a fair launch. You know, we built this project with our own money from investing, and you know, it's one of the things that blows me away is that we regularly get messages from community members who have said, you know, I paid for my car insurance, I bought my fiance a new phone, I helped my parents pay off debt, and you know, I cannot tell you how good that feels. You know, I would love to sit here on a pedestal and say, look at all the amazing things that we've done, but you know, really, it's the team, it's the marketing team, the strategy team, the developers themselves, and the community who help us do this amazing stuff every single day. And so I'm just so excited to be building something so special and so, you know, in such a great growth area of the market too. It's a bright future. I really do believe that.
Exactly. Well, here's some other things that are unlike the other streams that I've seen. We have to welcome people in the house, Prometheus, and that's what we do here. We have people, and I want to let everybody know who's watching this. You can always ask questions here at Stop Struggling Now on the live streams. Nobody is blocked. And first in the house, we have Esteban Opio with the icon next to his name. Thank you so much for being here. And he says, hello, good evening for SSN family, ready to learn. Esteban, that is beautiful. When you have an open mind, sometimes you're able to digest some valuable information, which is going to happen today. Victor Marrero's in the house. He has the icon next to his name. He has his tagline in tow. Hello, all. Let's do this. That's what Prometheus and Hector DAO has been doing. They've been doing it from day one. They have full transparency as far as I'm concerned. And we're going to talk about transparency with them because a lot of people have been trying to dog these guys out because they want to stay almost anonymous. I have no problem with anonymous. You guys don't know who runs a bank, do you? You don't know who runs the SEC in the stock market, do you? You don't care about handing over money in a 401k, do you? You don't sit there and vet these guys at all. You guys don't know that half these guys have failure records, but you don't even check them out. And here's a company, Prometheus, Hector DAO. These guys are putting it down, putting out information almost on a minute by minute basis, as far as I know. Every time I turn around, we have Diesel Mike in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Afternoon Live Edition. Good evening, Eric and SSN family is Diesel Mike's tagline. And we're going to get to some other people. But once again, we have our special guest in the house, Prometheus, and we have Best Pine in the house. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're at. Good evening. Thank you so much for being here, Best Pine. And once again, Prometheus, I spoke about something here that was real quick, real fast. And there's a lot of people out here that try to, put down what you guys are doing because nobody knows. In theory, nobody knows who the developers are, who's running things. But one thing I want to talk about first is you yourself. What do you consider your position? And once again, I should have said this from the get-go. Congratulations on being a part of Hector DAO officially, where you're doing it a full-time job working with these people because you believe in what they're doing. But let me know about this request for doxing and letting people know who the developers are, who's running this. Let me know your thoughts on that.
Well, hey, I mean, it's something I understand, right? So my baptism of fire into cryptocurrency was on the Binance Smart Chain. Now, anybody in the audience and yourself, if you have traded there, you know how crazy that place gets. That is the Wild West of the Wild West. And so, the next logical step is that people think, well, how can we trust these team members? What are the steps that we can take in order to get to a place where we can verify that these people are legit, that they're not going to run away with the money, that they're not going to rug pull? And so the few things that you can do are audits and doxing, and in our case something called multi-sig authentication, which I'll speak about a little bit later. Now audits we're being audited by Certic, one of the most prominent auditors in the game, massive company, incredibly professional, and that's in the works. So we have that one checked off. Doxing though, that's an interesting question, isn't it? So the way I like to look at it, and you really described it perfectly. Do you know your bank manager? Do you know who is making the monetary policy at the Fed? Do you know who is collecting your taxes? Now, I hear the response. These are government figures for the most part. There is some sort of verification in person. I haven't verified it, but somebody's verified it. And yes, I get it. Completely get it. What I'll say to you, though, is I have seen docs teams rug projects because they either fake their doxing profile or they just don't care. And it's horrible for that to happen, and we've all seen it, but it does happen. Now, here's our response to it. Personally, I'm not going to mandate that people in the team do or don't dox. It's a completely personal choice. Everyone is entitled to privacy. And, one of the things we do is that we communicate this constantly to the community. I get the calls for doxing. Personally, I think it's fairly likely that I might at some point, but the project needs to get to a more stable position in the market. Because when you're in the launch phase, when the price goes up, you're a hero if you're a developer or a strategist or part of the team. You're a hero. People are talking about Lamborghinis. They're telling you all the amazing things. But when the price dips, people even go as far as making threats. And I'm not going to put my family in danger of that because somebody is annoyed about the price on the chart, right? Now, this is a minority. I want to stress that this is a minority of people. But when you get to the more kind of soaring heights of project development, we're talking the hundreds of millions, which we're at 140 something million market cap now, but like the 500, the billions, the 2 billions, that's where you start to get to a position where if you dox, it doesn't change a whole lot for your life in terms of the dangers of it, right? What we have done though to circumvent the worries about that is that we have something called multi-signature authentication. Now, this means that we have essentially delegated the control of the protocols and the contracts to what's called a safe. And a safe is somewhere where you have to have a consensus vote to change a parameter or to make a transaction. So for our bonding process, which we'll talk about later, we have a 3 of 6, meaning that 3 of the 6 people in the safe have to agree to a transaction before it happens. And then for things that are slightly more sensitive, like DAO funds and stuff like that, where there's millions of dollars at stake, we have a 5 of 7, meaning that 5 people have to agree of the 7 who could agree. Now, that means that no single developer can just run away with funds or make changes to the protocol. And the reason we have that redundancy built in, by the way, is because if somebody loses their seed phrases, then that's not a good situation to be in, right? Because they can't vote. We're looking to bring public figures who are doxed onto the signatory board too. Some of them are fairly famous. Anybody in the Phantom space probably knows a couple of them at this point. We're always working toward completing that step. So, I think it's just a case of, do you trust the team from what you see? Have they delivered? Do you believe in the project? Do you think there's a niche for it? Our liquidity pool is locked. Our marketing funds are vested. There really is not a whole lot that we could do at this point. And so, it's not just a single destination. It's something that we will continue to push forwards with public trust, and the audit obviously helps. But no, it's not something that I'm going to say is never going to happen. I think for me, it probably will at some point, assuming we reach the heights that I think that we can get to.
Exactly. I wholeheartedly agree. I think this doxing is a bit overlooked. I think it's a way for somebody to minimize what you're trying to do. I'm more like, if it's working, people are getting their rewards, you can unstake and withdraw. You can do everything that you could normally want to do, and nobody's blocking you, saying when I load money up in Coinbase, for instance, because I'm a USA citizen, and then I try to send X amount of money out of Coinbase, all of a sudden a message pops up going, oh, I'm sorry, we have to wait a certain amount for 7 days. See, none of that's happening. So to me, I get frustrated when Coinbase does that. I'm like, who are you working for? That's what I ask. But if somebody doesn't restrict you and doesn't block you, then therefore, as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing to be concerned about, other than it's a new company. It's only been out a few weeks. That's the only concern you can have. But with any investment or anything that you put your money into, it's a risk. So you should only use what you are willing to lose ultimately from an investor standpoint. And then if you believe in the project like I do, then you put a little bit more money in and you tell other people about it. And we all are in the same boat together. That's why this community is awesome. So I want to move on to something else as well, because you guys have been being innovative with the marketing strategy. I love that. I love how you're out here all types of day, night times, promoting and talking about it, willing to be open. And what you guys have done, I'm going to skip to, not only is it the hundreds of thousands APY percentage annually, but I'm going to go straight to this new thing that you guys started. I'm going to go out of order. I know you have your own little order you talk, but let's get to this monetary situation. This 4-4. This to me is a game changer. I got to give the team credit for this, because regardless of the percentages, a lot of people are saying bonding, staking versus staking and then taking money and then bonding. You guys have come up with the plan that I call, it's nearly set it and forget it, because you are sitting there, whatever you have in the bonding is also staking. And what I understand, just make sure I'm clear on this, the money you receive from the stake, is that HEC or is that SHEC? That is pretty major. If it's SHEC, that's even more major, because that's a rebate situation, but we'll get into that in a second. But let me know about this 4-4. Down below in the description, I also put in the link to your Medium page. So if anybody doesn't understand what is said here about the 4-4, you can always go read up on it a little bit further. So let us know about this 4-4.
Absolutely, yeah, I'd love to. So, and by the way, I see in the comments section, timeless travel. So here is the credence of what I'm saying, that I really do spend time with the community all the time. Timeless travel was in an AMA that I did a few days ago, and I recognize the name from the comments. So just going to throw that one out there. It's great to see you again, Timeless Travel. Thank you for subscribing to the SSN Nation as well. These guys clearly deserve it. Look at the professionalism. So 3-3 and 4-4. Let's jump into this. So let's do it from an investor's point of view. So with 3-3 bonds, you would bond your coins, right? Usually a stable coin. DAI is the one that people use the most. That is a stable coin backed to the US dollar, or rather pegged to the US dollar. And so you bond it, and then you are gradually paid rewards in HEC tokens, which is our native currency. Now they're vested linearly, meaning that you get, I mean, it's over 5 days, so you get about 20% per day on average. Now, the way to maximize your profits, if you really, really wanted to min-max this, would be to every 8 hours on the dot, you would claim the rewards that you have pending, and then you would stake them, and you get rebase rewards. But here's the thing. That means you have to be up 24 hours a day, or you have to sleep in 4-hour bursts, or whatever it may be. What if there was a situation, what if there was a system that, as you said, was a set it and forget it? What if we could do that automatically? Well, that's what 4-4 is. 4-4 pays out your bond rewards in staked HEC, meaning that it is staked from the second you purchase that bond. You don't need to do anything, which means that your profit margins are higher because you're already receiving compound rewards on something you haven't even claimed yet. And, you know, it's to say it's innovative, I guess is probably accurate. You know, I'm not going to stand here on a stage and say Hector's the greatest project in the universe, but we are the first, certainly on the chain, to do this. And I believe, excuse me, I believe we're the first project ever to do this. And so, you know, innovation is what we do. You know, it's something we push for all the time. We always want to be pushing. How can we be better, bigger, faster, stronger, and more unique than everybody else? And 4-4 is a major step towards achieving that. And we've heard such amazing feedback from the community about it. So it's been a huge success for us. And by the way, thank you for linking the Medium article. I really appreciate that, because I understand it has been a bit of a learning curve for some investors, but fortunately we have a really great community who is always there on hand to help people learn about it.
Exactly. I'm glad that this 4-4 came about, because the bonding is one thing, staking is separate, but the 4-4. And so I want to talk about just a little bit on the 4-4, because there's a little bit of confusion as far as I'm concerned. They have a disclaimer underneath when it gives me a percentage. I'll use a percentage that's, I don't remember which one it is, but let's say it's 11% in the 4 days. And then it says underneath 9% is included. What does this mean exactly?
Yeah, so let's say that so when you buy a bond, there is an underlying discount that you get from the market price. So generally we trade mostly on SpookySwap. So let's say that the price on SpookySwap is $200. I mean, it's 207 right now, but let's say 200. And the price at bonding would then run at a discount to SpookySwap. So let's say it's like $195, which would represent 2.5% discount. It's usually more than that, by the way. It's usually about 10%. Now that means that you can either buy tokens at SpookySwap, and then you would buy them for market value, or you can bond them, which means that you trade them directly with our project for a discount, and you get more tokens, you get more bang for your buck, essentially. Now, when you do that, you have to calculate what the percentage reward is, right? So with 3-3, that's a really straightforward equation. That is just, what's the price differential? It's a percentage, because they are not compounding rewards if it's 3-3. Remember, you just get paid in HEC tokens. With 4-4, it becomes a little bit more complicated, because you have to remember that the reward pool you're drawing from is also getting larger. So when you see I believe it will say something like 9% rebase included. That means you're getting a bonding discount from the market prices, but you're also getting a compounding increase of those tokens worth X amount of percent. In this case, what was it, 9% or something? Meaning that you are combining those two percentage advantages, and that's why 4-4 is such a powerful thing to use.
So just to be clear, when you say combining, that's where I'm lost, because I still want to be clear. When it says 11%, and then you're saying it includes the 9%, it's based on the rebase, right?
Exactly. So let's say that you get 100 SHEC tokens, right? Whatever price that may be. In this case, it would be $20,000, something like that. But let's say that you have a reward pool of 100 SHEC tokens. Now, if that were a 3-3 bond, and you got them for a flat 10% discount, I mean, that's your final number, right? It's 10% discount. That means you got 10% more than if you had spent that money at market. In 4-4, you have to remember that we're rebasing and compounding. So if your weekly ROI let's simplify the whole thing, right? Let's say that the vesting period for a 4-4 bond, currently it's 4 days. Let's say it's 7, just for the sake of example. So we can work with a weekly rebase rate. Our weekly ROI, I believe, is something like 12%. So that means you would get let's say a 10% discount from your market purchase. And then those tokens would increase by 12% as a stake, which is why those reward amounts are so powerful, because your token, the stake of tokens that you have is growing even before you've claimed it, but you already have a market discount on it, which means you're getting basically double discounts at that point. It makes you much, much safer from price changes. I mean, if price goes up, amazing, you make a lot of money. If price stays flat, great, you still make a lot of money. And if price dips slightly, you're still safe from those price changes, because you have a 9% increase anyway, relatively speaking. And that's on top of the market discount that you get.
Beautiful. All right. So I do understand it. Now, it's hard to imagine. Now, one thing is also unclear, because most bonding can change percentages. Is that also something with Hector? Yes, it is, because I see the MEM is 13.61% right now, and it was 11, I believe, last night or yesterday. So there are changes, right, with the bonding.
Yeah. So if loads and loads and loads of people are buying bonds, that drives the demand for the bond up, which then would raise the price of the bond, right? Because it works the same as a token. The reason that happens is so that we don't take on huge amounts of debt that we then have to pay out as a protocol. So we control it in a really kind of, we keep an eagle eye on it, basically, so that we can have that nice upwards growth, but we don't do it so fast that we end up with a dump, because nobody wants that, right? Exactly. I mean, the markets are going to behave as the markets behave, but the least we can do for our investors is have long-term sustainable growth. So, we've seen projects that have done several million % APY, which that's amazing. Who wouldn't want that, right?
That's right.
But it's not sustainable for the most part.
Exactly.
And now I'm not going to sit and further the project. It's not my job. I think it's completely unnecessary, and I think it's immoral a lot of the time. And I'm going to talk about Hector instead.
Exactly.
Our growth strategy is long-term sustained growth. We're building a real ecosystem here, a real platform, something that's going to stand the test of time. And so we like to go for long, slow decisions that you can rely upon, because it's just a safer bet, right? Because everything's a bet in crypto. There's always risk associated with everything you do. And what we want to do is help minimize that risk for our investors in a meaningful way. And, the decisions we make, I feel, really do help to achieve that. And I think it's reflected in how stable our price is against the markets in general right now.
Man, I am so happy to hear this, because that is one of the things that I talk about all the time regarding everyone that's in this DAO space. It's the fact that, okay, we can talk these crazy numbers anytime. We can say a billion APY percentage. The problem is, you're going to be here how long? A week, 2 weeks, a month? I want a project that's what you're talking about. You're looking down the road. If we have people who entered into Hector DAO a week ago, 2 weeks ago, today, next week, and they're still staked and bonded, both are separate, and it's a year from now, you have now changed thousands, if not millions, of other people's lives. The people that are getting left behind, the people that could have invested only $1,000, only $1,500, only $2,000, who only had a little bit, even $500 or $300, that turns into life-changing money if you're able to sustain these numbers. And that's why I'm very happy to hear that when you say you want people to bond, and it's a leverage kind of point where you're saying, okay, we'll increase the percentage based on X because bonds are being mostly bought. Then we'll decrease it because more people are staking, and then there's other variables, of course. That is something that I love to hear. And I want to get some other people in the house. We have Enzo Latavea in the house. He has the Vecto with the strength and the strong. You got that. That's exactly what they represent with strength, strong, and its strength and strongness. Prometheus from Cygnus beats Prometheus, the best one on the game right now. Man, I agree with you, Cygnus. Welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. And we have more crazy investor win team docs. Hopefully you heard the beginning of this. I will say it again. Welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream, crazy investor. And I understand people want to know when they're docs. All I want to know is this thing still working? It's still working. I don't need to know who's running the show. All I need to know is it's working. We're going to talk about that. If you missed the beginning, check out the beginning in the replay, because we started off with that. Timeless travel. Welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. Prometheus showing strength again. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. And I also understand that he said he was on your show already, which is awesome. So thank you so much for being here as well. I appreciate it. Andreen Miller's in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation afternoon live stream. She has the icon next to the name, which means she's a member of the channel, and she always brings it up. Hello, SSN Academy. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. SSN Academy, SSN University, SSN Nation. It's totally free. That's right. It's the no guru zone here. This is where you learn how to make more money while you sleep. And it doesn't have to be with crypto. We're not a one-trick pony. We talk about investments. We talk about assets. And it just so happens, Hector DAO, I am bullish on. I want these guys to succeed. And so far, they're putting it right out there for all of us. And Prometheus, he's coming around here, making sure people get information on a daily basis. So welcome to the Academy, ladies and gentlemen. All right. And one more person, Prometheus, that we have to get in the house, because apparently he's got the rocket ship for us. Made Figures, welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. He's got the let's go heck. I agree with you 100%. All right, let's get into something else, ladies and gentlemen. Here's something else that is very, very major. And I can't even believe they're talking about this, because this is something that I, for one, never understood why other crypto entities never would do what I'm about to talk about and what they're coming out with. And it's a surprise. Hector Bank. That's right, Prometheus. I know you talked about it. I know you can't say much about it except whatever you can tell us. But I think this is one of those steps that means governments, entities will not be able to block us. That's what I care about. So let me know what this Hector Bank is and what you can tell us as of today, please.
Absolutely, I'd love to. So Hector Bank, this is the project we're working on right now. You know, it's a huge expansion to our ecosystem. So, you know, we have staking, we have bonding, and they're really the two main things that we operate on right now. And, you know, as a member of the chat said, all gas, no brakes. That's who we are. So we thought, well, how can we really develop something to turn this into, you know, not just a project, but an ecosystem, a financial center on the Phantom chain, I guess you could call it. Because I'm bullish on Phantom, and anyone who has researched Phantom probably is bullish on Phantom, I think is safe to say. And, you know, what we want to do is bring just a touch of that fiat world, just a touch of the IRL situation into crypto to help it expand. Because, you know, I'm not an extremist either way. I'm not pro-government. I'm not anti-government. I'm pro-individual liberty and choice and freedom, though. In terms of, you know, it's the rat race, right? Nobody wants to be part of it. I think there are better ways to go. And so what we want to do is bring lending and borrowing into a decentralized manner. Now, we're not the first to do this. This is an established thing to do. And, you know, we've seen people have crazy good success on other chains doing this. And so we want to position ourselves on the Phantom ecosystem as the de facto lender or borrower for the entire system. Because when the Phantom system really takes off and has that exponential growth, we want to be standing in the center saying, you know, we will facilitate everything you need. You know, if you need to lend, do it. If you need to borrow, do it. If you want staking and bonding rewards, here we are. We really want to help that expansion happen with a chain. And so Hector Bank was a natural, logical step for us. So you'll be able to borrow and lend collateralized assets, and you'll essentially be able to use them as leverage to get into other trades or whatever it is that you may want to do with them. And the advantage is that if you're lending, you get a reward for lending out your tokens. Usually they'll be stable coins, but sometimes they won't be. And the protocol makes revenues for providing the service, which is great for everybody, because that means that we just have another revenue stream that we can either put into APYs for people who are staking, or we can use them to hire more developers and bring out more of these amazing protocols and projects that we're developing, or we can put it into the treasury and turn Hector into an enormous center of wealth within the decentralized finance system. So I'm incredibly bullish on it. I'm really excited, and we expect to have that done in about 12 days now. So I know we're running towards that deadline very quick, and you can expect some really, really cool, really detailed announcements coming from the team quite soon about that too.
Excellent. Excellent. This is what I love. You guys are being innovators beyond belief. And I am rooting for this project because, again, I call ordinary citizens OCs. And this is going to help ordinary citizens, millions of people around the world. But they are going to have to believe and they're going to have to invest. Let's see who else is in the house. And by the way, Prometheus, hopefully you have some time today. Hopefully you have at least an hour and a half or an hour. So let me know after I bring you up again. But Timeless Travel has the melons, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you need to get to be a Hectorian. That's what you need. And by the way, Hector Discord group down below in the description. There is a link to the Discord group. I have a link to the Twitter page as well, because you need to get into the SSN Nation / Hector Nation groove, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Scott Taylor, welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. He says, wow. Oh, you haven't heard nothing yet. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen, because we have more to talk about, and it's about to get a whole lot better. If you think that's all good, wait till we got some more to talk about. Where I'm going to bring it up. No face doesn't mean no communication. The transparency has built my trust in Heck. That's all you want right there, Timeless Travel. That's what I want. I don't really care what somebody's doing. Here's what I want. I want what happened in the United States. I want to know when in 2008, 2009, when the banks over-leveraged themselves, the insurance companies running around the world giving out these nonsense loans and banking and derivatives, they fall down based on their risk with our money. They bailed them out. They did not bail out the United States citizens and people around the world. That is what I'm talking about. That is just downright wrong. And Hector is here to do the opposite, helping everybody. All you have to do is do your own research on this. Victor Marrero, what's the difference between staking bond 1.1 and bond 4.4? All right, we already got to it. As a long-term investor, which one do you recommend? I'm going to say I'm not a financial advisor. Prometheus, I don't believe is one either. We can only say do your due diligence. And of course, since I'm not a financial advisor and I'm a YouTuber, I can sit up here and say, hell yes, I think it's a great idea. That's right. You should look at it and then hell yes, I'm invested in Hector. I believe that they're going to do great. So therefore, I can say that. So I'm not going to let Prometheus say that. He could get these guys in trouble. Just subscribe to this channel. Thank you so much, Timeless Travel. And everybody else, please smash those like buttons. Vanessa Kamagate, welcome to the SSN Nation afternoon live stream. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, boss and SSN fam, appreciating this interview today. Thank you so much. Thank Prometheus for being here. He has unlimited time, it seems. I don't know what he's doing, but he's got time. And now we're going to get into something called trust. Because we talked about it earlier where people want the team to be doxxed for some strange reason. But there is something else, because there's a company called Assure that has done the KYC. So I'm going to let Prometheus talk about that, because that is another trust verification in itself. So why don't we talk about that, Prometheus, please?
Yeah, for sure. So, in the early days of the project, the doxing question comes up loads, and it doesn't slow down, by the way, for any of you developers out there who may be starting your own journeys. It doesn't slow down. But there are things you can do to mitigate it. And so, we have multi-signature authentication, meaning that the contracts are secure. No individual can do anything without the agreement of the strategy team and the developers. We have audits incoming by Certic, which is one of the biggest auditing firms in the world for crypto, one of the most well-known, certainly. And we thought, how else can we do this? Because there's this question of doxing, right? Is there something that we can do that's a halfway house? And so we looked at KYCing ourselves. Now, want to make clear, KYC is for us, not for you as investors. Nobody will ever need to KYC ever to interact with Hector as a protocol or as a project. So just to clear that up. So we got in touch with a company called Assure. And what they do is they ask you to identify yourselves to them to show that you're a legitimate person. And then they give you an NFT to represent the fact that you have taken that step of trust with them and exposed yourselves to them. And it's just, some people think it's a minor step. Some people think it's a major step. As we say, we just work hard and let things take care of themselves. And we will be doing more and more of these things to help build public trust. And, as I said, there's every possibility that at some point in the future, I may reveal my identity, and the questions will slowly be the answer to those people. But yeah, I feel that we've taken huge steps to get to where we are in terms of public trust, and one of the things I do as well as I speak to the community all the time. As you said, I seemingly have unlimited time. I try to be as ubiquitous as I can and be everywhere at the same time. And, I think we really are seeing the credence of doing that now, because I just love doing it.
Exactly. Here we go. I don't know if you can answer this, but I'm going to ask it. Victor Marrero, how long do you estimate the current rebases can be sustained for? We all understand risk versus rewards.
Well, first of all, on risk versus rewards, thank you, because it's great to see people that do their own due diligence and they do their own research. I can sit here and tell you how amazing Hector is. I'm not a financial advisor, by the way, so don't take anything I say as legal advice. But I could sit here and tell you how amazing the project is. But the best thing any investor can do really for their own life, to improve their life, is to research heavily and obsessively almost. So thank you for being one of those people. I really appreciate the grind. Now, on runway, which is what we call sustainability, our dashboard indicates, I think it's 186.7 days, something like that right now. So on our dashboard, we have a set of statistics which will show you, how much money we have locked in the treasury, how much money we're putting into bonding, and all of these metrics. One of those metrics is one we call runway. And runway is an expression of how long, there it is, 186.3. It's an expression of how long we can continue to disperse APY rewards, given that no more bonding money comes in, or that the current financial situation stays exactly the same. This means that we have 186 days, essentially. Now, a runway curve that is kind of in an upwards trajectory or a sideways trajectory is a good thing. It means that if it's sideways, we're bringing in as much money as we're giving out. And if it's going upwards, it means we're bringing in more money than we're giving out, which means the runway increases. And so 186.3 days is your answer to that one. And you can keep track of that runway chart using our dashboard features.
That's right. And it's HectorDAO.com. That's where you can go, then launch the app, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let's see who else we have a question. Oh, the 4-4, Tim Does Crypto. Welcome to the SSN Nation afternoon live stream. Thank you so much for being here, Tim Does Crypto. 4-4, I agree with you 100%. Tim Does Crypto says 627,000%. We could all hope it stays anywhere in the hundreds of thousands. I don't care about the 6 or the 7 or the 3. If it stays anywhere above 100,000, I'm happy. And that's also what I'm waiting to see is going to be sustainable. All right. Now, there is one other thing regarding trust that we have to talk about, and I'll get to that in a second. But I want to give Tim Does Crypto some more. Prometheus is relentless with these AMAs, hardest working person in crypto at the moment. Congrats on going full time. Exactly. Congratulations once again. So Prometheus, the CerTech or CerTech, the audit, the contract, the trust. Let's talk about that, because that is another step, as far as I'm concerned, that gives credence to what you're doing. And that's going to start here shortly. So let's talk about that as well, please.
Yeah, so audits are like a rite of passage for most projects. You get to a certain point and people say you need to audit this to make sure it's safe. And they're right. You do have to audit it. Now, auditing is the process by which you get independent people who are experts to read through everything, all of the code, all of the documentation of said code, and or test all of the functions and make sure that it is safe and that it functions and that it cannot be abused. And CerTech are one of the biggest players in the game. They audit big projects. For example, Ohm, which is Olympus DAO on Ethereum, has a CerTech audit.
That's right.
And so one of the things we do as a project is that we give the community the right to vote on how they want the project to develop. And so we put this to a vote, and we said, we propose that we use some of the the DAO funds, which is the profit we make. We propose that we use some of the DAO funds to pay for an audit from either CerTech or PeckShield. PeckShield is another major player in the auditing game. And the vote was an overwhelming yes. I think it was like 99.7% yes, so landslide. And so we then enacted the will of the community, and we got in touch with CerTech and said, we'd like to have an audit. So the audit is in process. It is happening right now, and they expect it will take somewhere around 3 weeks at most, meaning we're looking at maybe a mid to late December release date for that audit. So that means CerTech and their expert team will go through everything in the project and make sure that it is safe, that it's functional, and that it can't be abused. and they will give us a report. If there's anything we need to fix, we'll fix it, and then they will re-audit it and make sure that it works again. And if there's nothing we need to fix, great, fantastic, we win, and everything is good. But in either case, you'll be able to rest assured knowing that some of the best minds in the game have looked at the contract and they've verified that it works and that it's safe.
Another safeguard. I love it. This is, again, ladies and gentlemen, they've done the KYC to assure for their team. They're doing the CerTIC for the protocol. I don't know what more you need other than you are getting rewards. You can withdraw your money at any time. So there is no hiccup thus far, except for one. I'm going to mention it right now because here's something that drives me crazy, Prometheus. So I put out a video about being able to be on the Phantom Network to withdraw FTM from KuCoin to the Phantom Network. Hours after I put out this video, all of a sudden it says unavailable to withdraw FTM on the Phantom Network to put into our MetaMask wallet so we can swap it into Heck. So that means I have to jump through other hoops, meaning Binance, meaning swaps, bridges, things like that. Now, I know there's Rubik Exchange. I know there's Yoshi Exchange. But here's what I really want to know. The development team seem to be badass. I don't see a problem with these guys, but I want to know one and two things. One is we need to make it a 3-click process. What I'm trying to say is either I need to go to an exchange, be able to buy Heck directly, or I need a stable coin that I can swap on the Phantom Network without having to do these bridges and swaps and losing money because we are this ERC20 token, Ethereum. Let me know if there's a place where a person, because we're in USA, land of the free, where we have to jump through hoops to spend our money. In the USA, we can't just buy HEC, first of all. I don't think anybody can. And second of all, I don't think I can get a stable coin and just swap it and be on the Phantom Network. Let me know if there's a spot that you know of where a United States citizen, whether I have to put money in Coinbase, anywhere, any other exchange, send it somewhere, swap it, and then take it out and send my FTM to my MetaMask or Trust Wallet or whatever wallet people use. Let me know if you know of any such a thing.
You know what, Eric? This is one of the issues that annoys me the most. I really have to agree. So for those of you who haven't come across this, exchanges, many of them, so we're talking Binance, KuCoin, Coinbase, I think as well, the big players, if you're on an exchange, you're probably on one of them.
Yep.
They have native Phantom withdrawals, meaning that you can withdraw Phantom tokens across the Phantom network into a Phantom wallet, which that's great. That means that you can get into our project really easily. Now, over the last couple of weeks, there's been a shortage of liquidity in those exchanges, meaning that they just don't have enough Phantom tokens to give you to be able to do that, to withdraw it. So generally speaking, you have to ask yourself why. And I suspect, again, I'm not an expert here, but I suspect it's because the demand on the Phantom network to get into the network is so high that exchanges just can't compete fast enough yet. And I think these issues will fix themselves overall, by the way, or eventually, I mean. And so here is kind of the best solution that we found from community members. Now, by the way, we have partnerships which are going to make this easier. So one of them is with an exchange called Rubik, where you can swap from anything to anything across any chain, which obviously means, really easy to get in. Another one is with the Yoshi Exchange, who are creating a system essentially where you can buy cryptocurrency with fiat using your Visa card. And you can do that directly to the Phantom network, which also is a really, really good way of lowering that barrier to entry. And the best way right now we find is that you have to bridge tokens. So whether you come from Avalanche, Smart Chain, Ethereum, we have guides on our documentation. And when you bridge, we donate transaction fees to you. So we donate a few $1,000s a week as a project to community members to help them when they arrive on the Phantom network so that they can go and do their business.
That's right.
Now, we're always working on updating these guides. We have huge amounts of documentation on it, and we're working on making videos for that as well. But I think this is a problem that fixes itself over time, right? Because if the exchanges don't find a way to sort this out and get more liquidity, a competitor is going to step in and they're going to take the market share. This is capitalism, right? It's the wonderful game. And so when you see exchanges like Yoshi Exchange and Rubik Exchange doing what they are doing, they are the catalyst to solving the problem. I really feel that is the truth. And so, yes, it's frustrating now. But if you go into our community channels, whether that be Discord, Telegram, wherever you are, if you ask people for advice, how do I get from this network to Phantom, you'll get loads of people telling you how to do it and offering to help you do it as well. And, you know, in Discord, we often get people who will offer to pay for your transaction fees as well, that's amazing. You don't really see that a lot in crypto. So it's frustrating, but I guarantee to you virtually that it will get easier over time.
All right. That is beautiful to hear. And once again, in case you guys missed this, he did say people do help with the Phantom FTM fees. That is verified, because in the Discord group and on Telegram, I see lots of people say thank you for sending a little bit of the gas fees to help us out or get the information to swap and bridge and things like that. So if you're having any problems, the Discord link is down below to the Hector DAO Discord group. The Twitter feed also down below in the description. So get that. And then Catching Crypto, welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. I just put this up here. Please, Prometheus, please have a few-minute read of the ideas discussed in Rome's medium release. Hector can benefit from some of them. I appreciate you mentioning that, because this is another thing I like. Prometheus, I'm going to let you talk about this. What I like is you guys listen to the community. You're actually out here listening and checking out what people are saying to move the project forward for a community. You're not just going, this is our project, this is our protocol, this is how we're going to do it, take it or leave it. I love the fact you guys are out here listening to the community.
Yeah. And by the way, thank you for pointing out the Rome thing. I promise you that I will read it. I guarantee you that. But if you're on Discord or Telegram, please DM it to me as well. I will go and find it if you don't, but obviously it makes my life a little bit easier if you send me that link directly. So I promise you I'm going to go and read that. Now, in terms of helping community members, yeah, we're in a fortunate position where we love to do it as well as it being beneficial. And, you know, one of the major advantages you get in a project when you behave that way is that, I mean, look, there's like 12, 14 of us team members. The number fluctuates because we hire people and all of that stuff, but we'll call it 12. So that's 12 people who have to take time out of their day to go and research the markets, which we do. We know we have people who research as a dedicated thing. Compared to, you know, how about we leverage the tens of thousands of people that are involved in the projects as community members, because they see everything, right? And so we find it's really beneficial to listen to everything they say. And at the end of the day, you know, where does the money come from? Well, it comes from community members. And so they have a good idea of what they want to see. You know, we're not their bosses, they are our bosses.
That's right.
And so I spend a considerable amount of time every day. You know, it takes me about an hour and a half every morning to answer all of the DMs I get, but I do it every single morning without fail, and I will do it as long as I can, as long as it's humanly possible. I will do it. So, you know, if you are in the comment section now and you've had personal communications with me, you'll know that for a fact. You know, I'm not just saying this. I answer every question, every single DM. And, you know, it's, as I said, I'm lucky that I enjoy doing it. Because I think it would be hard to do if you didn't, right? If you did it just for price impacts, just for a PR campaign, that would be tiring. Respect to people who can pull that off, because that's going to take some effort, I think. But I love doing it. I love interacting with the community. Some genuinely funny, kind, intelligent people there, and it's always a pleasure.
Exactly. I love to hear that. And we went over this, but in case we have new people here, I'm going to say smash the like button, ladies and gentlemen. So the YouTube gods know we're in the house here with Prometheus today, our special guest from Hector DAO. When you bond 4-4, you have to wait the 4 days before staking, correct? I'm going to let Prometheus answer this. I think I know the answer.
Yeah, Victor, thank you for the question. So when you bond 4-4, you don't need to stake. That's the magic and the beauty of 4-4. It is staked for you. So there is a vesting period, which means you can claim it and then do whatever it is you want with it, whether you keep it staked or unstake it, whatever. And after that 4-day period, those tokens are yours, but you don't need to stake them. They'll just already be staked. They will arrive to you in a nice, neat package in your crypto wallet, and they will already be within our staking system.
That's right. That's right. On Guts, welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. I see you in the house because you said nice before. You're saying again, That's right. And now we have altcoin crypto tree. Welcome to the SSN Nation afternoon live stream. And Prometheus, you said package. We're going to get into a package here shortly, but here we go. Victor Marrero has been experimenting, and he says, I found a way to get USD DAI MEM through AVAX network and bypassing the ETH bridge. Is that the easiest way to get stable coins loaded onto the Hector platform? I think that's it, but I'm going to let Prometheus dissect this question. But I think if you have that path through AVAX, that means it's cheaper. I don't have to deal with ETH fees. That's a winner for me.
Yeah, Victor, it's definitely one of the fastest and easiest ways and cheapest ways. You know, no one likes Ethereum fees. I like Ethereum in general as a project. I think it's great, but those fees are not fun, man. We all know it. So yeah, AVAX has quite a lot of a discount on those fees. Smart Chain is also a way that you can do it. The Smart Chain fees are ludicrously low a lot of the time. And so yeah, wherever the fees are cheaper, I guarantee that you could bridge. You know, as long as the network is a big network, like Avalanche is obviously a supported one. Smart Chain, Ethereum, Phantom, I think Moon River as well is supported too. And by the way, Big Idol in chat, you messaged me on Discord. Your username is Slowstone. I did see the messages. The reason I didn't open them is because I only open messages when I'm about to respond to them, just so that you know when I'm talking to you. I am really interested in the message that you sent me about NFT art, so I guarantee to you I'm going to get around to that soon. You just sent me the message like 20 minutes after I finished my roundup of messages, so I'm not ignoring you. I will get to it, I promise.
Beautiful. I love these live streams. You can actually tell people directly what you would have had to send them an email or a message back. And if they're here, this is what it's for. This is beautiful. All right. Now, we did talk about, you mentioned the word wrapping. Well, in case people have not been in the Discord group in the last 24 hours, you can now wrap SHEC. Is this true?
Yes, I can confirm. Yep, that is true. I see where you were going with the package thing there. Smart move. I like that. So wrapping. Let's talk about wrapping.
Yes.
Now, let's set the scene. So let's say you live in what is called a common law country. This will apply to other countries too. I just know for a fact that it applies to common law countries. So common law countries are ones like the USA, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, the UK, most European countries, particularly the Western European countries, Scandinavia. It's where the law is basically the same from country to country. There are just small variations. Now, any of you in crypto will know about income tax and capital gains tax. You'll especially know about capital gains tax. And so income tax generally tends to be a little bit, oh, by the way, I'm going to preface this by saying I'm not a financial advisor. Speak to a financial advisor and a legal expert from your country, please. So generally income tax is a little bit steeper than capital gains tax. And the way that your government's tax agency may define income tax versus capital gains tax is a little bit gray right now because crypto is quite new. And so we have decided to allow people to wrap our tokens. Now, what that means is when you are staking Hector, you have SHEC, staked HEC, and you will get rebase rewards. Now, some governments, some jurisdictions may define this as an income because you're getting a regular payment of something that equals money, essentially, right? And so you could quite easily define that logically as an income. Maybe not legally, but you could make the case of it. So the best way to get around that is called wrapping. And so what you do is you wrap your token to an ERC20 token. And instead of your stake increasing, the value of the token increases, which means that you can clearly define an invested amount of money, a growth, and then a withdrawal, which means that you can define those gains as capital gains tax, which is often much, much more tax efficient and is better for the end user when you withdraw that money, if you so choose, into the fiat space. It also makes things much easier to keep track of as well, because you don't have to track compounding rewards transactions. So it's just an all-around good thing for those investors who would like to keep their money in the system for a long time and then eventually turn it into fiat currency. It means that you can define it very clearly as capital gains tax rather than income tax, and you can save yourself a considerable amount of money on the exit. What I will say, though, is please consult a financial expert and a legal expert in your country. Please consult an accountant, and always do your own research. And I'm not a financial advisor, so please consult an expert. I think you're muted there, Eric.
Yes, I forgot about the mic. But again, I'll reiterate, none of us are financial advisor or accountants. So this is very wise to consult the professionals. Now, I'm going to say something that Prometheus can't say because I'm a YouTuber. I'm going to tell you guys like it is. Crypto is almost anonymous. What I mean by that is when the United States citizen or citizens around the world, when you load money up, that's trackable. Whether it's your credit card, debit card, bank account is trackable. Once you put it into crypto, then they have to have your addresses to go back and forth. They don't have your addresses. So therefore, when it's rebasing and doing all these things, that is only trackable by you. And then normally the old system, which they're trying to always do FUD, the regular system is just like when I have a stock and I get dividends, that's not a taxable event at that time. It's a taxable event when I withdraw my money. So the same rules are probably going to apply in the end. So all I'm trying to say is don't worry about the tax implications because none of us should be selling heck anytime soon. That's all I'm trying to tell you guys. You should be sitting back, making an investment into Hector DAO and saying, I'll check this out 9, 10, 12 months from now, because that's where the sweet spot is, ladies and gentlemen. The sweet spot isn't what's happening right now. And I guarantee you, if you have 50,000, 60,000, 100,000, 7 figures or whatever, you will not mind paying a few $100 to an accountant to figure out how you're going to save on your taxes. All right. So let's just put it there. All right. Don't think short term, think long term. That's all I'm going to say about that. All right. Let's see who else is in the house. Will Craw, SSN Nation member in the house. Welcome to the afternoon live stream here with Prometheus, the special guest. And I forgot to ask him because our live stream sometime have been 2 hours, 3 hours. So let me know, Prometheus, when you come back in, if you have another 30 minutes, 15 minutes, because we're not going to do you wrong with the 2 hours, 3 hours like I do. All right. But he does have a question. Do you have to unstake first in? And I don't quite understand the question because you have to approve first, then you have to stake first to receive the SHEC, the stake heck, and then you can unstake to withdraw. So it's just reverse. But I'll see if Prometheus has anything to say about this.
Yeah, I mean, in order to withdraw and sell for a stable coin like DAI, yes, you would need to unstake. HEC is the tradable token. SHEC is the stakes token. Just to clear that up. And I have, for the record, about 15 to 20 more minutes. So yeah, okay. Happy to keep going.
All right. So he's going to stay in the SSN Nation for a little bit longer. And once again, please smash the like button. And if you like what we're talking about here so far, please subscribe to the channel and click the all notification bell. All right. Natech has the melons. By the way, Prometheus, how come the melons? That is the Hectorian with the melons.
I get this question so much. You know, when we started the community, I realized that this was going to be something that I would have to answer so many times, but it always makes me laugh. So here's the thing. When we launched, we had a much smaller community, like 70 people in the Discord, I think, compared to like 15,000 now.
Jeez.
And, you know, there was a bit of degeneracy going on. People building the hype, putting in ape emojis and, you know, all the stuff that you see, all of the rockets. And we had a slight delay to launch because we had to check some of the contracts and test things, obviously. And so I thought, how can I get the crowd's attention? So I just said spam watermelons, because it was the first emoji that I saw. I was like, spam watermelons, guys. I want to see your melons. I demand melons. And, you know, 25,000 melons later and people are still doing it. So I just put it into my name on Discord, and now there's thousands of people that send me melons daily. So yeah, it's a weird one, man. But the community seems to love it. And it's a really good conversation starter as well. So I think it's worked out really well for us.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's beautiful. All right. So that's how that came about. And Timeless Travel says Prometheus keeps me bullish. He is all gas, no brakes. Hey, I got to agree with you on that. All right. Let's go, Babs. And then here we have some more melons. David S., welcome to the SSN Nation afternoon live stream with more melons from David S. And do I need to unstake in order to bond 4-4? Interesting.
So 4/4 bonds are bought in the same way as 3/3s are. So if you have on our bond page, we tell you what bonds we accept. So it's like USDC, DAI, and MIM. Yes, thank you for reminding me that.
Yeah.
Long day.
Yeah.
USDC, DAI, and MIM are the ones we predominantly take, and they are the only 4/4 bonds we take right now. And so if you have those tokens, you can just go and 4/4 stake, 4/4 bond them. If you wanted to get a 4/4 bond and you don't have those tokens, you can, if you would like to, unstake your HEC, sell it for DAI, and then rebond it as 4/4 directly with the protocol. So yeah, there's a number of options, but you have to have the tokens that we take as 4/4s.
Exactly. And those tokens again, USDC, DAI, and MIM. Those are the only ones you can do the 4/4 with. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. When you do 4/4, it stakes automatically. Exactly. Beautiful. Ryan Laughlin, another Hectorian in the house with the melons. This is Juvie Lover. Welcome to the SSN Nation afternoon live stream with the icon next to his name. He says, hello, everyone. All right. Another question. Ramen Z, welcome to the live stream. Spooky Swap partnership announcement was great. Are there other partnerships in the works?
Ramin, you've been reading our announcements. I'm impressed. Yes, there are some really, really cool ones coming up as well. I'd love to tell you what they are, but because they're partnerships, I can't tell you until it's announced. Super frustrating, but yeah. So we've done Yoshi, we've done Rubik, we've done Hotbit, we've done Spooky Swap, and there are some pretty big names coming up through the pipeline as well. So I'm very excited for that.
Beautiful, beautiful. Q from East Atlanta to Decatur Rays. Welcome to the SSN Nation afternoon live stream. He's given all the possible fingers and thumbs up for the Heck Nation. All right. Thank you so much. The Solana moment incoming.
This is another one, man. This is another one where I answer this question so many times. So, Tim, you've clearly been watching some of my other AMAs. Let's do the Solana moment meme. Yeah, let's jump into this and do the meme.
Okay, let's do it.
I get this question: why are you bullish on Phantom? Why Phantom? And I'll do the whole spiel. So Phantom is the transaction fees are so cheap, so cheap. It's like $0.0007 most of the time, and it's really, really fast. It's really scalable and it's really secure. So what more do you need from your chain, ladies and gentlemen? What more could you possibly ask for? And so, which chain has similar features? Well, Solana does. Now, here's the Solana moment. Here's the meme. So, Tim, if you're sitting there with a drink, you got to take a drink now because I've said it. So, the Solana moment goes like this. Earlier this year, I believe it was around August, the first time I really took notice of Solana. It was trading at like $5-7, and then it peaked at like 240 a few months later. It's a pretty big gain. Phantom has not yet had the Solana moment, which is why I'm so bullish on it. Phantom has seen substantial growth. It really has. I think it's like $7 billion market cap, something like that. Solana is in like the 40s to $50 billion mark. And so I think there is considerable growth left for Phantom. I really do believe in it as a chain. The Phantom Foundation as a team who are developing it are fantastically talented and communicative. And so I just can't wait for that Solana moment. And ladies and gentlemen, there's the Solana moment meme. And no doubt, if it's the first time you've heard it, it's not going to be the last time you've heard it. I'm hoping we can turn it into a thing so that when the Solana moment does come, everyone can say, Prometheus told you guys, and I can become famous for it. That would be amazing. Hey, big idol, I appreciate that. And I'm sure Eric does as well. Bringing awareness is one of the things that we really try to focus on. Both of us, I guess. It's a journey, right? There's always going to be someone else who needs to learn something. But the dedication to the community, I think, is what drives this project, and it's benefited us in an enormous way so far, and we aim to continue to keep doing that. So thank you for the support. I read every single message of support, by the way, and they all mean a huge amount to me. I try to respond to all of them. I think Eric may be having a few technical difficulties, so I'll cover for him. I'm going to scroll up. Oh, he's back. There he is. I found him. Where did you go, man?
You found me back from the ether. But yes, the thing that I like about this is that you guys are transparent as far as I'm concerned, and you're actually out here growing. And I look at things a different way. I sit there and go, okay, you have to jump through all these hoops in order to stake your coin. And you still are getting millions of dollars worth of investments from people to put into the bonding, the staking. And to me, that speaks volumes, because people generally, as a human being, they will jump over one hoop. They may even jump over two. But when you start having to jump through three or four and you don't understand it to begin with, usually that's where the dead ends come up. And the fact that people are willing to jump through all these hoops, the fact that people are willing to be on Discord and help other people out, that in itself creates a situation where you're having a groundswell. And then each time you do something like the Surtech, like when you guys are sitting there doing the Assure for the KYC, when you start doing this bond staking 4-4, each time you do these steps, and now with the Hector Bank situation that's going to be coming out, each one of those steps creates a groundswell, and it's almost like it's going to burst at the seams. People are just like, I want in, but I can't do it because I'm in New York. I can't do it because I'm in Washington State, or whatever the case may be, where they can't get on exchanges. That is something that's pretty major. And I think that's what the Solana moment ultimately is going to end up being, where it's almost like the faucet, water's running, faucet is being turned off on the other side where the water can't come through. And on the back, the bubble is just getting larger and larger and larger. And I think that's what's going to happen. And that is in itself why I'm very bullish. We're going to have to talk about a few other things, because he's only got about another 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Hassan Shah's in the house with more melons. Welcome to the SSN Nation afternoon live stream, and more melons. Thank you. Altcoin Crypto Tree, thank you so much for being here. Great show. I don't know if he's going to be able to answer this question because the Hector Bank isn't out yet, but everybody, when they do the loans and do the farm lending and things like that, generally do that 25, 50, 75, 100. And I'm just going to say this, Prometheus doesn't have anything to do with this, but when it comes to, when you start thinking about, because it's going to come a day when you're going to be able to wrap your SHEC, borrow against it. That's going to probably come in less than 24 hours. I wouldn't be surprised if it's already here, because you can wrap, and you're going to be able to borrow 25, 50, 75%, or almost 100. Just so you guys know, don't entertain 75%. Do not entertain 50%. Do not entertain 25. Be somewhere around 10 to 15%. SSN Nation rules. All right. Do not over leverage yourself, because when we have a flash crash, which just happened recently, markets dropped, even if it's just for 30 seconds to a minute, where it drops 20, 25%, 40 or 50%, you could be liquidated. Not to say the coins stay at that 50% level or 70% level than it previously was, but you would be liquidated. All the SHEC gone from a rebase. Your SHEC is very valuable, ladies and gentlemen. It's rebasing every 8 hours. You do not want to even risk losing that. So therefore, if you're going to start doing this leveraging by borrowing against, do not put yourself in that situation. All right, Prometheus, I'll let you discuss any of that if you want to talk about it. But
yeah, I mean, the lend to value numbers are things that we are experimenting with. You know, the meme in the community is that we test things obsessively. We do. We test and we test and we test and we test, because 99% is not good enough. It has to be perfect.
That's right.
You know, suffice to say that every single opportunity and eventuality for those lending to value numbers, we are going to experiment with them. And if it works, it works. Nothing is off the table. Now, obviously, intuitively, you can assume that certain numbers will be better than others, right? But, you know, we test everything. So more information will come, obviously, eventually. And we're putting together a pretty large marketing push for that. But it's nice to see people asking the detailed questions. I'm really glad about that.
Exactly. Because everybody can see here from what you're doing, everybody can see that this is a game changer, what you guys have done so far. And with the Hector Bank, I think is a game changer as well. And this just means whenever you do game changing type of things, a lot of people can benefit from this. And I call it OCs, ordinary citizens. When AMA Pump, Mr. Softy AA, thank you for being here in the SSN Nation afternoon live stream. Leah Dennis, part of the SSN Nation with the icon next to her name. Thank you so much for being here on the SSN Nation afternoon live stream. Good evening, SSN fam, and special hello to Prometheus. Heck to the moon. That's right. That's what I like to hear. After learning about DeFi with Shiba Swap, Big Idol, welcome. I migrated to Heck yesterday because this is where the action is. Started with 100 Heck, and I'm going to be part of the community. Awesome, Big Idol. Welcome to the party. That's all I can say. Okay, we got about 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see. I am Lur. Hey, what's up, Heck gang? See, Prometheus, you brought a whole bunch of people over here today. M.A. Carden. Riding my position through bear market. Hell, yes, you better. You're still getting those rebases, my man. And remember, at a lower price. And everybody is doing the 4-4. All this is good. How does bonding help the Hector DAO treasury? Isaac say. All right, Prometheus, let us know.
Yeah, so when you bond, let's say you bond DAI, which is a coin which is pegged to the US dollar. So one DAI is $1. That will always be the case. Now, let's say you bond $100 worth of DAI. That means that those DAI tokens, those 100 DAI, will go into the treasury. So that is the interaction. Most of them will. Some of them are taking as fees to help us build up funds so we can do audits and pay people and all of that stuff. But for the most part, yeah, in general, you can just say as a simplification, they go straight into the treasury. And those treasury funds grow and grow and grow, which is why they'll never go down. Now, with volatile assets like Phantom, we do take Phantom bonds very occasionally. We don't take large amounts of them because we can't have a large amount of volatile assets because it's not a smart move, is it, for a treasury? Because if the price of Phantom drops, then we get wrecked.
Exactly.
So we do take small amounts of it. It's a very managed risk.
Beautiful.
The market value of those assets may drop, but our stable coins, the treasury balance will never go down, essentially. And that's where your bonds go.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, Gizu, welcome to the SSN Nation afternoon live stream. Prometheus does not need to answer, but I'm going to answer. Would be nice to see a face behind the voice in a project before we feel confident to put a substantial amount in the project. So Gizu, I can agree with you on some things, but here's the thing. If you got KYC from Assure, if you're having other things where the project is working, I understand you want to see who the team is, but I'm going to say something. When you invest, whether it's real estate, whether it's stocks, whether it's other crypto projects, even if you see their face, know who the team is. That still does not guarantee success. Even the best of them have failed on projects. Even the best of them have failed to deliver what they would say. So therefore, the thing is, as far as I see, when you start saying, I need to see a face behind something, I don't look at faces, because if you go by somebody telling you, hey, buy this, and you think there's somebody special and it fails, there's so many projects that people are well-known billionaires and millionaires have backed, have been the face of, and it has failed. That does not guarantee success. What guarantees success is when somebody tells me they're going to give me 10% return on my money, and they give me 10% return on my money, that's all I care about. If the guy is in a room somewhere like the Wizard of Oz, as long as I'm getting my 10%, we have nothing to talk about. And the fact that I can see his face is irrelevant, because if something fails that I invested in from outside of the crypto world, I'm going to go file a lawsuit against that person. And that person is not the person. A company is the person. You guys got to understand this doxing thing, to me, is not even, it's short-sighted. That's just a way for somebody to say, well, okay, I don't believe in it. That's fine. You don't have to invest in it. But those who do believe will invest a little bit more. And again, you should only invest what you are willing to lose. I don't know if Prometheus want to talk about that. I think we'll leave that to him.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the call for doxing. Absolutely, I do. But, I have seen dox teams rug pull projects. I think more important is the liquidity locked? In this case, it is.
Yep.
Do they use multi-signature authentication? In this case, we do.
Right.
Is the project audited? Yes, we're being audited by CertiK. Now, I know that these things don't answer the question fully, and I'm not going to say I will never dox myself. Maybe I will. I just think right now it's unnecessary, and the risk outweighs the reward right now. I'm not saying that will always be the case, though. If that changes, then obviously the logical thing to do would be for me to dox myself. Maybe I will. Who knows what the future holds? I'm not against it ideologically. I just think right now it's not a smart move.
Exactly. I don't think it's wise in this environment. And the fact of the matter is, everything is working perfectly. Like I said, I don't really care who's running it, as long as the guys are saying what they're doing and doing what they're saying. And the fact that you're even bringing in the surtext and all the other items that can help a person determine if this is real or not, I think is already above and beyond what you need to do. So it's a good thing. All right, we're gonna have to let Prometheus go. I'm gonna let him. I'm gonna let you give a going away present, so to speak, if you want to say anything. But I want to go through something. Just give me about 15 seconds, because here goes. I wanted to get a couple of questions right here. If you can read it, any thoughts on the concerns with USDT Tether, how this would affect Hector and other assets, and I'll let you read that. But there's also something you said the other day. I forgot to mention this, where you said that the bonds were actually separate. You touched upon it in your last statement, but just reiterate, the bonds are separate. So therefore, you don't have a cause and effect. If something happens with one, it doesn't have an effect with the other.
Yeah, so when you bond, the price that you bond, the discount you bond is locked at that point. And so, as the bond ratios change, it just means that you don't need to worry about, liquidation would never happen in this case because there's no borrowing involved, but you don't need to worry about being wrecked by price action. And in terms of, let's say that just something happens with the markets and, phantom drops, Heck is completely withdrawn from that. Now, obviously, we're in a bit of a dip with crypto at the minute in general, and that's reflected in our price action as well. Almost every project in the world, I would imagine, has been at the mercy of this. But we're a long-term project. The question becomes less about price and more, do you believe in the team? Have they delivered? Do you think there is a space in the market for the project? If you can answer yes to all three of those, then I'm not a financial advisor, but I would say that the answer should be fairly clear to you at that point.
Exactly. I agree. And then one last one, and then I'll let you go, because this is actually what I wanted. Does Heck have any plans to get listed on any big exchange? And I'm going to take it one step further. Here's what I say. You guys are big dogs in reality at this point, even though by market share or whatever, maybe not the top dogs. But to me, I sat there the other day, I was talking with somebody and I was like, heck, these guys can just buy an exchange. I was like, or create their exchange. And I'll say one last thing, Prometheus, before I let you go. Remember in 2008, 2009, I was an online poker player. And then the United States government blocked us from being able to load money up and take money out of the poker rooms. And so this guy sends me over something going, hey, you can use this new thing called Bitcoin. And I was like, what are you talking about? So I bought like $10 worth of Bitcoin. And I bought it by sending a guy a PayPal. And then he sent me back some string of numbers and some words and stuff and weird stuff that didn't make any sense. To this day, I don't know where any of that is. But the point I was trying to make is we were still able to buy it directly. So is there anything about buying? Why can't we just buy HEC directly somehow, like it's 2009, 2010 all over again? And why haven't you guys actually made a deal where Heck is on an exchange so people can just go in on the Phantom network and withdraw it to our MetaMask or Trust Wallet or whatever else? And that'll be it.
Definitely two roadmap items. We are on Hotbit, which means that you can natively withdraw your Hector tokens via the Phantom chain to a wallet. So that's the first step in that.
Hotbit. Okay.
I imagine the question is going to be when Binance, which I love that question. We're looking into it, is all I'll say on that. Now, Binance is a big, big challenge to get listed there. Trust me, it is. The kinds of money you're talking about for listing fees are just absurd in most cases. Yeah. And look, it's Binance. Obviously, right. It's you're talking about the Ferrari of exchanges here, or Lamborghini, right, if you're a crypto enthusiast, I guess. And so, yes, we are looking into that. Now, we've also got a partnership with Yoshi Exchange. Maybe in the future, there is a prospect that you could just buy HEC tokens from Yoshi Exchange using your Visa card. It's not impossible that happens. And we can speak with their technical team and see if we can make that happen if there's a big enough demand for it. Absolutely.
There's a big enough demand for it.
I think there may be, yeah. I get that question quite a lot, so I think that may be.
If you cross that bridge, let's just put you in the perspective of you will be in the top. I don't know what your ranking is right now, but all I'm saying is top 5, top 10. I don't know, but you'll be in the top 5 at that point overnight in 48 hours. I guarantee you. All right, Prometheus, thank you so much for being here and sharing your time and your good graces and giving us this great information. So if there's anything you want to say on the way out, please do so now. And I thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I would just touch on a question I saw in the chat that I would like to answer very briefly. Someone mentioned Tether bonds.
Yes.
Now, Tether is controversial. I would encourage people to go and research why Tether is controversial. But there are some questions as to whether Tether coins are actually backed by real dollars. And there's all kinds of rumors. Personally, I am of the cautious persuasion on that particular issue. I don't know whether Tether is backed or not. What I do know is that there is a risk that it's not backed. And a risk is not something I want to introduce to HEC. I know that it's not something the team wants to introduce to HEC. And so the community has also been very clear on that as well. We asked the community if they wanted USDT bonds, and they said no, resoundingly. And so it's not on the table right now. Now, let's say something changes. I'm not going to say it is ideologically never going to happen because, situations change. If we come to a point where the kind of global trust of Tether is at an all-time high and everything's fine, yeah, maybe we will do it. But just to answer that question, yeah, we're not going to be involved with Tether for a little while at least. And then to move on to the goodbyes, I guess. Thank you so much for having me. It's been my pleasure. It really has. I love the energy. I love the enthusiasm. It's been a really fun one. Thank you to everybody who's watching as well, whether you're watching it live or you're catching it on delay. Join our community. It's a wonderful place to be. I think many of you in the audience may have already joined or maybe about to join. So jump in, say hello, introduce yourself, and I guarantee you'll get a lot of, a flurry of messages welcoming you to the community. And obviously you can send me a DM and I answer every single message that is sent to me. It takes time though, but I will answer a message if you send it to me. I guarantee you that. Right now at this point, obviously, if we get to a stage where I'm getting 10,000 a day, it gets a bit harder to do that. But right now I will answer any message you send to me.
Beautiful. Well, thank you once again for being here, Prometheus. And it was a pleasure having you in the SSN Nation for the evening, the afternoon, the morning, depending on where people are. And so with that said, we're still going to be here afterwards because that's what we do here in the SSN Nation. When he leaves, we're going to talk. We have discussions. So he mentioned his community, the Hector DAO. Down below in the description, I have links to the Discord group. I have links to the .com website. I have links to the Twitter as well, all down below the video. So you can get there now, ladies and gentlemen, and join in on the melons. Get your melons with the Hector team. And I'll see you later, Prometheus. Thank you so much.
Take care. It was my pleasure. Thanks for listening, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. He sat here and answered the questions. He even answered a few that were in the chat that we couldn't get to. He spent another hour and 15, 20 minutes here with us in SSN Nation. And once again, we're not going anywhere. If you're not a member of SSN Nation, please subscribe to the channel, click the all notification bell. And everybody here, smash that like button. And also, SSN Nation, we don't just talk about crypto. We talk about investments that are no barrier to entry. What I'm referring to by that is if you have money, it has nothing to do with credit. It has nothing to do with qualifying for something. It's all about if you want to pull the trigger and invest. So this is why we talk about real estate, pre-construction real estate. Why do we talk about that? No credit check, no qualifying. You just need the money to put your down payment. When we talk about buying stocks and earning dividends or getting interest on that, because we're borrowing, with still the same thing. No credit check, no qualifying. You just load the money up. Crypto, No credit check, no qualifying. Hector DAO is giving you interest on your investment called rebases every 8 hours. What more do you need to know? No credit check, no qualifying. OCs, this is what we do here. So like I said, if you like what we're talking about, we just don't talk about crypto. Gold, silver, precious metals, we talk about a little bit of that as well. So again, subscribe to the channel if you like what we're talking about. And by the way, this is the no guru zone. What we mean by that here is we don't charge for courses. We don't charge for somebody to be here. We don't charge you for anything. We just give you the information, the facts. We give it to you and where you need to go. We don't sit here and charge you and say we have a course to get money from you. We make money here. We don't need to charge you for your money because you can use your money and turn it into thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of dollars instead of giving it to somebody else to read a book or read a course or go to a webinar, go to a seminar. That's against the rules here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, if you want to hang out, please do so, because tomorrow night, Monday night, is what we have, 8:50 p.m. Eastern, and it's known as the SSN Nation Money Making Mondays. Oh yeah, you know we're going to be talking about Hector DAO and a few other DAOs as well, and a few other things. But again, I'm going to take a little break because a lot of people don't know about the SSN Nation, and so I'm going to run a little promo video that I call it SSN Lifestyle. So I'll come back in about a minute after the first one. We have several of these, but I'm going to run the first one. All right, here we go.
Come on, come on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we do. Have a little fun. And we actually have here in the SSN Nation, we have live streams Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8:50 p.m. Eastern time on Monday and Wednesday, and 9:10 p.m. on Friday. Wednesday nights, the members that you have seen with the icons next to their name, that means they're a member of the channel. That means they joined the channel. They're the only ones that can be in the live streams on Wednesday night. And they can always join me on a live stream anytime. All right. Now we missed this one. Question from Prometheus. Do you believe blockchain and DeFi will help society guard against the corruption and other causes of entropy to finally have a chance at society that can transcend? Exactly, Big Idol. That's exactly why governments try to ban it around the world, because they do realize once you're able to keep your money without having to go through their system and be able to buy things without going through their system, that frees you totally. And now when I can send money to you, no matter where you are on the planet, as long as you have internet and I have your address and you can do something with it, that's very powerful. That also means no taxation without representation. You're not going to be taxed on money that they can't find nor trace. It's going to be very cool. Mad Rabbit, long-term and post-eventual APY decrease. It is expected that market price will eventually settle down, backing HEC value with Treasury periodic bonding pushing this value up. Unfortunately, Prometheus can't answer that, but I think we kind of know the answer to this. Nobody's expecting the APY percentage to stay that same number for a year. As of right now, though, we went over it early. The runway is 186 days. That's 6 months, ladies and gentlemen. That is what I call the barrier. It's almost at a number. 6 months is at a number where things just get started. And so you have to go get a calculator and you can see what happens in 1 week, 1 month, 1 year. But what you want really is, if that runway ever got out to around 300 days, then that means you can leave your money in there for 300 days. That's about where the cutoff is, where even $1,000 at 300 days, you will be in a you'll be in a upper 5, you'll be into 6-figure territory at that point. So just keep that in mind. So you want these guys, you want every one of these type of DAOs to last 9 months, 10 months, if you started already. The later you start, the longer time the runway, the shorter the runway is going to be. Nico, send BNB on Binance chain, bridge, spooky swap, do them what you need. Okay. Yes. In fact, this is on their Discord on how to buy using the Binance BNB. Bridge BNB to FTM on spooky swap. There we go. I guess that's the easiest method right there. BNB to BSC to FTM. Yeah, the Binance Smart Chain is what you're going to need. BNB to Binance Smart Chain to the FTM bridge it on spooky swap. Okay, Tom Samadhi, welcome to the SSN Nation. Sunday afternoon live stream. Hector Bank coming. Do you require additional Oracle's implementation? We didn't get to it. If so, did you ever consider? Unfortunately, we couldn't get to everything. He wasn't going to be here for 2 hours like we normally run our live streams. Couldn't let him do that. He's very busy. He probably had another AMA scheduled. Cygnus Beats, Prometheus, the best strategist on the game right now. This is very true. Send FTM from exchange on FTM network. 7-Eleven Rico, easier said than done because KuCoin unavailable the Phantom network to withdraw. I will say this at Gate.io, GAT.io, I will find out once I get KYC'd. I think you can withdraw the FTM on the Phantom network there. At least it's an option when you withdraw on the wallet. So Gate.io, people have been able to use them to withdraw FTM directly to the FTM Phantom network, which now makes your swap all done. You don't have to bridge. You don't have to do anything. Buy FTM, transfer on FTM network, swap to stablecoin, leave a little behind for gas, buy HEC. Mad Rabbit has it exactly right, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you want to do. Leave a little bit of HEC behind. I always leave a little bit of Phantom behind, FTM as well, because you never know when you want to bond, stake, do all these different things. So I always leave a little bit in there. Do you, Eric, or Prometheus have thoughts on the Snowbank situation and how they all played out? Tim does crypto. Snowbank, Snow Dog is what you're saying. Whereas Snowbank backed it. At least Snowbank acknowledged that they messed up and they're trying to do something. So we'll find out how it all plays out over the next 7 days or so. But as of right now, that was a disaster that we can't look past. But again, with regard to this doxing and things like that, I don't know if Snowbank or Snow Dog was doxed, their team, but here just goes to show you whether they were or weren't. You just never know which projects are going to hold up. But you do know projects that are going to hold up, they're not going to do what Snow Dog and Snowbank did. That's what the difference is between Hector, right? Hector's sitting here going, okay, we have Certic in the house. Hector's sitting here going, we KYC'd with the Sure the development and the team. See, so those are steps right there. And surely you don't think that you're going to be able to do all of these type of things like a Hector Bank and you think that they're going to be able to hide. You're not going to be able to hide, okay? What I mean by hide is they have to do things behind the scenes. They cannot be anonymous. So just keep all those in mind. Hotbit 180, FTM from Hotbit, then swap at FTM worked for me. Islam Shabar, I wish I would have gotten to this earlier. I hope you're still here. Please clarify. You're saying Hotbit, which is an exchange, you're saying that you bought FTM at Hotbit, and then you're saying you swapped it. So Hotbit, isn't that an exchange? And then you can withdraw it. So who'd you swap it with? I think you're probably going to say Spooky Swap, but that's weird. Okay, I am Lur, a $5 donation. Thank you so much for the donation. I humbly appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here. It's Heck in communication with Harry Ye. The others working on the Binance Phantom Opera native sex. Oh, that's what he was talking about. That would be huge. Great work, Prometheus at all. Okay, that's why he answered that, because he saw that. That was great for him to see that, because I didn't know what he's mentioned Binance chain. And I was like, why did he go to the Binance chain? And he started saying he's working on it. It would be nice if they can work on it. But, you know, that's one of those things. So that explains why he asked that. So I'm glad he saw that question. That was sweet. What an awesome community. Welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. Ivana Fanaki, thank you so much for being here. All right, Big Idol. Prometheus, I send you some art on Discord, private message that shows my ability. If you thought of doing an NFT collection, I can help manifest gallery art. Beautiful. Big Idol. Alan Silva, yep, that's a fact. He does answer to us all. There you go, Alan Silva. Welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. Big Idol, I send you art. Okay, he's got that. He'll check it out. Joshua Felder's in the house with the icon next to his name. He's responsible for getting us into Hector DAO in the first place. He made a video like 2.5, 3 weeks ago when you could barely do anything other than swap, bridge some more, swap again. He took the time to do an hour and 10-minute video to help people out. And then I did another video, which was different than his. But either way, Joshua Felder, thank you so much for getting us here. 4-4 is insane. You got that right. Auto staking. Set it and forget it. You got to love it. Nanamika Ola. Don't know how to pronounce that, but thank you so much for being here on the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. Chevelle Angles, welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. That's amazing. That's it exactly. Erkan Ismail, can you put that last question here in the comments so we can see it, please? Unfortunately, I missed it. So NFT, go, go, go. That's right. Big Idol in the house. Joshua Felder. ETH robbed me over $1,000 in fees, thousands of dollars. This is why I don't like the ETH network. Those thousands of dollars, if you wouldn't have had to pay those fees, would have been in one of these DAOs, and you could be earning, whether it's 10%, 9%, 8%, 7% every 5 days on that money that went to fees. Ether. That's what I'm saying. Ether and the never ether. It drives me nuts. Can you do multiple 4-4 bonds, or do you have to wait for the first one established to vest first? I wish you would have saw that. I think you can do multiple bonds. I don't think there's going to be a cap on that, because basically you can just bond, I would imagine. I don't think they're going to have a cap. But you can go to the Discord group and ask in the Discord group. Kurt Lloyd, welcome to the SSN Nation afternoon live stream. Mad Rabbit, can we drill a bit deeper than FAQ and shootouts? Shoutouts. Okay. Yep. Hopefully we got some of those answers. Heck is ever advancing and always asking the community. Make sure as a community you're voting with open votes on the ecosystem. Thank you so much, Timeless Travel. And thank you again for that mention. Ashish Guru. Oh, I think it's Ashish Girl. Ashish Girl, when is the APY going to change? Is there any time frame? APY is flexible. The APY is always flexible because it has to do with more than just a price. Supply and demand, bonding versus staking, all of that goes into the formula. So that's why you see a fluctuation. Just put it this way. It's a good thing you're going to be in early while the APY percentage is like 400, 550%, 560, because sooner or later, due to numbers, it has to start coming down. Whether it comes down to 100,000 or 200,000 or 70,000, it's going to come down, but you could be rebasing right now on these higher figures. So that's why early entry may matter. All right. Victor Marrero, I heard you can do multiple bonds, but not sure. Yes, I believe you can too. RB Evans, welcome to the SSN Nation afternoon live stream. Land of the free, where we are blocked from doing as we please with our money. Exactly. But when we are able to bypass those SEC blocks, the IRS has their hands out for share. It is BS. Exactly, RB Evans. Exactly what I'm talking about. That's how I feel. Ashish Girl, in case of Ohm, they're going to do it by January. Okay. Glad to know. In Spanish, or translate, please. Chili Knox. Here's what you need to do. Go to the Discord group. They have different languages there in the Discord group. A bunch of languages. I don't even know. There's like 10 or 12 or 15 different languages there. So if you can, and they do have Spanish. So go to the Discord group. The link is down below in the description. Cygnus Beats muted. Yes. This is when I had him on, I was talking and I was muted. How are you going to counteract the fact that when many people have more than 1 or 10 million, for example, they withdraw all at the same time and thus affect the project or the protocol. All right. I think the money, see, here's the way I look at it. It's not like a bank. They're not leveraging your money. So your money's still sitting there. So I don't see that as being a problem. If it was in a bank, that's a bank problem. You try and go withdraw, try and go withdraw 20,000 and they're going to freak out. They're going to be like, what do you need the money for? Excuse me? What do you mean? I put the money in here. What do you mean? What do I need the money for? It's my money. I don't even have to answer this stupid question. I mean, it's crazy. That's what they say. What do you need the money for? None of your business. It's my money. In fact, you don't even pay me for using my money. But that's the whole point. You have $1 million in a bank. They leverage it out 10 times. So when you go in and say, I want my 1 million, all of a sudden you're a problem. You're not going to be able to get your money. In this Hector and a few others, it's not going to matter. It's your money the whole time. They don't have any restrictions. When they have restrictions, then you start thinking, okay, this is not the place for me to be. Any APY change from the team, that's adjustable based on day to day, just like the bonds. Yesterday, the 4-4 bond for MIM was, I believe, 11.7%. Today, it's 13% for the 4 days. So that is a beautiful thing. So that's how the APY gets to stay high. A lot of people are bonding, staking in the 4-4, which makes perfectly good sense. Rebases have been classified as closer to a stock split by some crypto accounting applications, coin tracking, as opposed to traditional staking, which is income. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, this is all FUD as far as I'm concerned. Governments are sitting out here trying to make it very difficult. Make sure you don't understand. Make sure it scares you, because people right now who are new, there's only 225 million people on the planet that are involved with crypto out of 7.6 billion people, right? So if 7.6 billion people, and out of that, there's still 3 billion people that do not even have internet access, who can't even get to crypto right now. But realistically, think if this goes up to from 225 million to 500 million people, that starts to be a problem for the governments around the world. And if it gets to be 1 billion, you won't need a bank. Just like right now, you don't need a bank. You can get borrowed funds with no credit check, no qualifying, just from lending platforms. If you want to talk about Avi, we can go to Spooky Swaps. We can go to Sushi Swaps. We can go to Trader Joe's. We can get lending against our crypto. Celsius Network, Nexo, BlockFi. You can get loans against your crypto. No credit check, no qualifying. We don't need banks. We don't need governments anymore. That's why these guys are walking softly, carrying a big stick, because they know their big stick is nothing. So Isaac says, so wrapping your coins will automatically have your gains be capital rather than a source of income. That is the theory, Isaac say. The theory goes, which is still not known, is that they're trying to say the rebasing every 8 hours is somehow income. And then when you wrap it, it's single and nothing is happening. So it's not a transaction. Either way, I don't know how they're calling it a transaction, but it's crazy. If they do this, then that means everybody who has dividends, that receives a dividend every month or every 3 months, then that's a taxable event too. I mean, this is just absurd. So we'll see how it all plays out. But I think they're just making it complicated so ordinary citizens go, man, I don't want to mess with that. Bad advice to assume anonymity with crypto, especially when eventually you need to cash out into fiat. Mad Rabbit, that's what I'm saying. You can't be anonymous, because ultimately you do have to cash out. But here's the thing. Mad Rabbit, welcome to the SSN University, SSN Academy. Okay, so let's just say I'm a United States citizen. Let's just say I have money in Hector DAO, and my SHEC has been running for 8-9 months. Now, I want to withdraw this money. Let's just say there's $100,000 in there that I want to withdraw. I'm in the United States. I go down and withdraw the money, have it come off of Coinbase. And Coinbase, a Fed entity, they're going to report Eric Bird took off $100,000 out of our exchange. Right? Okay, you're right on that front. But then Eric Bird goes to, I don't know, Dominican Republic, let's say, maybe Belize. I have a bank account there. I don't use Coinbase. I use an exchange that has nothing to do with US, one of those exchanges that bar United States citizens, except now I'm in a different country. I take the money off over there, unknown to the United States government, how much, where it's at, to the bank over there who does not report in the United States banking system. Right. Good advice. All right. I'm just saying the reason why I know this already happened 12 years ago when the United States government blocked online poker players from being able to withdraw money. All people did was they went to Mexico, went to Canada, went to Europe, went to islands somewhere, opened up bank accounts there that have nothing to do with the United States government. Now they're able to load money up, take money off, just like no problem. It's already happened. So this is why I'm telling you people here. That's how you do it. All right. Mad Rabbit, what makes you think you need to cash out to fiat? RB Evans. Exactly. There you go, RB Evans. Exactly what I'm trying to say. We don't have to. And by the way, there's more to the stories. There's in other jurisdictions, they use different vehicles that also have the debit and credit cards on them that have nothing to do with the United States banking system. So you're not actually going to be cashing out to what you call fiat. You can cash out to different platforms and have it sitting there. And again, untraceable, untrackable. This is why the wealthy have offshore bank accounts, generally in jurisdictions that the United States government doesn't know about and can't find out about. So if you have a business offshore as an American citizen, that business has a bank account that's not tied to the United States banking system. You're collecting millions of dollars, thousands, whatever, in that entity. You have a debit card, by the way, from that entity over on the island, you can withdraw money from that entity. Even in the US, it's untrackable because you're using MasterCard Visa logo from the entity that's on the island. And as far as the US system goes, it just says, oh, it's just another Visa transaction from this island nation. Doesn't tell you who it is. Come on, guys. Get with the program. Mad Rabbit, I'm thinking buying USDT on Coinbase, sending to my AVAX MetaMask wallet, converting to MEM. I say MEM because it's compatible FTM, then bridge that to FTM and convert to HEC. Michael Gola, I agree with that. I don't see a problem. You can exchange your USDT on Coinbase, yeah, with AVAX. Send the AVAX to MetaMask, yes. Convert your MEM. Okay, swap, yeah. I see nothing wrong with this. You can do all of that, Michael Gola. Don't see a problem. Coach Cheese Nahu with the melons in the house. Thank you so much for being here on the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. Mad Rabbit, part of the issue is that I'm unable to purchase FTM to begin with on Coinbase. I can buy on Gemini, but it's the ETH version, which I'm trying to avoid. Michael Gola, go to gate.io. Well, okay, there's two places. KuCoin used to allow you to withdraw on the Phantom Network. Then they blocked it. Now it's unavailable. Now at gate.io, hopefully they approve me for the KYC. I noticed in their wallet, you can withdraw the FTM to the Phantom Network. So that's the next one, gate.io. I'll be making a video if they allow me to do it once I'm at KYC'd in, and I'll be able to withdraw. So we'll find out in the next 48 hours, hopefully. But right now, if you're already KYC'd at gate.io, you can withdraw on the Phantom Network. Isaac say, also, once you wrap your coins, do you go stake those wrap coins, or do they earn the same interest as is if you were to be staking them? When you wrap the coin, Isaac say, you still get the rebates every 8 hours. It's earning interest. That's what I said about if you decide to borrow against any of the SHEC, the stake HEC, which is now wrapped. That's why I said you do not want to take a risk, because your wrapped HEC is actually earning a rebase. It's going up in value every 8 hours, lowering your loan to value, by the way. But when you unwrap it, all of it pops out like a little nice little surprise party package. All right. So basically, you wrap it, it still earns every 8 hours the rebase. So that's the beauty of it. And that's why this is very it's going to be very special. Okay. Hold on. Did I miss something? That was Isaac. Okay. Bye. The man 2424. Welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. And I say, bye. Like, what's his face on CNBC? You should diversify your investments, all your investments, index funds, fiat, crypto, property, etc. If you have 100% crypto, you're naive. Mad Rabbit, very well said. Being part of the SSN Nation now, we always diversify. That's why we have to talk about all the investments. You should not just have one thing only. You should not just be in stocks. You should not just be in cryptos. You should not just be in real estate. That's how it works. And you damn sure should not be in fiat that loses money on a daily basis. 15% inflation this month. You just lost 15%. What used to take you $100 to buy, now you have to spend $115. That's how you lose value on your dollars, ladies and gentlemen. That's why you don't want fiat. You can't let fiat sit. Kurt Lloyd, been a dull week in my crypto portfolio. This has made me a whole lot better. There you go, Kurt Lloyd. Exactly. Joshua Felder now has the melons in his toe now. Andre, question, is there going to be 3-3 together for Heck? Heck already has 3-3. I don't know what that means, but maybe I misunderstand. Paulo Romero, welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. Impressed indeed. Yes, very impressed. Mad Rabbit, you assume people have that kind of money? Exactly. Diversification is a crutch for bad investing. The man 2424. Well, I don't know if it's a crutch for bad investing, but I do know you have to be diversified. Let me put it to you another way. So when somebody invested in Snowdog, so they thought that was a good investment. And should they have put all their money in Snowdog? I don't think so. They should have had their money a little bit in Snowdog because all investments are a risk, a little bit in Hector DAO or something on the stock market as well. Maybe I like earning dividend. Maybe I like earning 12 to 15% a year on my money that I invest. So I put it in a dividend coin, a dividend stock like P as in Paul, S as in Sam, EC, which presently is around 8 or 9%. But maybe since the stock market fell, it could be a dividend investment of a 10 or 11%. So do I want to put money in where I'm earning every month I receive a dividend, which is what P as in Paul, SEC does? There's others that do that too, like USDP. All right. So there's a few GOOD. There's a few AM. See, are you willing to do that? Earn 8, 9%. Now, most people would say 9, 10, 11, 12, 14% is good until you have the DAOs that go, oh, yeah, 500,000% APY, 61,000 APY, 30,000 APY, 8,000 APY. People go, wait a minute, that little 10% now is meaningless. But nonetheless, you should be diversified. Sharat Galdiev, thank you so much for being here in the SSN Nation live stream in the afternoon. Any other innovations such as 4-4 in the pipeline? Yes, the Hector Bank is what they're having coming in. Someone answer my wrapping questions. Isaac Say, did you get that? Probably too late now. If you're still here, I answered the question for you. I have 100% crypto and heavily diversified. Property invest at this time is a fool's game. A crash is due. RP Evans, as an investor goes, you should always invest in what you know, what you like, and there's reasons people invest in different things. So you say fool's gold for property investing. I say it depends on what you're trying to do. So let me give you an example, because this is what we talk about here. If you know that there's a location, let's just call it anywhere in the world location. If you know that they're building infrastructure to bring in millions of people, right? So, over the course of a year, 4 million people are going to be in this particular city. 4 million is going to be in this city that are tourists, not people that live there, but are tourists. And they're building amusement parks, they're building infrastructure, making roads and freeways, building malls, doing all this stuff. Would you not think about investing in that area? And not only that, how about, since it's brand new, meaning the infrastructure and all these things, the people have always been coming, but they didn't have the infrastructure. So imagine now they're building all this stuff that I mentioned, and there's an Airbnb platform, be it vacation rentals. Do you think that's fool's gold when you can put down 10% and you pay 0% interest while they're building it? So you don't need no credit check, no qualifying, no nothing. And you can lock in a price for today's price, not 2 years from now price when they finish building, but today's price. Well, let me put it to you a different way then. Buying something for $100,000 a year ago, that same property is now, if somebody wants to buy, cost $160,000, $150,000. So now a person has the appreciation. But the point is, let's go with your point, property value drops. Do you care if the property value drops when you have millions of people coming into your city and you're going to be able to rent out your unit, and every month you have rental income coming in and you're going to be earning 20, 25, 30% annually? That's why I say you have to be diversified, and investing is all based on you. Each individual has their reasons for investing. Isaac, yes, this is the case. RB Evans. Oh, yeah, amazing. What the F? I'm totally sold now. There you go. I'm sold as well. It's incredible. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to play. If you're still here, I'm going to play one of my banners. We're going to do a little bit of thing for 40-some seconds, and we'll make it happen. Let's see here. We're going to go with number 2.
Come on, come on.
All right. Who's next, ladies and gentlemen? Let me know who's next. All right. That's something we started around here, SSN Lifestyle. And I don't have a link down below in the description. This is something that's coming out. And just like Hector DAO, I'm trying to help people as well. We have things going on with that. Credits to Prometheus for being more proactive than most other DAOs. Time, Heck are the only ones I would trust at the moment. Exactly. I agree with this, Mad Rabbit. That's how I feel about it. That's why I really don't like talking about anything else. I did mention Snowbank before, but that was a mention. But other than that, Time, and Heck, those are the top dogs as far as I'm concerned. All of these guys are doing the right thing, trying. They listen to community. It's awesome what they're doing, and I'm hoping any one of those works out. I hope all 3 works out. I'm invested in I am not invested in Olympus, but I am invested in Time and Heck. I do have something in Snowbank, but again, Snowbank was always like, that was like one of those, the ones you go to the casino and go, well, let's see what happens. That's what Snowbank was. But Time and Heck, I'm bullish on these guys. Very, very bullish. No way around it. Do I restake my wrapped Hector after wrapping? No. Isaac say you don't have to restake. All you're doing is just wrapping it. And basically, you don't have to deal with any pending taxation issues. That's all you're doing. You don't have to stake or restake. It's already staked. And that's why I say there's going to be people out here that are going to take that WS Heck and go get loans against it. Again, remember, your wrapped Heck is earning rewards every 8 hours. It's very powerful. So you don't want to risk losing that. That's the thing. Thank you for bringing awareness for more people. Big Idol. Thanks to Prometheus. Hi, Hong Tu. Thank you so much for being here on the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. Hi, my first ever crypto buy is Heck. Congratulations. Very good choice. And I think it's the only investment I need for a long time. Hong Tu, just keep in mind, man, you got to be a little diversified. I'm not saying Hector or any of these DAOs, maybe there's a flaw in the mathematics. We don't know. But ultimately, this is all brand new. This is not vetted out over the course of years. So again, just keep that in mind. Only invest what you can lose. All right. He disconnected. Paulo Romero. Oh, this is a long time ago. Yes, I did accidentally. When I go to the screen by himself, I remove myself. And so when I came back in, I had it on mute too. Does Prometheus have a real name? Erkan Ismail. He's not giving up his real name. They're not coming out. None of them. They're just in the background. They're using Prometheus, Zeus, whatever the case may be. But they're not going to give their information. I cannot blame them in today's environment. Let's just put things in perspective. People are out here hunting people down, out here showing up at people's front door, even though they did nothing, even though they don't even run a company. People are out here trying to do things, run the government, and people are leaving phone messages for them because they didn't like the outcome of some situations and threatening people. So you can imagine if something did happen, now you have thousands, millions of people trying to find people, knock on their door going, hey, what happened? Like you're running the company. And so I have no problem with no information like that. All ships rise with the tide. Thank you so much, Big Idol. That's what we talk about here in the SSN Nation. A rising tide lifts all boats. That's what we talk about, and that's what we're trying to do here. That's why I love what Hector DAO is doing. If they fail, I have no problem with that. They're trying to help us. Ordinary citizens, the OCs, that's who they're trying to help. Isaac Say at RB Evans. Hang Two's got the melons. Very good, very good. All right, no need to retake post wrapping. The wrapping wraps Heck and staking together into a transportable package. Mad Rabbit, I like that terminology. Transportable package. Exactly right. Exactly right. Isaac Say, you do not have to do that. It remains in the protocol as staked. That's right. Everybody's saying once it's wrapped, you don't have to worry about it. It shows in wrapped. I wish that it did show in the staked window. They should fix that. Yeah, that would be cool. Question, is there going to be 3-3 together for Heck? Andrew, I don't know what that means. They'd already do 3-3. All right. I'm going to be hammered from Prometheus on his Solano moments. Yeah, Tim does crypto. Exactly. Paulo Romero with the melons. Isaac Say, by the way, the ratio is not the same. One S Heck is not one WS Heck. Exactly. The index is the means to determine the amount of S Heck is in WS Heck. Exactly. So once wrapped, my coins will automatically earn the 12% staking interest without actually having to go back to the website staking them. Okay, okay? Isaac Say, if you're still here, if you're talking about bonding in the 4-4 is different than staking. All right, because staking doesn't earn 12%. Just so you know. All right, they have an ROI on 5 days. So if that's what you're referring to and it's 12%, then that's what you're going to earn. That's what automatically when you wrap. So nothing changes. All you're doing for when you wrap it is, let's just put it to you this way. A Heck, count that as 1. But then 1 with a 3 because you're rebasing 3 times a day. All right. They're trying to say each rebase is taxable. So now instead of doing the 1-3, now we just wrap it and it's all just 1 by itself. But the 1 by itself is still rebasing when it's wrapped every 8 hours, 3 times a day. Every 8 hours, it's still rebasing. So you're still on this 1 when it's wrapped, earning interest every 8 hours or earning rewards every 8 hours. When you unwrap it, all what you earned comes back out. So that 1 times 3 could be 3 now, could be 4, could be 5. You see what I'm saying? Once you unwrap it. So hopefully that you understand what I'm saying. But yes, you automatically earn the staking. It still goes. What are the risks regarding sustainability of Hex? Sky Coon, welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. Okay, the sustainability of Heck, 186 days is the runway right now. That's 6 months. So as it stands, they're saying everything can stay as it is. If no bonding happened, no more staking, everything stayed the same, 6 months. So now that's not enough, except for everybody that started out already. That means whoever started out like 2 or 3 weeks ago, you are approaching, you have your 1 month in. So now you know you can go out till 7 months and not have to worry, right? So the cutoff, as far as I'm concerned, is 9 or 10 months is where it starts getting real nice. Even if you invested a few hundred or a few thousand, 9 or 10 month mark starts to be 5 figures, 6 figures. Now you start getting in a territory where you're like, wait a minute, I need to withdraw some of this money. Agreed with Heck being transparent and proactive. Also, good point about Heck growing despite FTM hoops. Exactly, Mad Rabbit. He's on it. Reality Spirit, welcome to the SSN Nation afternoon live stream. I'm so pumped for this project. It's a sleeping giant, which awakening slowly and surely. We're at the 2-hour mark, ladies and gentlemen. And by the way, anybody that sees this, I'm going to break down the video. I'm going to reload just the Prometheus part probably in 2 days. Probably on Tuesday, I'll drop that where it's a solo video by itself. It won't be the full live stream. The live stream will still be up for what we're doing after the live stream as well. 2 hours, 6 minutes in. Please smash that like button. And if you like what we're talking about, please subscribe to the channel and click the all notification bell. I'm so pumped for this project. It's a sleeping giant, which awakening slowly and surely. That's what I like about it. It's slowly, and a groundswell is happening too. That's why this is going to be beautiful. I'm in Washington and made it work. Big Idol. There we go. Can I call it VPN? Right on. Glad to hear that, because in America, I don't understand why American governments act crazy. You can always go around anything that's man-made. I just don't get this. So VPN it. Crypto King. Looks like a 500 investment to me. There you go, Crypto King. Welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. Thank you so much for being here. $500 investment. You guys should get a hold of a calculator. In some of the crypto videos I've done, I have calculators underneath so you can get an idea of what happens 1 month, 1 week, 1 year, and with what type of investment you need. And then you can break it down. If you save the calculator, then you can put in your own amount. But $500 on a Hector DAO, let me give you guys an example of how I look at this. Hector DAO right now is, let's go look at this. What is it? Where are we at here? What's happening? I don't see the number. Just giving me the runway, 186, Hector price 210, market cap, circulation, banking. All right, I think it was 500,000. Oh, here we go, 625,000. Just so you know, this is what I do. Here's the 3-3, by the way, that somebody keeps asking about. Single stake is 3-3. So that's why I don't understand your question. But anyhow, here's what I do. You go over 2 decimal points. So that's 6,257, right? So a person could put in 500, and as long as the APY stays around 600,000, so I'll do 500 times 6,000. That's $3 million, ladies and gentlemen. And this is why when I say take risk, this is a small risk that you can take. You can put in $500, $300. If this does last with numbers that are similar, let's say it drops to 300%, but right now you're earning the 625,000% APY, so you get a higher boost. So even if it drops down to, let's say, 100,000% APY, you've had these previous boosts that were higher than that, so you're on track. Maybe you won't earn 3 million. Maybe you'll earn 1 million. But who's going to bitch about putting in $500 and earning 500,000? Who's going to bitch about $500 and earning 100,000? Nobody. And you're damn sure not going to bitch if you put in $500 and it turns into $3 million. Come on. So that's why I love about this. Ordinary citizens who don't have much money can invest. And let's just get it real. In case you're new here, you don't know the numbers. If there's only 70% of the United States population does not have $1,000 in the bank account. 7 out of 10 people do not have 1,000 in their bank account. And 60% of United States citizens do not even have $500 in their bank account. So that's why this project, along with a couple of others, if you could put in $300, $400, $500 one time, this could turn into something crazy. But all we're trying to do is, if this thing can last 10 to 12 months, it's life-changing money. That is what's going to happen. And here we go. Mad Rabbit giving the knowledge. Thank you for this. Do your own research, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing project from Thomas Samus. Thank you so much for being here on the Sunday night, Sunday afternoon live stream here in America. All right. RB, Isaac, say yes. Not sure about the interest rate, you say. I believe that may fluctuate. Does the interest rate on state coins stay the same? Not sure. No, they don't. Because the fluctuation on the APY percentage does change. So it always fluctuates because it's based on the bonds, based on staking, based on the stable coins. There's factors that are involved. Are there plans to collaborate with NFT projects such as land purchases, Ramen Z? I think he mentioned the NFTs. They're going to be looking at them. I'm sure they're going to be looking at them because an NFT play means you could actually buy, stake NFTs as well. So that's going to be very interesting. It would be doable. It's like buying Amazon when it was first founded. Exactly. That's what this is. Amazon, Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, any of those. In fact, some of you were alive and well when Tesla, Amazon, and all these guys were under $20 a share in the 2000s, right? When gold was $600 or $700 an ounce, silver was $2 or $3, early 2000s. So it all depends, just like right now. Are you going to invest, take a risk? Because nobody wanted to take a risk at the time. Sure, 10 years later, 15 years later, you go, what were you thinking? But at the time, it was a risk. Companies that were losing money, companies not making money, why would you invest in those? Same thing here. This right here is also a risk with Hector DAO and others. But take a little bit of risk is all you can do right now. And if you believe in it even more, then you're going to put more money in the project. Whole market drop, less of a concern for liquidation than HEC itself dropping market price relative to index. Exactly, Mad Rabbit. Mad Rabbit's been doing some research. RB Evans, no, it doesn't. It's always fluctuating. Exactly. The percentage is always going to fluctuate because there's factors that there's factors. And so that's why it's going to fluctuate. But I always be getting the same interest rates on my wrapped HEC once wrapped as that would be if I were staking my, you're trying to say if you wrap it and it's 12%, will you always get the 12%? I don't think so. It's going to be based on the reward. You're still getting the reward and the reward fluctuates. So in essence, you can't really say it's 12%. This way, my Hector gains is seen as capital gains for taxes and not a source of income. That's when you wrap it, then it turns into, capital gains. Hold it for a year, capital gains would be less. Crypto King, it's just hard as hell to get in. I guess that's what separates millionaires from the chicken hearts. There you go, Crypto King. It's hard as hell to get in. Well, like I said, gate.io, you got a KYC to withdraw. But they're claiming when I put the wallet in there, it says, when I hit the withdraw, it said Phantom Network or ERC20, and it didn't say grayed out like BitTrue does. So it's not grayed out. And KuCoin is still saying service unavailable to withdraw on the Phantom Network. You can withdraw the ERC and fees come out. But yeah, that's what the difference is, Crypto King. And like I was saying when Prometheus was on, the whole thing is, if you could onboard like a normal company, a normal coin or token where you could just go buy it with two, just buy and exchange and then send, these guys would be 5 times, 10 times as big. But the fact you got to jump through hoops is why they're still small, but there's a groundswell of people going, when can I get in? How can I get in? And people are willing to jump through the 5 hoops. They're willing to go buy a place, lose some fees, then go try and bridge it, lose some more fees, then swap it, lose some more fees. And then you still have to stake it and lose minor fees, but nonetheless, you're losing fees. That little bit of $100, $200, $300, $500, $600 you're losing, that would have been millions of dollars if this protocol stays in place for a year. That's why I find it disgusting about ETH fees, BTC fees. They're basically siphoning off our wealth, just like a government does with taxes. All right, Mad Rabbit, 4-4, novel and helpful, not game-changing, nor is Hector Bank, given similarities to be Ohm and Rari, time plus abracadabra. Okay, so here's what I mean, game-changing. Ohm, time, Olympus, anybody else, they don't have their own bank. So as of right now, if you want to borrow on, let's say, time or Ohm or something like that, you got to wrap it. Well, you don't have to, but you can do the whatever, change it into MEM, borrow against the MEM, wrap it, and then borrow against it on another platform, which means this is one of my, I'm going to tell you guys one of my little downfalls that I think could happen. This is why I don't like the wrapping and then putting it on another platform. You do realize, just like a bank, when you give them your money, they have your money. The bank. So when a bank gives you their money, I'm talking about a normal bank, you walk into, you give them $1,000, you just now sign that money to them. If the bank goes out of business, your money's gone, other than, the FDIC, whatever, warranty or guaranteed, right? FDIC guaranteed, whatever. But your money's still gone because they have leveraged it 10 times. So they don't have the money and they can't give everybody their money back, right? The same rules, as far as I'm concerned, applies. When I wrap it, then I take it over to Abracadabra or anybody else, and I give them my wrap token. They have it, as far as I'm concerned, which means if they go out of business, I'm screwed. They could take everybody's. And remember, it's rebasing every 8 hours. So that's very, very valuable when you start thinking about it. So that's why I say game changing, because none of these companies, he says time, no. What I'm saying is, Hector, if they have a Hector DAO and it's a bank, now you are actually on their platform, secured with their stuff, backed by them. They have no interest to jack you. That's my point. With these other guys, they could do whatever they want as far as I'm concerned. I don't know. So that's what I'm trying to say. Hector is running it. Abracadabra is not being ran by time, and Rari, which I'm not familiar with, is not being ran by Olympus. That's the difference. All right. I like Heck, but this Q&A a little shallow and a bit too much pumping. Mad Rabbit, I didn't realize I was pumping, but I was asking questions. Again, that's why we had it open in the question and answers so people could ask. That's how we do it here. I told them before, I said, hey, people are going to be asking questions. I go down, and as long as we can get to them, you get to ask them. I disagree, Eric. Seeing the person's face and knowing their real name and still trusting us. Seeing Danielle S. and hearing his interview was very important. Erkan Ismail, I guess we're going to have to agree to disagree. The point of the matter is, I'm pretty sure you might have made investments in crypto and seen the person's face. It's not 100% guaranteed one way or another, is all I'm trying to say. Just because you see somebody's face doesn't mean the project didn't fail. That's all I'm saying. So the fact of the matter is, just like do your own research, and as normal investors, that could be one of the reasons that you don't want to invest with Hector. That's fair. And that's what makes the difference between what somebody does invest in and what somebody does not invest in. So some people fully believe in Hector. They're willing to put in $100,000. Another person might go, well, I kind of like what they're doing, so I'm going to put in $200. Another person says, well, I don't like that their team isn't known and this, that, and the other. So I'm putting in no money. I'm not going to invest in them until their team comes forward. Well, it's up to you either way. So that's why we can agree to disagree, because I put money in. You may or may not have put money in, and who knows? But it's up to each individual, their investment strategy, and if they're willing to do it. Because again, I akin this to at any place that I worked, and I had to give, they said, hey, Eric, you want your 401k and who are you going to pick to run it? Yeah, you're going to say, Eric, you could look up these people. But when you're doing it, they're going, oh, are you going to get the Vanguard funds? Okay, well, I'm not looking up who's running the Vanguard fund. And even when I look up who's running the Vanguard fund, they show me one guy. And I'm sitting there like, wait a minute. I know this one guy isn't doing all the research. He's not doing everything that gets all their stocks that are, there are 50 stocks in their portfolio. He's not researching each one of these companies. He has a team of people doing it, but you're not going, hey, vet these guys that are doing this stuff. So all I'm saying is it's overrated as far as I'm concerned. And the fact that they took steps for the CERTIC, they did the KYC with the Sure, and they did something else. And by the way, when you're doing a bank or Hector DAO bank, whatever their bank formulation is going to be, that means they have to be vetted by other companies as well. So when they're able to do all this, and remember, when you're able to do tokens and coins, somebody has to be vetted on that too. So it's not just a simple thing like that. So that's all I want to say. So it's up to you. If you don't feel comfortable, no investment. Fair enough. Heck bought me here, but Eric's Energy is having me subscribe. Thank you so much. I want to see you do more interviews. Time Does Crypto. Thank you so much for that, man. I normally don't do too many. And quite frankly, I'm going to tell you why. They won't come because they want these scripted situations. They want a favorable environment because I asked questions that we need to know, or I need to know. And then I allow people in the comment section, and then I'll ask the person being interviewed those questions. So it's an open door, and they don't want to be blindsided with questions or probably haters, or if you've done somebody wrong, you're not going to want to be here because I'm allowing these people, nobody's being blocked. So I'm allowing people to ask questions. So if you don't like that, you can't come on. And that's why a lot of people don't want to come on interviews, because this isn't a closed door where it's just me and them. And then I'm just going to talk to them all about all the good stuff. Sometimes there's bad stuff that needs to be talked about, and they don't want to come on. Can anyone tell me how the questions are being presented on the screen? Oh, Rob Evans. I just go down the list. I don't skip around. I just go down the list as we were doing the interview. There was no rhyme or reason. And unfortunately, he wasn't going to be able to be on for two and a half hours or run the live stream like we do here. Sometimes it could be 3 hours. And I know we had another scheduled AMA somewhere. So that's how we got to do it. So that's how it was going. Plus, the questions I was asking was just based on a little form that I had here that I wrote down, some questions I wanted answered and some other things that weren't on this form that I was asking him personally. Time Does Crypto, same. I came for heck, but stand for Eric's Energy. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hab, exactly, dog. You hit the nail on the head, dog. Track progress and don't invest on feelings. There you go. That's what I'm saying. Because we never know. You can invest in anything. It doesn't mean I made tons of investments over my life, and I'll tell you, most of them have failed. 8 have failed, 6 have failed, 5 have failed. They failed. You're going to run into things that fail when you're an investor. And that's why if everybody watches Shark Tank, haven't you asked yourself, why are billionaires sitting on a panel to invest in other companies that are risky? That's because your company can get outpaced any day. You're competing against other people, other companies. Just because you're top dog in your business today doesn't mean you're going to be top dog 5 years from now. The biggest one everybody knows about is Blockbuster. They were top dog. Blockbuster was presented with buying Netflix. Blockbuster laughed them out saying, wait a minute, what? Seriously? You're going to ship DVDs in the mail to people? They have to wait 3 or 4 days, and you think that's going to work? Yeah, we want $700 million. Blockbuster was laughing. Well, They just went on about their business and made it happen. Now, guess who's laughing? Because Blockbuster was on the other side of the fence. And they were like, now people are like, who's going to a store to go get DVDs, go watch them, and then go take them back? Who would do something like that now, right? But back then, Blockbuster thought Netflix was a joke. Not going to happen. Okay, you guys got to understand, there is no way to know what the situation is going to be a year from now, 3 years from now, no matter what you invest in. So don't invest in feelings. Yep, heck, dip is in the line with the index equals no concerns. Exactly, Mad Rabbit. Exactly, it's no concerns. And my thing is, we're getting rebases and earning some more heck based on the dip price anyhow. So what's the difference? I don't have no concerns. Reality Spirit with the melons, on goods with the melons. Avoid Binance regarding USDT problems, already questions, but not addressed fully. Yeah, I don't know about Binance because I don't use Binance. I have no reason to use Binance. I only use Binance when I'm outside the United States because I actually have Binance, the real one. I don't have Binance.us. I'm just saying. So, but nonetheless, USDT is always a problem. Nobody knows what's going on. Quite frankly, USDT is only for swapping and exchanging and getting all of it into some other coin that you want to have it in. It's not to hold, in my opinion. XRP Ledger, Sologenic, DEX, maybe. Jason Kinsella, welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. Thank you so much for being here. All right. Inability to list on SEX. Binance highlights the need for all crypto to move to DEX. Mad Rabbit, exactly. Exactly. I want it to be like the old days where I could just send somebody some money, kind of, and then they say, here's your heck, man. Here's your 100 heck. Here's your 50 heck, whatever the case may be. Here's your heck. Get on with it already. We don't need to go with this new era stuff where we're sitting here trying to swap, bridge, do all that. Crazy. Not Tether bonds. Tether effect on whole crypto and how heck can actually be bullish when Tether eventually fails given its treasury composition. There you go, Mad Rabbit. Mad Rabbit, man, sounds like a developer of some sort on goods. Crypto King, he has a cool name. Crypto King. Yeah, he does. Prometheus. Thank you, great AMA. Ramin Z, thank you so much. Thank you here for your support and being here. Good on you for being proactive, Prometheus. Makes heck on the top of DAOs. Exactly, Mad Rabbit. That's the way I look at it. That's the way I look at it. Amen. We saw what happened this week with Snow Dog. Do investors have any recourse if something unfortunate were to happen with Hector? Does the founder's KYC help in any way? Amen. It's an investment. Let's just put it to you this way. Crypto, if something happens in crypto, you're pretty much done. I don't know of anybody doing anything other than the government steps in, freezes all the funds, and then usually the government keeps the funds, or they'll say, we're going to give you pennies on the dollar for what you invested. Those are your only recourses. So basically, as an investor, you have to invest based on you're doing your own research. You have to believe in investing. Do you buy a stock? You believe in the company. That's the question. Too many people are playing the numbers game going, well, I invest $10,000. I could have $10 million next year. You're not saying I'm investing in it because I like the project. I like what they're doing. You're just looking at the numbers. That is not the way to invest, ladies and gentlemen. You can do that occasionally if that's money you have to lose. But if you don't want to lose your money, all you can do is not invest. That's basically play safe. And if you're not compounding or earning interest on your money or making money while you're sleeping, then you're just going to have to work until you die. That's all there is to it. You're not going to be able to outpace inflation. I have friends of mine who retired officially from their jobs from 30 plus years. They do have $1 million. Okay, they retired last year. Guess what, though? Over the last year, what they could have bought before, now it costs 25 to 35% more. So now that $1 million can only buy $750,000 of what they could have bought last year. So you see, as time goes on, due to inflation, you're going to have to do something with your money. You can't let it sit there. So you're going to have to make an investment, whether it's in stocks, whether it's in real estate, gold, silver, or another business for that matter. You can invest in businesses, but they're all a risk. So it's up to you what you want to invest in. All right. Thomas Samus says, thank you. Timeless travel with the melons again. Wonderful. And thank you, Prometheus, Reality Spirit. Thank you so much for saying that. I miss it. Brian P., welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. Yes, you missed Prometheus was in the house, but all you got to do is start it over and check it out. And anybody seeing this after, you will also see, you can go get the replay now, or I'm going to splice it up to where just Prometheus was on. I'm going to drop that as a single video on Tuesday. So you guys can see it just that way, just for when he's on. Subbed, Big Idol. Thank you so much for subbing. I appreciate it. On Goods. Got the eyes. Whoa, Twisted Vortex. Yes, you can. Thank you so much for being here on the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. Twisted Vortex. Synapse Protocol is the way to, if you are looking to bridge the FTM. Yeah, I don't want to bridge. I just want to exchange and be done with it. Or better yet, buy heck, be done with it. That's it. If we can get there, we're good. Curtis Davis, hello all. Welcome to the SSN Nation afternoon live stream. He has the icon next to his name, which means he's a member of the channel. Thank you so much for being here, Mr. Financial. Pat Murphy, it's too hard to buy. Yes, Pat Murphy, as of right now, it's too hard to buy, but it's not. What if you can go to gate.io, buy FTM, withdraw the FTM on the Phantom Network to your MetaMask? That's not too easy, is it? I think it is too easy. That's where you need to go. That's where you need to get your money on gate.io, but I can't remember. I haven't been able to use it yet. I just KYC'd the other day. I think they're going to let me withdraw in 48 hours. In order to withdraw, I had to KYC. So I'm going to find out if I can, because then I'll be investing more into the heck. I can't see giving up hundreds of dollars with the swapping and the bridging when that hundreds of dollars, if they are able to do this 186-day runway, 6 months, keep up this 600,000, 500,000, 400,000 APY percentages, that $200 or $300 is like millions of dollars, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you guys don't understand. That's why I'm appalled, because ordinary citizens who are trying to get into this, who don't have a lot of money, they can't absorb $120 fees, $85 fees, because it's on the Ethereum network. It's just stupid. How to sell after bridge. Can sell without bridge. You can sell without bridge. You don't need a bridge to sell, because you're just going to change it back into FTM. FTMs are on almost all exchanges. All right. Curtis Davis, DAO 1000's APY. Exactly. That's what we're doing here. All right. Any news on when Heck Borrow and Heck Lend is coming? Jim Core. Yes, there is. The news is when they do the Hector Bank, and he said in the next 12 days, Hector Bank is probably going to be out. I find that amazing. That is going to be shocking. I find that another game-changing situation. In-house borrowing and lending. All I can see from that is, because think about this. Right now, when you have time, and I think you can go to Abracadabra with the W memo, right? And you can borrow MEMS against it, and then, or actually there's several places, but nonetheless, you can borrow and then go back in and stake. But if it's Hector DAO Bank, it kind of makes sense that you'll be able to borrow on the platform, and then what you borrow, stake. That is a one-step process versus going to another finance or exchange or farm or whatever and doing it and then having to swap or bridge or send it again. That's crazy. That's why I think Hector DAO, that's when it's coming, my man, in the next 12 days, Jim Core. Thank you so much for being here and asking the question, Jim Core. The Hector Bank is launching in 12 to 13 days. She already beat me to it. I believe that's she. Timeless Travel, thank you so much for answering that question. And thank you so much, everybody, for being here. All right. Good to know. Exactly, Jim Core. Timeless Travel. The more the community bonds, that helps the sustainability of the APY. Exactly. It's all based on bonding and staking, all have an effect on the APY. Twisted Vortex, how do I use that to bridge Phantom Token, says Pat Murphy. Chili Davis, yes, bonding and staking, 4,000 APY. Yes, it's more than 4,000 because if you bond and stake using the 4.4, you're also getting the rebase whenever you're staking because it's bonding and then staking. Set it and forget it. It's the best of both worlds. That's why you have to seriously consider the bonding and staking. But the thing is, there's one thing that has to be said. The percentage for the bonding has to be higher than the staking. That's the thing right there, right? Because otherwise you might as well just stake. So they always have to, it's going to be adjusted possibly on a daily basis. Maybe I missed it. Can someone please tell me where to find the Discord group? Leah Dennis, down below in the description is the Discord group link and the invite. I might even have the Stop Struggling Now link down there for a Discord group as well. I figured it's time I do that. Hopefully that's it. Leah Dennis, go to the Hector website, scroll down. The left side of the screen below is all their socials. There's one other option. At the HectorDAO.com website. There you go. What if I use Coin Mixer before cash out? Tayera Yam, unfortunately, I'm not familiar with Coin Mixer, so I can't help you out at all. Eric, dropping gems. Thank you so much, Curtis Davis. I appreciate that. Maybe cash out to precious metals. Tayera Yam, I do not suggest cashing out to precious metals. All right. There's a reason I say that, because it's very hard to be involved with these DAOs who are rebasing, giving you rewards every 8 hours, then go buy precious metals that you buy, you convert it into a precious metal that basically just sits there like a brick. It's a black hole. It earns nothing while your money is in it. And that's very hard to switch from something that's earning rewards every 8 hours to something that earns nothing. And there's no way to improve your position. What I mean by that is gold, silver, and precious metals are actually being manipulated. All right. There is no way on this planet gold should be $1,800 an ounce and silver should be $23 an ounce. No way. Because it's based on inflation. So if you take inflation from 1980, where you could buy gold and silver for, let's say, $3, and then you put in the inflation for the last 40 years, even if inflation was 2% annually, which it's never, not, the government lies, but start putting in real numbers like 7%, 10%, 15% over 40 years. Silver should be over $1,000 an ounce. Gold should be something like $30,000 or $40,000 an ounce. And since they're not, that just means whoever bought gold and silver 10 years ago, the best case scenario that happened for you is you're almost broke even with gold. And with silver, you pretty much almost doubled your money. And over the last 10 years, if you'd have put your money in gold and silver and all it turns into is double your money, and you didn't put your money in the stock market, which you would have, who knows, 5 times, 10 times, 1,000 times your money, that's my point. You don't know what's going to happen. So in order to take it out and put it into something that earns nothing, and never mind about gold and silver, you should have a little bit. Very small amount is my opinion. Gold and silver stackers believe different things. They want to always invest in that. But you got to have a very small amount, but it earns you nothing. I just have a hard time putting your money into something that earns nothing, like a bank account, like gold, silver, precious metals. They earn nothing. So each year, each month, 15% one month is inflation, 7% another month of inflation. You're losing money if your money's earning nothing. All right, hopefully that explains that. Let's see. I think I skipped it down. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Timeless. Much appreciated. No problem at all, Leah Dennis. Can we get the lowdown on opening accounts in overseas banks without the U.S. citizen issue? No, James Way. That's not how it works. James Way. Welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream with the icon next to your name, which means it's a member of the channel. Thank you so much. 2 hours, 39 minutes in. Please smash the like button, ladies and gentlemen. And if you like what we're talking about, subscribe to the channel and click the all notification bell. And don't miss tomorrow night live stream on Monday, otherwise known as the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. Very exciting. All right. It's not that easy. Here's the thing. You go overseas. If you're in Europe, you go overseas and you say, hey, I want to open a bank account. Oh, ho, ho, how much you got? What's going on? We need you to sign all these papers. You're a U.S. citizen, right? Yep. Give me all my stuff. You're going to have to sign stuff away. They're in direct league with the United States government. Now, let's say you go to, I don't know, Ukraine, and you say, I want to open a bank account. They go, yeah, right on. Here's my passport. Here's my stuff. 30 minutes, I'm out. Why? They don't have a banking relationship with the United States, for instance. So when I go to the Dominican Republic, I want to open up a bank account. I have not done this yet. Next time I go, I'm opening a bank account. I'll be in there 30, 45 minutes, maybe even an hour, because they are not associated with the United States banking system. You go to countries, Belize, for instance, not affiliated with the United States banking system. Simple. Okay, I'm just giving you guys a couple of things to think about. 600,000% APY, exactly. Daniel Whitehouse, welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream, who we had Hector DAO. That's right, Prometheus was on as a special guest. And yes, today it shows over 600,000 APY. Woo, makes my head spin. And with this, it's too good to be true. So therefore, you should invest accordingly. It really is too good to be true, but you got to give these guys credit. They're giving us information to help us think about investing with them. Bullish. I'm very bullish. Aliva, Heck, HEC, exactly. Ashwin Phillips. When will WS Heck be added to the coin market cap? I don't know. Unfortunately, I didn't see that. They just dropped it yesterday. So I don't know if wraps are going to be on coin market cap just like that. I think it would probably take at least 4 or 5 days. So I would expect it Wednesday to Sunday or Monday of next week to be on there. Zimny 21, what you think, guys? Price of Hector will be Zimny 21. There's no way to know. And thank you so much for being here on the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. I appreciate it. Pat Murphy, and then APY tanks. There you go. Okay, let's get things straight. Don't be a deer in the headlights here. This is not Dorothy in Wonderland. All right? 600,000% APY. Even if it went to 1 million, there is no way this is sustainable. All right? That's why you need to pay attention to the runway number. Right now, it's 186 days is the runway number. That doesn't mean it's going to stay at 600% APY for 186 days. That just means for 186 days, you're still going to have rebates. You're still going to be able to have the bonding and staking. Okay? So it's going to drop. It is just not possible unless you keep having a groundswell of people bond and stake. Bond and stake. That would keep it going at a high rate. And when they do the Hector DAO, it's going to help out because now when you have borrowing and lending, that actually is a two-way street as well. And that'll help you maintain high APY percentages, but maybe not 600. Maybe it'll be 50,000. Maybe it'll be 1,000. But the fact of the matter is, as long as you are earning any APY percentage and you're giving you rewards every 8 hours, your money's working for you. That's all you can ask for as an investor, making money while you sleep. So there you go. The APY is going to tank. Just count on it. You just don't know when. As it shows right now, it looks like they're going to be able to do this for a few months. And while it is this high for a few months, it's best for you to be in. And at the same time, coin price does have an effect on your profits. If the coin price goes down, it doesn't really matter what the APY percentage is, because your rebase is going to be based on, once you cash out, that coin price. So keep that in mind. The Heck calculator is available in the Telegram also. Oh, thank you so much, Timeless Travel. I didn't know there was a calculator. That's very cool. I love it that you are going through the comments and commenting on them. Thank you again, RB Evans. I appreciate that. Pat Murphy, it won't be anything close to that from month 9 to 12. Yeah, Pat Murphy, I kind of agree with you. Here's what I mean, let's just go with a thesis. Let's just go with the guess. Here's my guess. Here's what's going to end up happening. When these guys make it, well, whoever makes it easy to buy HEC and get into the platform, that's the day when there's going to be a bunch of people probably staking, and the APY will start dropping at a rapid, if it's 600,000, it'll be 400, then 400 to 200, and then down to 100, and then down to, 998 or whatever. Then, that's what I think is going to happen. 30,000. That's what I think is going to happen at 912. But at 9-12 months, all the rebasing, all the staking, all the bond staking that you've been doing, it's been a big groundswell. So you have a lot of heck. So now, let's just say for the sake of arguments, the price of the coin goes up. So you're swapping the heck, right, into fiat, let's say. You still should have a nice sum of money after 9 months. And actually now, Timeless Travel says there's a calculator. So now you can actually go find out by putting in different numbers and see what happens if it's 50,000 APY at month 9 or 12. But if we can maintain this 400, 500, 600 for 1 month, which is coming up, they might be able to do it for 1 month. They're going to be able to do it because there's a supply and demand. There's demand for people to get into this. So just count on this. It's still going to happen for at least 2 months, 3 months, I predict. Not saying I'm going to be right, but that's my prediction. I think the first 3 months, you're going to be fine with these high APYs. All right. How to buy in other. I got videos on other DAOs that you can check out, like the Wonderland Time. I'll say they're top dogs. Olympus, they're good. Klima, good. So far, they're all working. FTM, not working. Aliva, you mean FTM on KuCoin? Yeah, you can't cash out. There's everybody wants FTM right now. So the liquidity's drying up. Let's face facts. That's what you need for heck, right? So everybody and their grandma is trying to get FTM on the Phantom network so they can get HEC. Liquidity is a problem because there's just way too many things happening. Pat Murphy, have you looked at the docs about how they are trying to keep APY up? If the bonds stay going and people keep doing it, that supports the treasury and allows APY to stay higher. Exactly, Timeless Travel. But again, it's a correlation between a few things. You have to have the demand. So like she says, you have to have people bonding. You're still going to have people staking. So that's why the 4-4 was ingenious, because now you have the bonding on, you have people bonding and it's a set it and forget it. So keep in mind, you have 100 people bonding, let's say $1,000 each. That's bonded. It's in there. The staking is secondary, but also the staking isn't leaving the platform either. That's what I love about this. And when they do the Hector Bank, it'll all be in-house as well. So all the money is actually in the same treasury, but different departments, let's call it. All right. 7 out of 10 people do not have $1,000 in the bank. Exactly. Chili Davis, otherwise known as Mr. Financial, has his own YouTube channel. So check him out. Hector NFT cards are on roadmap for next year and beyond section. Thank you so much. The NFT. Again, we don't know where that's leading, but once again, people, if that's going to be part of Hector, you're going to be investing in NFTs. Again, that's a one-time payment unless you sell it. So again, that's going to be on their platform. That's also going to be a way to keep money in the coffers, the treasury. I need to get in, Brian P. Tell me about it, man. We need to get in. You got to get in. All right. You already know we're in. But here's the thing. Gate.io is your simplest way. But again, I got to make a video after I KYC to make sure I can withdraw on the Phantom Network. Other people, I went around the internet looking around. There are a couple of people that have said they did use Gate.io. So I'm going to see for myself, and then I'll do a video on it. But right now, it says on the withdrawal, you don't even have to be, well, you got to log in and then click on withdrawals and then click on FTM and then look at the wallet, and you'll see Phantom Network pops up, and it's not grayed out saying there's an issue. So I'm assuming all is good until liquidity dries up. It could have already dried up because I've been talking about Gate.io. Even on the Discord group, I told people you can do Gate.io. Professor Auntie Val's in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation afternoon live stream. A surprise with Prometheus on the live stream, answering questions. Good evening, fam. Good evening to you too, with the strength, with the hearts, and the strength in the house. All right. Savvy Crypto, welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. Do I need to wrap once and the next rewards got wrapped automatically? That is exactly right. You wrap on Hector DAO, not on some other website, but either way, once you wrap it, you are still earning the rewards every 8 hours. You do not lose that. That's why once you wrap it, don't do what a lot of people are going to do. They're going to go borrow. They're going to deposit their wrapped staked HEC. They're going to deposit that as collateral into some sort of lending, which is fine. And then some people are going to go overboard and take out 50%, 60 or 70%. Don't do that if you're going to go for the borrowing, because somebody, that protocol, that platform, if they liquidate you, they have your wrap, which now means they are getting the rebase every 8 hours. You don't want to give it up. That's very valuable. Where else can you imagine putting your money in a bank? Let's call it $1,000. And the bank goes, hey, you know what? We have this new program. We're going to give you some money every 8 hours on what you have in here. And then tomorrow, whatever you have that you earned on the first 8 hour, we're going to give you interest on that the next 8 hour, and the next 8 hour interest on top of that, interest on top of that in compound. Can you imagine somebody going, hey, I'm going to take it, I'm going to wrap this up, and I'm going to go take it to another bank, and I'm going to get a loan against it as collateral? Can you imagine doing that in real life? That would be crazy. You wouldn't do that. You would be like, give me my money every 8 hours. Why do I need to borrow against it? Okay, I want to borrow because I'm just going to take that money and stake it so I can earn more money from borrowed money that I have to pay 0% interest on. I like that. That works. That's a strategy. But you only want to do 10%, 12%, 15%. You don't want to go overboard. Coin prices do drop 20, 30, 40, 50% in crypto. There are flash crashes, and your crypto will be taken, liquidated. So you don't want to give anybody that rebase, those every 8 hours rebases. So wrap it. And once you wrap it, it automatically earns rebases. You don't have to do anything else. All right. The centralized exchanges are also on the roadmap for the fourth quarter. Fourth quarter is now. So maybe you're talking about fourth quarter 2022. That'd be too long. Rubik.exchange and Yoshi.exchange is on the map. Timeless travel, yes, but the APY won't be anything close to what it is now in month 10, 11, 12, when most of the compounding happens, maybe more like 1,000. Yeah. Pat Murphy, I agree with you. I just agree with you totally. I just don't know what the number will be. whether it's 50,000, whether it's 20,000, whether it's 500%, it's not relevant. What is relevant is the first 9 months is relevant. If they can maintain these hundreds of thousands APY, then everybody will have mission accomplished who got in now. Everybody who gets in like 5 months from now, mission won't be accomplished if the APY goes down, because if it goes down to that 1,000, let's say APY percentage, mission won't be accomplished for them. But everybody who got in and was able to stay in for 9 months and let the rebases work, and other people came and bonded and staked, we're good with Hector DAO. So that's all that really matters. Check back. What's 9 months from now? What is that? September, July. It's probably around July, right? Yeah, check back July. And if the APY is in the hundreds of thousands, then we're all winners. Because even $500 will be 5 figures at that point. So you'd all be winners. All right. So we're going to find out next year. Correction. Fourth quarter next year. Okay. Yeah, that's too long. The groundswell is already here. You have so many people curious about Hector that the longer that it's not easy for people to invest, the longer that they take their money and invest in other protocols. So there's a fine line between coming out gangbusters and then all of a sudden you can't get people in fast enough. And then they say, well, it's too hard. I'll just go do this other project because all I have to do is buy it at one place, send it to another, swap it, and stake. See, there's already protocols you can do that. And that's why those protocols are higher with a cap value as these guys are, because it's easier to get in. Is it like the Square coin? Brian P., I don't know what Square coin is, unfortunately. Maybe somebody else does. Isaac Say, thank you for clarifying my Wrapped Hector questions. You're welcome, Isaac Say. Thank you so much for asking them. That's what you guys have to understand. This is what we do here in the SSN Nation. We allow people to ask questions, because even if you don't understand, keep asking a different way. Other people will chime in too, because we have investors here. We have entrepreneurs here. We have business owners here. You just will get the answer. And I don't mind. Keep going. And anybody can always send me a message at eric@stopstrugglingnow.com. And here's what I'm going to do right now. I did number 1 and number 2, SSN Lifestyle. How about number 3? Will Craw 88. Most of the time when you see the person's face, it's not really the brains behind the brand anyways. Will Craw. That's what I'm trying to say. Exactly, well said. That's what I say. All right, so I'm going to throw in number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah, we don't stop here. Check it out, SSN Lifestyle. This is another brand that we have. SSNLifestyle.com is coming out. It's in pre-launch right now.
Come on, come on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Have to have a little interludes every now and then because we have new people here, don't understand what we do. And if you like what we're talking about, please subscribe to the channel and then click the all notification bell, because, you know, YouTube doesn't like when there's a no guru zone. We don't charge for courses. We don't charge for anything, but we're still SSN University, SSN Academy, SSN Nation. All right. We know who ran Enron, exactly, RB Evans. And we're very familiar with Bernie Madoff. See how that worked out. Exactly my points. Exactly. Had the reputations and all. Yeah, we were CEOs of this. We were presidents of that. We were on the board of SEC trustees and this, that, and the other. Yet Still jacked. All right, Brian, I need some heck. Brian P, tell me about it. Like I said, go to gate.io, sign up, get KYC because you're going to have to give your ID. At least that's a place that all you have to do is send FTM there, swap your, and then you can, well, there's a bunch of things. USDT, exchange it into FTM. FTM now can be withdrawn to your MetaMask. And once you do that, you can stake the HEC. Simple, man. Oh, I forgot. I missed a step. We missed the, we got to swap the FTM into HEC, right? So you got to do that. Swap the sushi using Sushi Swap. All right. And you're done. So that's it. That's the easiest route because the bridging and the swap, that could be easy too, but that requires Binance and the Rubik's Exchange and all that works. I haven't tried those yet, but we'll see how it turns out. And I wanted to say, I can't remember who that was. Damn it. RB Evans, number 396,659 billion. There we go. Blockbuster. Exactly. Right. The faces mean nothing. Go join the community and actually see the communication and transparency. I will say I've never seen a team so active into their community. Let that be part of your DOI. Exactly. That's what's part of my DY. In fact, do your own due diligence. That's exactly one of the reasons why I like certain projects, because the owners or the people running the place, they actually come out and tell you what they're doing. Then they do it. Then they tell you what they're doing or can't get done. Then they're just transparent about what they're doing. That helps out a lot. And so I don't know what people want and what the face means. So then all you're going to do is go look and say, hey, they did this project, that project, or whatever. You're not going to care about that. Nobody, let me, this thing about this doxing is crazy. Let me talk to you. You guys know who Jeff Bezos is. You know who, the guy that owns the Mavericks. All right. Mark Cuban. You know who, Microsoft guy is, Gates. What you don't know is you guys see their face, right? So this cracks me up. You see their face. But did any of you guys know, or did you care or care now that Gates' mom is like on the board of IBM? Does that matter? I think it matters. She's on the board of IBM saying, hey, check out my son's project that he's doing. You think you might want to give a little investment? And mind you, she's not making $100,000 a year neither. All right, this is crazy. The guy that runs Amazon, Bezos. Sure, I know. Everybody's parents have $250,000, $300,000 just to give their kid to go try and run a shop.com business. Sure, they do. You see, people, I don't understand what the face has to do with it. And did you know that Bezos actually worked on Wall Street? It's not like the dude made chump change, but people didn't believe in Amazon, even though they saw his face when he came up with that. And he failed in previous businesses. So therefore, just because you saw his face doesn't mean people invested in Amazon, because people didn't. His stocks used to be $2. They used to be $4. And all he was selling books. But he made it. There's other people who didn't make it. Okay, so a face to a project doesn't matter. Somebody mentioned Madoff before. Somebody mentioned the guys from Enron. You knew who they all were. That didn't matter. Everybody knows people all the time. You fail. That's just the way it is, ladies and gentlemen. Do you think the APY curve will follow a similar pattern to that of Ohm? 510 Brand Oakland. Welcome to the SSN Nation afternoon live stream. Thank you so much for being here and asking the question. I don't know. It's hard to predict what's going to happen. You know why? Ohm, Olympus, Wonderland, Hector DAO, all three of them do different things. They don't do the same thing. None of them have 4-4 except for Hector DAO. None of them are going to have a bank except Hector DAO, or Hector DAO, as people say. So therefore, they're not even the same. And the protocol is not the same. Even though they're a fork of Ohm, they've changed some of the software. So therefore, it's their own now. And that's why they're able to give a higher percentage. And I hate to say this right now, but Ohm is what are they, number one or number two? But either way, they're giving out 7%, 7,000 APY, 8,000 APY, something like that. So here we have another another DAO that's giving people 600,000 APY. I'm like, there's almost like a no-brainer. And they are using Certic to get an audit on their contract as of right now. So we're going to know something, or they'll know something in about 10 to 12 days. And they're going to change anything that they need to change. But they are earning, what is that, 80 times the APY from Ohm? So your money's churning a lot faster and a lot more under Hector DAO. Granted, Ohm Olympus has been around longer, so people trust that and believe that more, but you are giving up a huge, substantial payday by not doing your research and seeing if Hector's worth your money. That's the difference. Olympus is worth your money, but is Hector worth your money? That's the question, right? That's the reason. I don't know what's going to happen with the APY. I can guess. The more one, okay, let's put it this way. Let's say, for the sake of argument, everybody signed up with Gate.io. Gate.io is liquid enough to do everybody's FTM to the FTM network. What's going to happen is there's going to be a hell of a lot more people bonding, doing the 4-4. There's going to be a bunch of people staking. And when the Hector Bank comes out, a bunch of people are going to be involved with that. All of that will keep up their over 500, over 400, over 300% APY. But for how long? Right? Because you'll have an influx of people. And the way that their team is, they're going to have enough people that keep promoting it. And it's going to be like one big old fat balloon. And more people are going to come into that space. So I think their runway of 6 months is reasonable. The runway of 9 or 10 months, having 600% APY or 500, I don't think so. Great live, Eric. Thank you so much. Joshua Felder, the man responsible for the Hector DAO mention in one of our live streams. And from there, the rest has been history. I am about to retire from a government job that pays in PERS. Not SS. I'm going to take a one-time payout and roll it into iTrust in BTC. Okay. I trust in the BTC. I got you. Hopefully that's a PERS. And I have to admit, I would have to be just like you. I would not leave my PERS money in there. That is a ticking time bomb. There's not enough jobs. All pension funds are Ponzi schemes. Social Security, Ponzi scheme. You always need more people to pay in, because a lot of people don't realize if you have a pension fund or any retirement fund, they have increases due to cost of living. So even if it's 3% a year, they still need new people working to pay that 3% increase into the fund. And if you have less employees, which is what a lot of companies have now, you don't have enough employees to pay into the fund to pay all the retirees. And retirees are living longer. Why? You eat better food. You work out. That's the way things started in the 80s. People work out a little more. They eat better foods. They have better health care. And the next thing you know, they're retiring. Yeah, okay, 65, 67. But they're living to 85, 90. Now you have to pay pensions for 25, 30 years. That the system wasn't designed for that. So that's why there's going to be a problem. So I would not leave my money. I would take a one-time payout and control all my money. That is the play. I like that, RB Evans. I agree with that. Not taking the chance of USD tanking or dying before I get a decent payout. I trust would at least go to my kids. There you go, RB Evans. That's why I like that maneuvering. He said it exactly right. If you believe the dollar, which they can print up out of thin air, it's losing value, ladies and gentlemen. Just go. You got to Stay with SSN Nation. I give you guys these facts every now and then. I have videos where I actually go back and show you the value has dropped 90. I can't remember the number now, but it's in the 92% of a dollar value since 1930. All right. That's how much it's dropped. So in other words, this is why when somebody made, let's call it $50 a month in 1930, they could pay their rent, go down and get groceries for a month, pay all your bills, and still have $25 left over. Now you understand, here we are almost 100 years later. And if somebody told you you can do all that with $50, you would be like, what planet are you from? Because we all know you're better have a couple $1,000s if you're trying to do that. All right. At least, even in the worst areas of the United States, you're going to need a couple thousand to pay all your bills, electricities and whatever else, cars and all that. You're going to need at least that. And that means you're probably going to have to borrow some money on top. All right. Anyhow, enough with that, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing how the SSN Nation is now listening. Love it when a plan works out. That's right. Joshua Felder. Gotta love it when the plan comes together. Gold and silver. I don't have 50 years to double my money. Pat Murphy, I agree. Hey, that's what I keep saying. One of my favorite stackers made a comment or made a video actually. And the video was based on why don't millennials invest in gold and silver? And I said, well, millennials, I don't know the age bracket, but let's just say they were born in 1995 or 2000. So if they were born in that time frame and 2008 and 9 happened, they saw their parents, a lot of the people going through pain who lost their homes and saw the banks getting bailed out and didn't help their parents. And then from 2010 or 2011 up until now, there's crypto where they know if they would have bought Bitcoin in 2015 when it was $30 or $20 or whatever, and now they know it's 50, 60,000, 30,000. Are you seriously going to put your money in gold and silver? Of course, no millennial would do some crazy nonsense like that. And they've seen the stock market go to record highs from 2010 up until 2022, all-time highs. And you're going to put your money in gold and silver versus crypto or stocks? I don't think so. So therefore, you do have to diversify. But that is one of those things. We don't have time to sit here and go, hey, you know what? It cost me 15% more to buy the exact same thing. So I know I'm going to put my money into something that earns me nothing. Just like my bank account earns you nothing. So why would you put money in a bank? It makes zero sense, right? All right. Enough beat up on this gold, silver. All I will ever say about gold, silver, precious metals, you do need a little bit of it. What I mean is 5%, 6%, 7% of your portfolio is what I believe. A gold stacker will say 15%. I say 5, 6, 7%, but I need some brass, bullets. I need weapons. I need a stash of food. That's it. And long as I have crypto and we have electricity and a computer, I have what I need. All right. Stocks is good too. But again, everything goes up, everything goes down. I, the beat maker, welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. Now it's going into the evening. Great energy. For those that think that heck is too hard to buy, is working till 70 easier. Working till 70 easier. Exactly. I know one thing. If I have one chance to change my life, I'll take it. I tried working and it didn't work. I beat maker. Again, I brought up Mark Cuban before. He says it most famously on Shark Tank. I don't care how many failures there are. All I need is one win. That's all you need. That is very true, ladies and gentlemen. Just one win. Broadcast.com, I believe, is what he sold for over $1 billion. He worked on other projects that failed, but that one win got him $1 billion. And from there, he was able to blossom that into all kinds of things. Mavs owner. He also owns, he enters the crypto area as well, But you can go see Mark Cuban's companies. I believe it's under markcubancompanies.com. You can go see what he has, but he's the one that always said, all you need is one. All you need is one. And we actually have a few. Not only is Hector DAO doing it, but there's other DAOs out here that if they are able to last 1 year and a person put in $1,000, you will either have hundreds of thousands or be in the million if these guys are able to pull off this mathematical equation. Because I keep saying this, and a lot of people don't understand why I say it. It's a mathematical equation. The geeks win. You guys know how I feel about this. I call the mathematical, those guys, those geniuses who are awkward in humans' life when they're interacting with other people. They're the ones that study, have the glasses on, have the little projector in the pocket, all these little things, right? And mostly people stay away from them except other geeks. Those guys rule the world ultimately because they come up with these innovations. And these DAOs are basic mathematical equations. It's based on a formula. So if the formula can still keep repeating over and over again, that means the outcome, the APY percentage, can keep repeating itself. Same thing. It's no different. So if these things can actually last a year, they are going to change. Millions of people are going to be millionaires. And in case you're new here and you don't know the numbers, there are only 58 million millionaires in the world. You heard me. That's it. And by the way, one of them lives up the street from you. Oh, yeah. Because you know why? Most millionaires, on average, their home is only $425,000. That's right. They're not out here buying $1 million homes, $3 million homes. They're not out here buying Lambos. No, ladies and gentlemen, millionaires most of the time make their money work for them. You go out and buy those stupid items, you get stupid prizes. Now you understand. Don't do that. You make your money work for you any way necessary. That is your goal. That's the only way that you can be like Beatmaker saying. You don't want to be 70 years old and still working. You want to be able to do whatever you want to do a lot sooner. I'm not saying you want to be 25 and all of a sudden, you're already there. It's going to take steps. It might take 10, 15, 20 years, but as long as you keep doing something where you're making money while you're sleeping, and then you keep stacking it in another business that makes money while you're sleeping, that helps out greatly. That's what you want. And that's why Professor Val, as we know her here, says, I agree, at It the Beatmaker. Exactly. Al, what's more beneficial to protocol, staking or bonding? Al, here's the situation. The answer is both could be good. Here's some pros and cons. Let's go with Hector DAO. They have 4-4. That's a set and then forget it. So that's bonding and staking. You don't even have to do anything because what your rewards is based on SHEC. Soon as they give you the SHEC, it's earning the rewards every 8 hours. So that's the most beautiful thing that they came up with. That's what I'm going to be doing when I'm able to get my HEC into MetaMask. And I'm going to bond. Actually, I don't even have to get HEC. I can get USDC, MEM, or USDC, MEM, or I'm missing one, DAI, D-A-I, I believe. Those are the ones we can bond. But anyhow, I'm going to bond also and stake, but I'm going to bond with the 4-4. And the thing is this. You have to remember your bonding, it's 4 days. There's an interest rate for those 4 days, the reward rate for 4 days. At the end of those 4 days, you get your SHEC. The rate fluctuates. So as long as the rate is higher than staking, then it makes sense to bond using the 4-4. Or bond straight out if the bond rate is higher than the 9 or 10 or 12%. The fact of the matter is, though, when bonding goes below the staking 5-day ROI, now it makes no sense to bond. The traditional bond, you're going to have to claim, forget the 4-4, we'll go with the bond, okay? When you bond and you get your reward at the end of 4 or 5 days, you have to claim and restake manually. If you do not then each day that you didn't claim and restake means you miss out on the rebase every 8 hours. So that's one of the drawbacks on the bonds. You have to be diligent. Versus the new 4.4 on Hector DAO, that does it automatically, so you don't have to do it. So basically, at the end of 4 days, you might want to look and make sure that the bond rate is still above the staking rate. That's all I would suggest on that. All right, Pat Murphy, I recall in 1980 when gold hit 1,200. Seems like a bad joke today. Exactly, RB Evans. People bought at 1,200 back then. Then it dropped down from 1980s to roughly 2008 below that number. Then in 2008-9, it went back up to what, 1900, 2000. Then it dropped from 2012 until about what, 2019, dropped under 1,200. And then it was hovering around 800, 900, 1,200 this whole time. And then now today it's back to 1,800. So he's proven exactly what I'm saying. 1980, 1,200. Here it is 40 years later. If you would have had that in a black hole, all you got is 1,800 now, $600. You lost out to inflation a long time ago on that black bag of rocks. All right. Okay. Staking is more beneficial. Shah Jalal. Staking is not more beneficial. It depends on what you're talking about. At the moment, the Hector DAO 4.4, the bonding and staking is more beneficial. Let me see what he's referring to. Maybe, yeah, see what he's talking. Okay, let me put it on the screen because he has a point. He has a very good point. See, if you bond, see this here? It's only 10.9%, 10.6, 9.6, 9. That's not good. That's not good at all. Because look at this here. So when this comes up, if it comes up, right? Okay, look, this is 5 days, and we're talking about 11%. So the same 5 days on SHEC is 12%. So it makes no sense to bond, in my opinion, because again, I have to redeem the stake. When they give me my HEC, I have to go in and redeem that, claim it, and then stake it in order to get the same percentage. Actually, this is below, so it makes no sense to bond. He is correct. But now you go to here. Now this is a different ball game because now we're at 13%, which is above the staking number, and they're giving us SHEC in return, so we don't have to swap. So here's the numbers. ROI 10%, 4 days, 9.6% rebase includes, because during the 4 days, you're getting the every 8 hour rebase on the SHEC. So they're giving that to you to boot. So that's beautiful. All right, we answered that question. But and there's two ways that Shah Jalal is right. If the bonding, the normal bonding that I just showed, not the bond and staking, not the 4.4, but the normal bonding, if it's earning less than the staking for the same 5 days, then clearly the bonding is not working. That's not the way to go. You should be going to the staking. And to give credit to the Hector DAO team, they understood this because of their high APY percentage. They understood that the odds of them being able to bond at higher than 12%, 13% was going to be a challenge. So when they came up with the 4x4, where the bonding and staking, now you have bonding, which automatically goes into the SHEC, which helps the protocol. So now they can give a little bit higher bonding numbers. Think about it. It's mathematical, ladies and gentlemen. So they're figuring out a mathematical equation that's working. Who will want to get into when APY is less than 1,000? It won't be attractive any longer. Pat Murphy. There you go. That's exactly right. But here's the question. Are you going to wait? Are you going to guess when the 1,000 APY is going to happen? So in other words, if somebody put in $1,000 last month, guess what happened? Their 1,000 is more than 2,000 now. It's around 2,500, $3,000. So is it worth that extra $2,000 profits to do it now? Or are you going to wait around for 7, 8, 9 months and say, see, I told you it was going to be 1,000 APY. And so I'm just going to sit there and go, yes, we did discuss that in November, at the end of November. But I invested in Hector DAO. And by the way, the little bit of money I put in there, it's worth 50,000, 100,000. So to me, that's really worth more than 1,000 APY, right? So that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. It's going to be 1,000 APY. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be. It could be. But it also could be 50,000 APY. It could also be 100,000 APY. So I'm not willing to give up those gains that are happening right now for a future that we don't know. Because again, Hector DAO Bank, that's a game changer. The 4x4, game changer. They might be able to sustain these numbers for a lot longer than any of the other protocols. But I have a feeling the other protocols are probably going to do the 4x4, because that means they get a treasury that's going to rise higher and higher all the time as long as their percentage can stay higher. And since their percentages aren't as high as Hector's, that means their bond percentage can be lower than Hector's. So they could actually be better themselves. So you have to think about that way. But again, I'm willing to invest right now because I don't want to give up this. Well, when I started, it was only 357,000 APY. So the fact that it went up to 640 something APY, I don't know if that's just going to be for right now today, but the fact of the matter is the coin price went up and the APY percentage went up. And they still haven't even broke out into the main arena, so to speak. Remember, I'm very bullish on this because it's not easy to buy HEC. It's not easy to buy FTM and get it on the Phantom Network. None of that's easy right now. Imagine in a month or two when it's so easy, just like everybody else, that we can do Wonderland Time and everybody else in Olympus, and even Klima's easier. Imagine getting as easy as those guys. All I see is an influx of millions of dollars. That's all I see. And especially when people start posting out their gains, because remember, they've only been out like 3 weeks. Wait till a month comes up where people are like, hey man, I only invested $5,000, but my $5,000 made is now worth 15. Imagine what's going to happen. So keep all those in mind. But I agree with you that the APY from a mathematical standpoint should come down, because you're not going to have that many people bonding and even maybe doing the 4-4 as you will right now. So I do believe that. It is called 3-3 in the game theory. There we go, Shah Jalal. Thank you so much for mentioning that. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the game theory, but yeah, I don't know about if that's the 3-3. I thought it was the 1-1. I thought 3-3 was the staking. That's what I thought 3-3 was. But bonding I thought was 1-1. But anyhow, either way, it makes sense. If bonds are below the 5 days for staking, then why would you invest in bonds? RPM Evans, before my time, exactly. That's how it has to be. All right, both bonding and staking are beneficial for the health of the DAO. There you go, RB Evans. That's exactly right. Depends on what's going on in the market. There are times that staking is better and times when bonding is better. For the APY to stay up higher, the bonding is instrumental. That's right. Timeless Travel said it best. She keeps saying it. Bonding is better. She keeps saying it. And that's why I keep saying bonding and staking, the 4-4 is going to be huge. So it all depends on how many people and what the bond rates are, because you're going to have this imbalance. If the bond rate, let's say for the sake of argument, bonds went down to 3%. Just what basically happens in the United States government with the US dollar, and their bond interest rates have been dropping. Who would want to buy a bond that's a 10-year bond and they're going to give you 1.5%? That's a ludicrous idea. So therefore, nobody's going to, well, I shouldn't say nobody. Some people still do it, but that's not good for the economy, because now you're not giving out enough interest. So if bonds do the same thing in the Hector DAO, goes down to, let's say, 3%, and staking is 10%, nobody's going to put their money in a bond. So therefore, the APY percentage has to start dropping. That's generally how it works, just like Timeless Travel is saying. Auntie Val, good afternoon from Joshua Felder. Good evening, Joshua Felder. Both have the icons. That means they're members of the SSN Nation Stop Struggling Now channel. 3 hours, 29 minutes in. Oh my, we got to have to wrap this up here shortly. Please smash the like button, ladies and gentlemen, if you're still here. And if you like what we're talking about, please subscribe to the channel and click the all notification bell. Man, I didn't realize how time flew. So who will get in 5 months from now? What would be the point? Pat Murphy. Pat Murphy. Pat Murphy. I'm just going to tell you right now, what you were saying, all DAOs operate under the same mathematical equation. They're forks of Ohm, generally. Forks of these protocols that are already out. All of the protocols would go down in the APY. So therefore, I don't know if that's going to matter as much when all of them have done the same thing, and the only one that has 4.4 is Hector DAO. These other guys are basing their mathematical equation on bonding and staking separately. So they're all going to go down. And your question right here, Pat Murphy, I'm going to tell you once again. In fact, here's what we do. I'm going to show you something right here. Okay? United, I'm gonna do this. Well, sorry guys, I knew I'd eventually do it. I'm sorry about that. I hit the wrong button, but here's what we're going to do. Let's go check out the USA Treasury bonds, right? Hopefully I have my, hopefully I have this on. Let's see. I messed up. All right, let's see. We've got mic on. We're good. Okay, so I'm going to bring up the Treasury bonds. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something. You keep asking what's going to happen, right? You keep asking. Check this out. I shouldn't have went here, but it's all right. Here, I'll do here I'll go CNBC. There we go. All right. So ask yourself something. This is going to be the US Treasury bonds. Look at this. Look at this. So let me ask yourself, you think anybody invest in these 6 month, 3 month, 2 year, 7 year? How about this 20-year here for 1.89? 1.891% somebody's buying US Treasuries bonds. You think somebody's buying these? Here's the UK, 0.6, 0.4, 0.8. German, negative rates. But yet, somebody's buying these, aren't they? Funny thing. Here we go. Funny thing. Oh, China buys U.S. Treasury bonds. We knew that. Is the world holding down U.S. Treasury bonds? Here we go. This is just an article off the top. This is what we do here, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes I go to the screen since it's live. You guys got to understand. So you get an idea. When somebody has a certain way of thinking, sometimes you have to start going, who in their right mind would give anything into 1,000 APY? Well, ask yourself, who's giving money at 2.3% for 10 years? Who's giving yourself these ridiculous low yields, 25 years? Oh, yeah, I'll get 1.89% on my money for 25 years. That's crazy. 10-year treasury yields as high as 3.6%. Who's going to invest in this? Well, guess what? People are. 80 billion a month of treasury purchases, likely to persist through this year at least. So again, I keep telling you, Pat Murphy, it doesn't matter. Somebody's going to invest because they want yield on their money. Everything is not linear. Just because you think it may not be worthwhile, there's other people out here who have a family trust, offshore banking, other reasons to lock a money in and accept 2% on their money because they need a percentage on their money regardless. They don't necessarily need 10, 20, 50, 100% on their money or 1,000. So you keep saying who's going to do it. People will do it if there's a reason that it makes sense to them. If inflation or hyperinflation hits, people are going to be very happy to accept 1,000 APY. Very happy. All right. Just letting you know that's how it works. All right. Hopefully that answers your question. Dale S. Wrapping doesn't matter for taxes when you have a bank account in Belize. There you go. There you go. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Good evening, SSN fam. Moses Tillman's in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon, which is now Sunday evening live stream. Thank you so much for being here. Good evening. He has his tagline somewhere, I know, Brian P. Squid Game Crypto. Forget about the SG Crypto. They're not giving me enough interest on my money. Moses Tillman brought in his tagline. Let's get it. Thank you so much. Special edition Sunday afternoon. That's right. We had Prometheus here, the hardest working man in crypto. He left our live stream. I'm sure he had another AMA or some questions and answer series to handle, but thank him so much. An hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes. We ran with Prometheus. I will have a replay up on Tuesday, specifically for Prometheus interview only. The live stream, well, that stays up indefinitely. So you'll get after the live stream on this 3-hour and 36-minute live stream. Please smash the like button, ladies and gentlemen. I have to go back and replay the Sunday special. Thank you so much, Moses Tillman. I appreciate it. Mike F. What do I do after I wrap my heck? How do I get 4x4? Okay, Mike F. Staking and bonding, or staking and the 4x4 are separate. So you can wrap your HEC. All right. That's all you have to do. There's nothing else. You're still earning the rebates every 8 hours. It's on the website. You can wrap it. That's it. You don't have to do anything. Bonding, the 4-4, you have to have USDC, DAI, USDC, DAI, and God dog it, I told him the 3. MIM. You have to have MIM. You have to have any of those 3 to bond. And the 4-4. So the stake, though, the rewards come out as SHEC, which is beautiful. That's a beautiful thing, right? And it's set it and forget it. You receive the reward in SHEC, and then the bonding stays there. You receive SHEC again. The rates do fluctuate. So hopefully that helps you out. So you have to have USDC, DAI, MIM on the Phantom Network, and those 3 bond. So let me go back and I'll show you what I mean. Let's see if I have the bonds showing. We'll go back in, go check it out. Yeah. So see, here you are, MIM, USDC, DAI. You have to have those on the Phantom Network. Every 4 days, you receive SHEC in the 4-4. The bonding, the 1-1 is the old-fashioned. Now I have to call it old-fashioned. That's the old-fashioned way, but where it's just bonding only. But now in the 4-4, you receive SHEC, and it rolls for you. You don't have to do anything at that, but you have to have MIM, USDC, or DAI. So hopefully that answers your question. and you understand what I'm talking about at that point. All right. Let's see. Silverman Fox is in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation afternoon live edition. We had Prometheus here. He has the icon next to his name, just like Moses Tillman, which means he's a member of the Stop Struggling Now YouTube channel. He says, I'm here. I'm glad to hear that. Professor Val, guys, do we really care that Satoshi Nakamoto is or was, or the fact that BTC is worth thousands? Keep the focus and do your own research. Professor Val, bringing it up. Exactly. Nobody even cared who, well, people care for some reason, but nonetheless, I'm still buying it. I would care less who the man is. Doesn't matter. I agree with that totally. We don't care. Michael Gola, how do you add to already wrapped HEC? If you stake HEC, will it automatically get added to the wrapped HEC? Yes. It automatically gets, you have to stake the HEC. It turns into SHEC. So you're already earning those rewards. That's how it works. So no worries. Although your question, I don't know the answer to. I believe your question is more like, I've wrapped it. If you've wrapped all of your HEC or SHEC, then you're going to be earning the rewards. So if you stake more SHEC, that is the question. I don't know if that staking is separate or not. It should actually be added to your wrap, but I don't know. I don't know. You're going to have to go to the Discord group and ask. The link is down below in the description for the Hector Discord group, the Hector Twitter, all down below in the description. But very good questions. I believe Prometheus answered that question during the live stream. So everybody else in the replay, or go check it out somewhere during the hour and 20 minutes, he actually answers that question. Just looked again. The listing on centralized exchanges are Q4 2021. There we go. I don't know what centralized exchanges they mean, because Yoshi and Rubik, I don't know if that's what they're referring to. All right. It the beat maker. If you're not sure about investing in something, you can always invest just $50 to $100 in it and forget about it. It's not a lot, but it could return a lot in the long term. It the beat maker, exactly what I talk about here. I say you got 20. It's like going to the casino. Some people are like $50. I put in a slot machine. That's it. I'm good. Other people are like $10,000. I'm willing to win or lose. It all depends on you. But he made a very valid point. I say it all the time. In this protocol, $100 could be 4 figures, 5 figures, 6 figures if these guys are successful. So that's why I have a problem with the fees. When they're talking about switching and bridging and we're using ETH and all that, that $100, $150, $200 that you had taken out, that could be worth millions of dollars if Hector is able to do this for a year. That's why I have a problem with it. And I agree with this statement. Put in $50, put in 100, put in 200. And it's set it and forget it. Go on about your business. And then open your thing back up July of 2022. It's that simple. Eric dropping facts about government pensions, underfunded, people living until 99 years old. Dr. Bird, a.k.a. Mr. Cold Facts. Thank you so much. That's right. Mr. Cold Hard Facts in the house. Mr. Financial, I appreciate that. R.B. Evans. My mother used to say a penny earned is a penny saved. In 65, when I was 10, I could buy a small piece of chocolate for 2 cents. That's right. If I had that 2 cents saved till now, well, you see the yeah. That's funny. Yeah, that 2 cents saved since 1965. That's funny right there. 60 years later, damn near. Yeah, that 2 cents would be worth maybe $300 or something. That's funny stuff right there. It's Sunday and Pastor Bird is preaching. Moses Tillman, thank you. Lance, did someone just post, do we really care who creates Bitcoin? Yeah, of course we do. And once it comes out, BTC is going to 3K. Lance, cut it out. Oh, Lance. I disagree. I think everybody's operated on that. We don't care who Satoshi Nakamoto is at this point. BTC is actually a fork. So, and then and then there's forks of BTC, and there's forks of Ethereum, and there's forks of all. I don't think anybody cares who's running the show on these. They're going off on their own little tangents. Oh man, yes, Mark Cuban broadcast.com in the early 1990s. All right, why would work for money when they keeping printing it? Exactly. It's only makes sense to let money work for you. I agree with this. This is why crypto is being attacked, because the powers that be are not winning anymore. Exactly. And in fact, there's more to them not winning. It's more to people. Look, hold on. Let me pull this up real quick again. Look at this right here, ladies and gentlemen. Treasury balance. Treasury balance. Oh, hold on. I don't have it. What happened? Treasury. What did I do here? Treasury. Oh, I was in the 3-3. Here we go. Treasury balance. 63 million. $63 million without Hector DAO or any of the other DAOs. That would translate into hundreds of millions of dollars would be in our banks, in the financial systems, in the stock market. It would be there for these guys to play with your money, right? So that's why what Joshua Felder's alluding to is all this money is no longer going to the traditional places that get to use our money and screw us out of what we rightfully should have. They play with the money and give themselves $20 million bonuses to their CEOs and board of executives. It's craziness. And now you have protocols that are mathematical equations that allow everybody who's investing in to reap the rewards. They don't want that. If there's only 58 million people on the planet that are millionaires, if any of these DAOs that came out works, not only is that 58 million going to be dwarfed, there's going to be roughly half of the millionaires minted next year if these DAOs are able to work for 12 months. There'll be 20, 30 million millionaires off of crypto alone in the next months off of these DAO projects, if they are able to last. But you know the powers that be, they're trying to figure out how to alleviate these guys of their hundreds of millions of dollars. That's what they're doing as we speak. They don't want ordinary citizens to have money like this or have the potential to make money without going through them. Professor Val, it's not the powers that be are not winning. It's that they don't want us to win. Exactly, Professor Auntie Val, playing in their sandbox, as it were. That's exactly what I was going on the rant about. Thank you so much for mentioning that. That's exactly right. That's what the point is. They don't want us to win. That's it. Bond and stake 4% per day. I like that. Why not? I like that a lot. Good evening, Mr. Davis. All right. Victor Marrero's still in the house, although you're getting staked heck when bonding 4-4. The risk you have is if the coin goes down in price at the end of 4 days, then you won't get your initial investment. I have to think about that. Oh, yeah. Okay. So you're bonding. I'll use an example. So are you saying, Victor Marrero, we're bonding at 75? No, wait, hold on. We bond. The coin price is 7,500, but because we're bonding, we're locked at a 7,300 price. You're saying if the price of the coin goes to 7,000, is that what you're trying to say? Actually, I don't think that's it, because when you bond, you lock in the price. So it's based on the bond price that day. So it'd be 7,331, let's say. That's when I'm earning my 12 or 13% on. So the price of the coin doesn't matter until the next round comes up. Then I'm going to earn less because the price is less. Yes, I agree with that. All right, let's say, okay, question. When we bond, we receive a discount on HEC for bonding. Then we receive rewards at 10%. Are those rewards a discount, or are they addition to the discount for the HEC purchase? I think it's on the discount. And then you're earning the rebase. That's why the rebase of the 9.65% also comes into play. So therein lies that little, well, what's the difference between $200, math wizards? That's the real question, right? So the question is, let's do it this way. 10% on 7,500, right? 750. 10% on 730 is 730. $20. That's it. That's not a major difference to me. When we're talking about, that's only what, 730 versus $20. So I don't mind that little fluctuation, but I understand Marrero's maybe talking about, and RB Evans maybe talking about, what if coin price drops to 6,000? That's where the situation comes a little dicey. But then again, I don't know if it matters if it drops to 6,000. We're still earning rebase. You're still earning percentage based on that. But yes, it is a lower price, but you're still earning interest. It's almost like strong block. A lot of people may not know what strong block is, but if you buy 10 coins and the 10 coins are $500 a coin, that meant you had to buy the 10 coins at $5,500. They're giving you 1/10 of the price, but if the price drops to $300, you're still getting 1/10 of the price, but you're getting, instead of $50 a day, you're getting $30 a day. So the money you invested, you still have a return on your investment. You may not like that the coin price went down, but we're still earning $30 a day on our investment, times 30, $900 a month on your investment. I think that is still a win-win. So I don't find it as a derogatory thing, even if the coin prices go down, which, let's face it, it could happen. Could happen. Auntie Val, can't wait for the sandbox to die. I'm sick of playing tennis with them. Hey, Joshua Felder, I hear you. I hear you. There's other things in the background that is actually, the financial system is skewed for different people. And so depending on your economic level, you have to do things differently than other people who are in the top 10%, let's say. So it is unfair. And you're going to live, and also think about this, people are able to live in better neighborhoods, be able to have better health cares. There's different things that happen in the economic environment in a capitalist society. A country that should have health care for all, like, oh, I don't know, Australia. I don't know, like Canada. I don't know, like UK. I don't know. What the? All developed nations have health care for all their citizens because they have the money to do it. United States, for some reason, we can't help you. But we don't mind, spending $700, $800 trillion every 10 years on the military industrial complex. But just because our citizens aren't healthy, who cares? Come on, man. This is craziness. All right. Hello, everyone. Coach Reese, welcome to the SSN Nation afternoon live stream. Thank you so much for being here in the house. Hello to you. Thank you so much for being here. You could say the USD coin is the biggest scam coin out there. It is. It will be. They had to figure out a way in order for you to stop giving your money to the BTCs, the Ethereums, the FTMs. They're trying to get that money back, ladies and gentlemen. Hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars are in crypto. That used to be in the financial system, that they were using your money. That's why they call us dumb investors, because stock market, you're giving them your money. The bank, you're giving them your money. You work at a job, you're giving it to the 401k plan. All of these guys are the top 10%, top 1% in the country in all financial institutions. You go buy insurance, they own the insurance companies. Same thing. They are like, hold on, this crypto thing, we can't control. We can't steal their money. We can't take it. So we don't want them to be able to go that route. There we go. Overtaker, 10 times my money. I accept. Exactly, Overtaker. That's what I'm saying. Thank you so much for being here in the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. Exactly what I'm saying. I'm not going to bitch when I put in $1,000 and 3 months later, I look in there and it says, hey, you have $10,000. Do I really care if the APY is going to be whatever 10 months from now? Hell no. It's up to me at this point to say, you know what? I think I need to take out a little profit. Maybe I want to take out a little profit. Take out a couple thousand, because at this point it's going to earn that back, because we're now starting in the 8,000 base. Yeah. So there's always things you can do. Happy to be here. Ray R, nice to see you again. Thank you so much for being here in the SSN Nation and on the afternoon live stream. And everybody who came late, we have a Monday night live stream every Monday at 8:50 p.m. We do evening time. We call it SSN Nation Money Making Mondays. And in case you think this is a guru, we don't sell courses here. We give out information that you can use with your own money. I don't want your money. Okay? That's not how this works here in the SSN Nation. You need your money to make investments so you make money while you sleep. We talk about investments that make you money while you sleep on Monday nights. We give you the tools, we give you information, and then you have the choice to do it. Happy to be here. Like button, people. Like button. Thank you so much, Rhea R. I appreciate that. Even 500% is a steal. I'll take it. That's what I'm saying, Joshua Felder. Whoever invested already in Olympus, Time, and even Hector DAO, you guys know that the coin prices 3 to 4 weeks ago were lower. The coin price increased, which now means the value of your rebase has increased. You've already know some people have gotten 10 times their value already on some of these platforms. The question is, are you going to take a little bit of your money out? That's the question. Are you going to let it ride? Be greedy. I say, again, take out a little bit of money just so you have your investments back. And some people turn this into their own pension fund. Some people are like sitting here, yeah, I'll take that $400 or $500 per month, leave a little bit in there and turn it into like a wage, making your money work for you like you were a top 1%er. That's what you want to be, financially free, right? Well, make your money work for you where you don't have to earn it. You're doing good. I'll take 5 times my money. Joshua Felder, I agree. That's why when it came to the stock market a few months ago, last year, when we were talking about it, 2020 in March, and we were telling everybody, get your, the NEOs, the EVs, get the charge points, get all these stocks. Done in Dave and Buster's. I'm standing in front when Dave and Buster's $6 or $7 a share, saying, don't you think it's a good time to get this? People were like, what are you talking about? It's crazy out here. Well, you 600%, 700%, 1,000% on your money. A year later, why would I be greedy? I think it's time for me to take some profits. There's nothing wrong with that, because what goes up must come down. It's always going to come down. You just don't know when. So why not take profits? So that's why I had to go on a selling spree for some stocks, because I was like, I'm 700%, 1,000% in less than 1 year. Come on now. Why be greedy? Hi, XXMP26XX. Welcome to the SSN Nation live stream. I appreciate you being here. Hello to you too. RB Evan, thanks for your energy. Subscribed and looking forward to more of the same. Thank you so much, RB Evans. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the longest live stream, impromptu live stream, because we don't do Sunday night live streams or Sunday afternoon live streams. So I'm going to go to number 4, the SSN Lifestyle number 4 branded video. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Number 4. Where is number 4? Okay. Off to the islands. Let's check it out. This is something else we're doing. right, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, SSN Lifestyle is something I've come up with. We're trying to help ordinary citizens, and that's what the next project and phase is. That's ssnlifestyle.com. All right, let's see what else. Is there a calculator somewhere to calculate potential future rewards? Taman, thank you so much for mentioning that. You have to go to the Telegram group. I might have the link down below in the description. I'm not sure if I added it before the live stream, but if I don't, find the Hector DAO Telegram group, and they have a calculator there. All right. And after this live stream, I'm going to add it. So whoever sees this in a replay, it'll be down below in the description where you can actually get that calculator. All right. So hopefully that helps out. That's what I did and threw in 30. There we go. That's all it takes, because I'm going to tell you right now. Let's go to the numbers. Let's go to the numbers, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out. Let's go to the numbers. Let's go to the dashboard. What is the what was the interest rate? 647,000%, right? So just so you guys understand, basically what I do is I do a little mathematical equation. And this is all based on if it stays the same. It's not based on anything else. It's not going to stay the same. But let's say that $30, and then you take 2 decimal points off and you times it by 6,450. Ladies and gentlemen, that ends up $193,000 if they were able to stay in the 600,000 range. 6 figures off of $30. This is what I'm trying to tell you. So even if they go down to 100,000, let's say, but he's gaining money, he's earning rebates and rewards on the higher APY right now. So that's what you want right now. But even if we went down to 1,000 and time that by $30, that's still $30,000. So again, I mean, I'm sorry, not 1,000 APY. I'm talking about 100,000 APY. And that's still going to get them $30,000 in a year. There's nowhere else you can do that unless you're in the illegal business, the drug business. Let's get real here, ladies and gentlemen. You got to be in the illegal business to turn $30 into $30,000 in a year. Come on now. Mr. Murphy, doesn't matter when you get now or next month. Just do it. Silverman Fox, I agree. But everybody has their own investment ideas and the way they invest. So that's why he's concerned about later on when it drops to a lower percentage rate. I'm worried about if they go out of business, period. I don't really care if it drops, because right now I'm earning rebates on today's number. This last 12 hours, they've been over 600,000% APY because people are bonding and staking or using the 4-4. So that means the APY is going to stay in this range. If it stays in this range, which it has for the last 3 to 4 weeks, that means if somebody says, hey, Eric, the average is going to be 300,000 APY, I'll take 300,000 APY. $1,000 and a 300,000 for 11 months is going to be almost $3 million. It'll be at least $2 million. Nobody's going to care. Timeless travel. Exactly. It's a win-win situation. Exactly. Ragav Sagar, welcome to the SSN Nation afternoon live stream. Is the future of DeFi 3.0? I agree with you on that. Damn, my typos are insane. Oh, well, you get the message. Exactly. Yelling from the mountaintops. Buy DAO or BTC or Time, DAO or Olympus or Wonderland. Exactly. Any one will do. And in fact, some people would consider it diversify. I know Marrero, he's like, we diversify. Strong Block, Hector, Olympus, Klima, Wonderland. Nothing wrong with diversification, ladies and gentlemen, because just like any other business, there's going to be winners and there's going to be losers. Just no way around it. So there's nothing wrong with being diversified. And if you're diversified with the top 5 projects, that's a good place to be. Frogadelic Research Group, welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. The masses will join us when we get to DeFi 10.0. That's how it always works. We know how this goes. 9 out of 10 people don't care. After you tell them, they walk off. After things blow up, then they go, why didn't I get into it? And then you remind them, I told you about that 5 years ago. I told you about that 3 years ago. Unfortunately, this is what it costs now. And now the upside you don't get to be involved in. There's something to be said for investing early. This is why we talk about pre-construction real estate investing. Downtown Miami, Tulum, Mexico, Belize, the Philippines. You lock in today's prices while they're building the project. 3 years from now, 2 years from now, it costs more to build that same project. And because the cost of goods and services went up, your unit has increased in price. What can we do with an increased price of an asset? Now you can borrow against that increased price of the asset and then go buy more assets. That's why if you're going to take money out of your crypto, you don't have to take it and use it personally. You should reinvest it into something else in crypto that you think is worth investing. Make your money continue to work for you, and you won't be getting in when it's DeFi 10.0. The millionaires have already been made. If you have Heck wrapped, can you add more money to it when it is wrapped? Yeah, Brian P, I can't, I don't know the answer to that. Go to the Discord group. In fact, Prometheus probably answered that when we were on the live stream, but I'm not for sure. To me, it would make sense if I have it wrapped, then I add more Heck. I think the wrapped Heck turns into WS Heck. The new Heck, when it rewards, is going to be S Heck. So I think they're going to be separate personally. I don't see how, because the other one's not wrapped. It wasn't included in the wrap. So I don't know, but that's what I'm thinking. All right. Thank you for being genuine. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's what we try to do here, because I like that you said I invested 30. I'm like, that's what I'm trying to say, people. You don't have to go out here and believe anything. But what you should do is, on a Friday night, most people who are out from their job on a Friday or Saturday, or even during the week, you go to lunch, you're spending 20, 30 bucks. You go over here and go party on Friday and Saturday nights, you spend more than 30 bucks. Hell, gas in a car is more than 30 bucks during a week. So I'm just like, you seriously not going to consider putting in 50 or 100 bucks to find out where this is going to lead? It's like, all I know is you would have doubled your money just being in Hector DAO the last 2 to 3 weeks. Your money would have already doubled. So is that good enough for you? Take out the 50 bucks that you doubled and then leave the remaining 50 bucks on there and quit crying? That's what I would do. If you feel like it's a high risk for you, just take out the 50 and leave the 50 in there and let it ride. Come on. Think smart out here, ladies and gentlemen. Only education at the SSN Academy. That's exactly right. Only. And again, he's going to mention it, and it's free. That's what we do here. It's totally free, ladies and gentlemen. There will never be anything down below talking about, can you send me some, what does these guys do down below? Send Bitcoin, BTC, or come to our Telegram group, or come here, and none of that. All right. You can ask questions, whether it's down below in the comment section. I answer all those after the videos. Whether you send me an email at eric@stopstrugglingnow.com, I still take time out, answer the questions. It doesn't matter. If you're on our Facebook group or page, I answer questions. It does not matter. All right. So down below in the description, get your free, I don't know if I have it down there. Get your free stocks from Robinhood and Webull if you invest in stocks and haven't yet. Get your free $10 from Bitcoin. Free $10 of Bitcoin from Coinbase down below in the description. Those are the freebies if you haven't done it already. All right, CFG Properties LLC, welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. Hector DAO. All DAOs are extremely dangerous. Exactly. Make it a gambling play, as you don't want to end up like Snow Dog. Thank you so much for mentioning that once again, because here we talk about risk. There's always a risk in any investment. There is no one thing that's going to be 100%. So therefore, you should only put in what you are willing to lose. That's it. So I will point out, like XXMP 26XX said, he says, I just put in 30 bucks. because he understands the power of this. It doesn't take much. I don't blame anybody. If you want to put in 30 bucks, 40 bucks, 20 bucks, if you can get anything in there, whether it's even 10 bucks, if they are able to do what they're supposed to do, that 10 bucks could be 6 figures if this holds up for 360 days, 300 days. Their runway right now with Hector is 186 days. Olympus and Wonderland, their runways are 300 days or more. One of them is 400 days, which means it's a full year. So literally everybody in both or one of those protocols who invested like $1,000, $1,500 or more should all have 7 figures in their account in 1 year. So we're going to find out. This is all new frontier, but it would be so awesome if they're able to pull this off. And I think they will, because I believe more and more people are going to find out about this after Christmas. And they're going to say, because these things started, and then people are going to start saying, hey, I got $20,000 over the last 3 months out of this program. And people are going to go, 20,000, how much you put in? People are going to go, well, I put in like 2 or 3 grand, 5 grand, 4 grand, whatever. People are going to take notice. And that's just going to add more people into the mix. Supply and demand. But yes, they're all dangerous. Exactly. Unknown chartered territory. Passive income. That's exactly right. Know when to take profits for yourself. Keep doing that until your initial investment is taken out. Then the rest is the house money. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Money management. Especially stressed here. Money management. You don't want to get rid of all your bankroll. Gary White's in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon, now evening live stream. He has the icon next to his name. Thank you so much for being here. Good evening, SSN family. His tagline, let's get it while we can. I love the additional while we can. That's the name of the game, because let's face facts, ladies and gentlemen. Things go up, things go down. New projects come, new projects fold. You just never know what's going to happen over the course of 6 months to a year, and especially with unknown chartered territory. These DAOs are unknown chartered territories, although it's working on a mathematical equation, which I like. Now, this rug pull by Snowdog and the Snowbank fiasco, you already know that's going to happen, because all these people, after they see what Olympus and Time is doing, they look at their market caps, they're like, whoa, we can do something here. We can take people's money, because this is now common to put in something into these type of programs. Well, there's going to be unscrupulous people. It happens. It's millions of dollars at stake here, ladies and gentlemen. So don't be shy, but that's all the more reason why you should do your research. Do your own due diligence. All right. Thank you so much, Gary White, for being in the house. Very nice to see you. Also, commercial real estate, especially if you put money, profits into opportunity zones, that's not taxed for 10 years. Timeless travel, then mention real estate. Once again, she's got it right. Opportunity zones is a major play, because you get tax deferment. Okay? 10 years. No taxes, just like the big boys. You know, when Amazon goes in to build a place and then they say, well, we'll give you some of these places free land. Oh, by the way, you don't have to pay any taxes for 25 years because you're going to bring allegedly 5,000 jobs. That's the same thing in an opportunity zone. You're bringing in the investment into the opportunity zone. They say, we're waiving your taxes for 10 years. And that's why in the opportunity zone, property values go up greatly. But anyhow, that's the real estate talk. We might talk about that at another time. All right. I voted 80K to 90K in heck over the past week. I YOLO'd. There we go. I can't blame you. I can't blame you. Harry P., welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. I YOLO'd. Congratulations. Congratulations, man. Now, I'm hoping, so everybody wins. We're hoping this lasts 9 months, 10 months, because that's all I look for. I just want 9 or 10 months. I don't want the 12. I want 9 or 10 months. I want people to sit there and look in their account and go, should I take out this 500,000? Should I take out 100,000? That's what I want people to do at the 9 and 10 month level. That's going to be a thing. if they last that long in several of these DAOs, you're going to have to make that decision when you see 6 figures in there. You're going to have to sit there and go, am I going to leave this in here for another 3 or 4 months? Or am I going to take this 300,000, 500, 700? Because if you wait the extra 10th month, 11th month, and 12th month, those numbers could then be 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Are you going to have the balls to wait when you see 500, 700, 900,000 in your account? That's the real question. But that's a nice situation to be in, but you have to start now. Join late. Can you give us a brief description of what the topic is? There's no topic. Basically, we had the guest on today, Hector DAO. Prometheus was on. He went over the first hour and 20 minutes, was on the live stream, so you can watch the replay for him. After that, the last 2 hours, we've been going down the comment section, answering questions, trying to talk with people. The topic can be anything you want, but right now it's about crypto. We've delved into a little bonds. I've talked about pre-construction with real estate and why the differences, and we can talk about anything else that you like. It's an open forum here in SSN Nation for every live stream. So again, the topic is crypto generally, but we talk about everything. V-Man 42424, RB Evans, that 9% rebase reward is in addition to the bond discount. That is correct. That is correct, because the rebase would have been happening over the last the other 4 days while you have it locked. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, when you're bonding, whether it's the 1-1 bond or the 3 or the 4-4, you're locked for those 4 days or 5 days, depending on which one it is. But you're locked. So it's not like the first day, let's say, and then the next day you see that they changed the rate and it was 13%, but now it's down to, let's say, 1%. You can't redeem. All right. You're locked. So every time you're locked. That's all. Just remember that with the bonds. Okay. All right. When you add the two together, you get the 4-day ROI. Exactly. 4-4. That's the one you want. It's beautiful. We are talking about Hector DAO and real estate. There we go. Thanks. All right. I got in at week 1 after launch, roughly 79 per heck. See, this is what I'm talking about. Joshua Felder came in and told us about it. I believe it was on the Facebook group. Check this out. It was $27. And then I tried to get in, and then we had to jump through hoops. Ladies and gentlemen, talk about hoops. It was hoops. You had to bridge. You had to swap. You had to do all kind of stuff. So generally, while I was trying to do all this stuff, losing ETH fees because I was wrong. I didn't know I was supposed to wait overnight for a bridge. I thought after 2 hours, 3 hours, it didn't go through. So I canceled it. So I was like, and then I find out later, oh yeah, you might have had to wait 12 hours. I was like, this is ridiculous. And I lost fees. I was like, forget about it. Then when KuCoin came out about a week and a half later, then I was able to I was doing the promo, I was doing the video, I was able to take it out, but that was only a couple $100. Not even 180, 190 bucks, because I was demonstrating it. So I was like, oh, I can go back in and add some USDT over to KuCoin, and then I'll be able to get some more. No, they shut it off. And then after that, we were back to all these hoops and fees. I was like, forget about that. Until I can just buy it, just like right now, gate.io. If I can get my money over there and I'm going to withdraw it on the Phantom Network, the FTM, that's what I'm doing. I'm adding some more through that platform. I'm not doing the bridging and staking and losing hundreds of dollars, because those hundreds of dollars are worth $1 million next year. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but every $100 you give up to these fees, you just gave up $1 million if the protocols work. That's all I'm saying. All right. I can wait another week or 2. That's all I'm saying. Take profits, just be mindful, and know what you want work towards that. Evaluate your portfolios and have your strategy. Yes, when you invest, you already have a strategy going in for whatever investment. It doesn't matter if it's stocks, it doesn't matter if it's real estate, it doesn't matter if it's crypto. You already know going in what you plan to do, and you have to stick with that. Oh, here we go again. Brian P., have you tried VVS Finance? Okay, you keep mentioning the VVS finance. No, I have not even delved into it because of the Hector DAO, and I knew the live stream was coming up, so I was delving more into what was going on with them. So I'm going to have to talk about VVS finance on Monday night, SSN Nation at 8:50 p.m. live stream. Harry, you're crazy. Exactly. He's not crazy. That's his investment strategy. You got to give the man credit. He's putting his money where his mouth is. I'm not mad at him because the bottom line of the story is you put in 80,000. And if things go this way, which they are because they just did the 4-4, so that means people are going to be bonding over the next 3 to 4 weeks. His 80,000 is going to be damn near 160 in a month. So he could actually, who's not going to like taking out 20K or 30K for that matter in 1 month? You're not going to be mad. So I can't be mad at him. He's taking the risk. You got to like that. I love it. Brian, no, you can't add more to the wrap. There we go. Okay, I didn't think you could. You have to buy more HEC or buy bonds and then wrap the new HEC after staking it. Yeah, I had a feeling. I was thinking that too, the man 2424, because once you wrap it, it's WS heck. And when you do heck and get rewards, it's actually S heck. So they're two separate cryptos at that point. Demand 2024, 24. Thanks. I thought so. Just confirming. Yep. We all in agreement with that. I think that's how it's going to go. All right, Brian P. Thank you very much. Yes. Stocks, no entry and exit. Don't get greedy. Hogs get slaughtered. Mr. Financial telling it like it is. Don't be greedy, ladies and gentlemen. That is the most important thing about investing. You can't sit there and go, oh, I missed out. If you really made 500% on your money, then the price goes up where you could have made 100,000%. How can you be mad? A lot of people get mad like, damn, I got out too soon. But let's go the other way. There's other people, you make an investment, the investment goes down, and then you're like, damn, I shouldn't have invested in there. Well, at the time, you thought it was a good investment. Maybe the investment needs a little bit more time to happen. So there you have to think both ends. This is not an emotional investment. It's always based on what you think is right at the time. And then you have to go with it unless you say, okay, I'm going to pull out my losses. I'm going to pull out my profits. But that's another discussion down the road that you can make. But going in, nobody thinks you're going to lose money no matter what the investment is. You're always thinking, yes, stocks, no entry and exit. Exactly. Spooky swap way has been the easiest for me and dumb cheap. Telegram will give FTM for fees. Discord has FTM faucet also, quick and fast. Spooky swap. I can't get to, I don't know where you are, timeless travel. I can't get to spooky swap. What I mean by that is, first of all, I have to buy FTM. FTM that I'm buying is going to be on the ERC20 network, Ethereum. So I can't swap FTM for HEC at Spooky Swap unless something has changed. Please let me know, because that would need a bridge to the Phantom network. But let me know if they've changed it, because then that would be a game changer. Let me know. Okay, maybe she's still here or he. But either way, I don't know if Timeless Travel is a lady or a man, actually. But anyhow, maybe he or she will let me know. But nonetheless, let me know if I can actually do Spooky Swap FTM ERC to FTM Phantom Network. Because so far as I know, you can only bridge it. And then I lost fees, so I don't like bridging. And I believe they used AnySwap or multi-chain too. So it was crazy. All right, 4 hours, 23 minutes in. I think this is a record for the impromptu. Prometheus was here earlier. If you came in late, check out the replay. He's at the beginning of this for an hour and 20 minutes, answering questions. And some people thought it was too soft. But again, we went down the comment section, and those are the questions people were asking. And Prometheus actually saw questions that were down below that I was going way too slow apparently and couldn't get to. We had limited time. So he actually was answering questions that were below that I was asking him. So there was people here asking the questions. I wasn't the only one. I had my 2, 4, 6, 8 questions, which I only used 7 of them that I was able to ask myself just for us. But there was still another 10 to 15 other that he answered. So I don't know how soft you can say it. I don't know what soft really means because they haven't screwed anybody. Everything's been going according to what they have said. So I don't know what soft questions or what hard questions there would have been to ask, quite frankly. All right. Can you connect MetaMask wallet, then buy Hector? Yes, that's what you have to do. Because you have to import the HE. Well, not anymore. You don't have to import. But at one time, yeah, you have to have the MetaMask. Well, okay. You can have Trust Wallet. You can have Coinbase wallet. You can have a myriad of wallets. You just got to be able to swap it on the platform like Spooky Swap. But again, if you have Gate.io, I'll know shortly once I get KYC'd so I can withdraw. Then I'm going to know then because they have the Phantom Network. I can withdraw FTM on the Phantom Network. So it's a wrap. Then the Hector, you just import the Hector coin. You just go to CoinGecko, get the contract for HEC, and import the token in the MetaMask, or you import the token to Trust Wallet, or you import the token in any other wallet. But nonetheless, I like MetaMask. And use it on your desktop or laptop too. All right. Using Binance, you can send BNB to BSC wallet. James Shanahan, welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday afternoon live stream. Using Binance, you can send BNB to BSC wallet. Okay, that's on the Binance, what do they call it? Binance Smart Chain. So that's understandable. On your whatever wallet you have, mostly people are going to have MetaMask. You get the Binance wallet, the Binance network into your MetaMask. So then he's saying you go to, I knew he's going to use bridge. Okay, you go to Spooky Swap, you bridge it to the FTM network. Here's the problem though. I'm in America. I can't get BNB on Coinbase. I do have Binance US, but I don't use it. But anyhow, we'll go with this. BNB on the BSC wallet. At Spooky Swap, you bridge it to the FTM network. So now you're moving the BNB to the FTM network. Now you go over to Spooky Swap to whatever. So now you have the BNB. So I can do the BNB to HEC? I don't think so. I think I'm going to have to swap BNB to FTM. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Here. That's not too bad if that works. That's not too bad. I think I'm going to have to. Oh, I wonder if I have to connect my wallet for this. Oh, I don't have BNB though. Here we go. Let's go check. Is this what you're saying? BNB. Let's see. Yep. Looks like we can do it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. That's not bad. So you need your, we got a bridge though. Hold on. Okay. So we're bridging to the FTM network. We're putting the BNB. Okay. That's not bad, James Shanahan. Maybe that's what they're talking about in the Discord group. So you're going to bridge. Okay. So James Shanahan, first of all, let me know how long the bridge takes. That's what we need to know because this 12-hour, 7-hour, 6-hour, 3-hour thing is unacceptable. And let me know what fees we're talking about on the Binance chain. All right, good deal. Brian P. Yeah, that one we might have to write down there. I like this one. I think this is what they were talking about on Discord. That's not too bad. But again, I'd rather, if I can send USDT over to Gate.io, and then at Gate.io, I'm exchanging my FTM. USDT for FTM, and all I got to do is withdraw to my MetaMask on the Phantom network. That's a wrap. And I'm pretty sure they probably shut it down by now because I've been telling people, and you need liquidity over there. So we'll see what happens. If I can get KYC'd in time to withdraw, I'll let you guys know. All right, there we go. Good deal. Thanks. That's it. I love it. People helping out. I love this. Thank you so much, James Shanahan. Appreciate that. Will Prometheus CEO Hector return next month? We'll see, Curtis. We'll see if he liked the conversation that we had. But of course, next month, there must have been some new developments, such as the Hector DAO Bank. That would have been done a month from now or 3 weeks from now. The CerTIC certification, the audit of the contract and the platform, that would have been done in about 2-3 weeks by now. So yes, that would be all good. We should have him back on to find out about that. And a few other things. I'm pretty sure because they're getting suggestions. They're listening to the community. That's all I'm saying. It's pretty cool. I am a lady. All right, timeless travel. So I was saying it right the first time. Then I was like, wait a minute. What if I don't know if this picture is you or was somebody else. I didn't really know. I said, hold on, let me think. I might be insulting this person. But okay, thank you for the clarification. So when I was saying she, her, it's all good. I am a lady. I use Spooky Swap with ETH, get DAI, then swap to HEC. No, I can't do that. I have, well, timeless travel, let me know. I have DAI, but it's ETH DAI. So I tried to go to Spooky Swap thinking that DAI was universal. And so I thought I could just swap DAI to HEC. No go. That was a no-go zone. It wouldn't do it because the HEC is on Phantom Network and the DAI was on the ETH. It's ETH DAI. So let me know if you're referring to bridging. Are you bridging the ETH to the DAI? But that wouldn't make sense because then you could bridge it to, well, I don't know. Kind of doesn't make sense. Can also do the same thing with USDC. Okay. USDC is not expensive. So that works. I don't mind that. That's it. Yep, that's it. Okay, cool. That wasn't too bad. I like that explanation. Eric dropping gems on stream. How to buy Hector. Hey, there you go. Because once these guys make it so easy, phew, it's over. But like I said, BitTrue was easy. They blocked. KuCoin also, they blocked. Now Gate.io, they're probably going to block. Bridge took 30 minutes. I've done it 4 times. Fees are tiny. Can do the same process with USDC. James Shanahan, that's what I want to hear. That you done said the magic word. You said 2 magic words. You said 30 minutes and tiny fees. 3 magic words. Those are all sweet right there. That is great news. Everybody got their pen, pad, and paper ready? You should have, because James Shanahan, actually, it was probably on Discord group too. And Timeless Travel, I think, mentioned it before. But nonetheless, that was concise. That was simple. That was easy. I like it. So make sure you got that written down. 19,999, Harry P. What is that? That's 19,991. I like that. There is also how-to guides in the HEC website, and go down to documents and all the ways, even the Avalanche way to get it also. There you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So as long as they get into that, I like the BNB on the Binance chain. Avalanche, that's cheap too. I like cheap fees because, like I said, giving off 100, 500, 300 for the Ethereum fees or whoever's fees, that's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars you just gave up for the future. Makes no sense to me. Needs to be small fees. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we went up to number 4. Let's go with number 5. Oh, yeah, number 5's up next with the promo. Check it out. We're having a little fun now. 4 hours in. All right. SSN Lifestyle, ladies and gentlemen, another brand that's here. It's pre-launch, but we'll talk about that on another day. Please smash the like button. And if you like what we're talking about, please subscribe to the channel and click the all notification bell. I would appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right. Bridge took 30 minutes. I like that. That's worth an option right there, because I can actually do the BNB right now on different platforms. Oh, hold on. The BNB, does it have to be which one? Is that the BEP 20? Let me know if that's what it is, or if that's a different form, because I understand the BNB has different things as well. So let me make sure about that. All right. Luke Du, welcome to the SSN Nation. Now, Sunday night live stream. Would DAI USDC leave your wallet if you do bond? I haven't bonded, but maybe somebody else here has bonded, so I don't know. I don't know if it leaves your wallet, but it's separate, so it might. I don't know. The BSC bridge is slow, but if you use the AVAX bridge, it takes 3 minutes. Oh, the man 2424. I like 3 minutes, and I like AVAX, but AVAX has to be Avalanche. So let me know what it is. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what else we got. Maybe you can give me the protocol on how to do it if you're talking about BSC. So I have to have, I don't know about this AVAX. This is a different one, but I'm going to use Timeless Travels. I'll go check out the website, check the docs, see what's going on. The BSB is okay. I already did that one. Luke, yes, the coin leaves your wallet when you buy the bond. Okay, thank you so much, the man 2424. I appreciate that help. Appreciate it. Harry P, your bridging took long because the BSC network has been very slow for the past few days. Okay. The AVAX bridge on Spooky Swap is fast. Yes, because I would assume not that many people's on there bridging Phantom to AVAX. So that would be good. Yeah, James Shannon. Yep, AVAX bridge super fast. I move money from time to heck that way. Beautiful. Okay, I'm liking this bridge thing in 3 or 4 minutes. I do not like the 3 hours, the 2 hours, the 12 hours. I like 3 minutes. I can even live with a couple of hours. But 30 minutes or 3 minutes, any of those, I like minutes better than I do hours. So that is good news. So once I find out about gate.io, then I will, if that doesn't work or their liquidity dried up, then I'm going to go do a bridge, especially when we're talking about these platforms. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any further questions, now's a good time to ask them, because otherwise we're about to wrap this up, because we're going to have some fun, because, you know, I went out to number 5, right, on the SSN Lifestyle, where you guys are having a little, this is my own little fun, actually. It's personal fun for me. Maybe not fun for you guys, but I thought I would share, do some things, all right? Have a little fun with those. But we'll see. Here we are, 4 hours of SSN Academy. That's it. No guru zone, ladies and gentlemen. Never charge for courses. Never charge for webinars or seminars. Never charge for ebooks. We just give you the cold, hard facts and how to do it. It's up to you if you want to go through the path and learn how to do it and actually do it and invest. It's up to me to deliver some information to help you out in the long run. How you're going to get your financial freedom papers. That's what you need. Freedom papers, ladies and gentlemen. And these DAOs are giving you potential freedom papers instead of waiting till you're 60, 65, 70 years old talking about retirement. They're giving you a way to make that retirement plan earlier. All right. So here goes a little bit more fun. I believe that was number 5. Oh, we have a number 6. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Come on, come on.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we've talked about crypto. Now, there's other investments that a lot of people are here that don't know about. And I saw, in fact, I missed some question because I saw, oh, I know why. Somebody put it in the comments down below that's not on the live stream. Okay, so there's a question about real estate that somebody put in there, and they asked, did you invest in any real estate? And the answer is, if you're new here, I've been very bullish on Punta Cana area of the Dominican Republic because it's no barriers to entry, no credit check, no qualifying. Properties are 2-bedroom condos and villas under 100,000. That's what it started with last year. Those villas and condos now are not really under 100,000. They're more like the cheapest 3-bedroom villas around 120 now, which is still good, 120,000 USD. And again, no credit check, no qualifying. You generally have to put down 10% and then make monthly payments for the next 20, 24, or 30 months at 0%. 0%. You can't get any better than that. You lock in today's prices. And so that's what we've been talking about. And there's a few areas on the island. You can search the channel, and there's plenty of Punta Cana videos for real estate. And prices have went up, according to Dominican Republic, 30%. All right. And the reason why 30% is because the materials cost 30% more. So therefore, the properties had to raise their prices by 30+%. So we have been winning. So whoever bought over the last, let's call it year, for instance, I'll give you guys some instances. Properties in certain locations you could buy for 70,000, 80,000. The 80,000 villa that you could buy last year or 9 months ago is now selling for 120,000. All right. Condos at the beach, you could have bought a 1-bedroom for 89,000. They're sold out, so you can't buy that. 2 bedrooms, they started at 112,500. Now you have to spend 140 or more, 142 to be exact, or 147 now. This is what's been happening over the last year. And the reason why Dominican Republic, because they have the most tourists in all of the Latin America that come to the Dominican Republic. 6.7 million visitors is the record for the Dominican Republic. It happened 2 or 3 years ago. And therefore, they lead. Yes, that beats Bahamas. That beats the Virgin Islands. That beats Puerto Rico. That beats Jamaica, Bahamas. That beats Mexico. That beats everywhere. Belize, Costa Rica, everywhere. They have the most tourists. That beats Cancun. All right. Out of the 6.7 million visitors, guess how many went to Punta Cana? 4 million. So that is pretty good if you plan on having an Airbnb, a vacation rental property. And again, no credit check, no qualifying. And while it's being built, you're paying monthly at 0%. You don't pay anything. At the end of that time, you're going to owe 60 or 50% loan to value. But because you already put in your 30, 40, or 50%, you qualify. So it won't matter about your credit. You get real estate, ladies and gentlemen. That is a hard asset. If real estate goes down, guess what? I still have visitors going to the DR in Punta Cana. I'm still going to be making money because I'm going to have millions of people coming there every year. I'm still going to be able to make money on my investment. So when people say property values go down, I say, if you're in the vacation rental business, you're going, who cares? I still have money coming in regardless of economic conditions. You know why? Top 10% of the people in all of the world have money to spend. They still go on to these islands and they go on vacation. They're the ones that's going to be paying to stay at my place because I'm not charging $30 a night or 50 or 100 or 150. I'm charging more than that per night. So therefore, I'm still going to be in the upscale location on the island and we make money. And therefore, you should have your property in an environment where you have additional amenities. It's not just good enough to have a pool in your backyard or jacuzzi on your deck in the backyard or on your deck upstairs. That's not good enough. If you're going to be in a vacation rental locate environment in the location, you want a lake, or a beach, you want restaurants, you want sports areas, you want golf courses, you want biking and hiking trails, you want transportation. Those are amenities that you can't pay for, but if they already come in your project, now when you rent it out, you tell people on Airbnb there is a difference, or VRBO or wherever, you tell somebody, hey, you're on the golf course, there's a restaurant there, there's a fitness center there, there's a jacuzzi there, there's 2 or 3 pools there, and by the way, we can walk to the beach. Those are amenities you can't buy. Then in the other locations, some people aren't at a beach, but then you start going, well, we have tennis courts, we have basketball courts, we have an amphitheater, we have barbecue grills, we have a hotel. At the hotel, we also have a pool. Then we have, like in the case of the beach, we have a lagoon. And oh, by the way, we have 5 restaurants and we have shopping all right here. You don't have to go anywhere. And oh, by the way, we have a shuttle that goes into town and it'll take you to the beach too. All included. Much better than a standalone villa. But now people are going to say, hell, I'll stay there. And you think you're going to have a problem renting a place like that? It's all about the amenities. What's included when you buy it. And that's why Dominican Republic has been a place to go to and get pre-construction. Check out the channel. I have at least 10 videos that you can search the channel on property or condominiums or villas, projects that are going on in the Dominican Republic. All right. That's the deal. Okay, let's go. Well, what happened if it turns out like Snow Dog? Hey, then the investors could not find anyone responsible. Luke Do. Hey, let me ask you something. What do you think the investors are going to get back from Snow Dog? Even if they knew who the team was or who the developers were. A government gets involved, no matter what it is with crypto, they freeze the assets of the company. Governments generally keep the money. They'll give some of the people who sent in information and filled it out. Not everybody. They just don't randomly go, oh yeah, we had, 500,000 people in this. Let's go all give them back their money. No, they're just going to give it back to the people that sent in saying, hey, I was abused, I lost my money, and sent in several things. Then they say, okay, we're going to give out everybody pennies on the dollar. They're going to keep the bulk of it. That's all that's going to happen. Now, the other thing, with any investment, it's a risk. If you think that they're going to end up like Snow Dog, then you probably would not invest in the project. I'm not referring to just Hector DAO. I'm referring to any DAO. If you think they're going to end up like Snow Dog, Snowbank situation, you probably wouldn't invest in any DAO because they all can do the same thing. We are in uncharted territories. Nobody has attempted this. This is all unknown what's going to happen over the course of 9 or 10 months. All I do know is companies are getting their contracts and what they're doing certified. Like Certec is doing Hector DAO right now. We're going to know something in the next 2 weeks. If there's a problem, we'll know. If there's no problem, I guess we won't know. If there is a problem, then you'll see changes to Hector DAO, right? So, but they're going to change it for the better because they realize if we have this much in our treasury now, imagine what's going to happen after we are certified and after we have everything right. They're going to have more people. It's just the way it is. So all I'm saying is any rug pull can happen at any time, whether it's Olympus, whether it's Wonderland, whether it's Hector. This is all uncharted territory. That's why your investment should only be what you can lose. Only be what you can lose. So 4 million people going to Punta Cana, no credit check, down payment, fixed cost payments in, and Airbnb payments out. Exactly. And oh, by the way, I must mention about Dominican Republic. They just so happen to have in their October tourist numbers was a record. 450 or 60,000 people is a record for the month of October in the Dominican Republic. It beats 2019 numbers by 20%, beats 2020 numbers by some like 200%, but that's because there's COVID. It beats the all-time record high year of 6.7 million tourists to all of Dominican Republic. It's the record of all time. So you can only imagine what's going to happen when Kathmandu is built there. That's right, Kathmandu Park's going to be built there. You can only imagine they just opened Wonder Island Park, which is a kids type park. It has a roller coaster. It has bumper cars. They just opened that near downtown, walking distance to downtown Punta Cana. I made a video on the next 6 years, the downtown project that they're building, specialty hotels, more restaurants, more things to do in downtown, which is virtually non-existent right now. They're building outlet malls. All this is going on right underneath people that can afford to invest eyes right now. And are you really telling me you're going to give up? You could buy a property for under $100,000. And for the rest of your life, you know, millions of people are going to the DR. You're really going to give up $20, $30, $40, $50,000 a year that you don't even have to break a sweat for other than list it? And not, let's talk about not break a sweat. There's people already in place who have 20% property management fees, 30% property management fees, where now it's set it and forget it. If you buy at Arco Golf and Suites inside Vista Cana, they already have it built in where you're paying them 30% for the project to manage it. They do the Airbnb, the VRBO, all of the promotions. It's set it and forget it. Similar to the 4-4 with Hector DAO. Set it and forget it. They manage it. It rolls over. They send you a check every time it's rented. You don't have to do any housekeeping. Don't have to do anything. It's all done for you. What better way can you do that? And is it worth giving up 20 to 30%? Well, the jury's out on that. But I will say this works in other jurisdictions all around the world. People do pay 20, 30%, and they're still bringing in a high profit. Why? Because generally you want to pick properties that are in a high traffic vacation rental area, because it's better than renting month to month. Vacation rentals, you can charge people $200 a day, $250, $300 a day. When you rent, you can't quite charge somebody $6,000 a month, which would be the equivalent of $200 a day, right? But when you do vacation rentals, people will pay $150, $100 a day and up. And therefore, when you start really doing the numbers, all you have to do is rent 1 or 2 weeks, and you could easily have a couple $1,000s of profit in your pocket. So whether you want to do it yourself or want to do it with the management company, either way, it's set it and forget it, and you handle it. That's why we talk about real estate. 4 million is correct. Luke, dude, if you go into Telegram group or Discord or even DM Prometheus, he will personally answer you. That's true. Curtis D. So, Eric, do you think in down U.S. economy, 6 million people will still go to DR? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Because in case a lot of people don't understand, because we've been talking about this over the last year, I'm one of the first ones to talk about investing there big time over a year ago, about a year and 1 month ago. I have videos from a year ago. But the point is, the reason why I say that is over the last year, the tourism industry, the president and whoever he has appointed to run his tourism department, they've been flying all over the world. So now you have Russia having a Their flights multiple times a day and multiple times a week coming in. You have Spain. They started flights where previously they didn't even have them. We're talking about all over France. We're talking about Mexico. We're talking about Cuba. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, Cuba, guess who number 2 is with tourism? Cuba. Who would have thought that? I did not think Cuba was number 2 for tourism in the Caribbean and Latin America. I thought one would be, I didn't even think one was Dominican Republic. I thought it would be Cancun, but it's not. Number 1 is Dominican Republic. Number 2 is Cuba. Cuba, the number 2 country, is now running flights from Cuba to Dominican Republic. I like when number 1 and number 2 work together. That means more people are going to go to each one. There's already millions going to one, so millions are going to go to the other. That's beautiful. So there's countries around the world that are adding flights. Out of Austin, Texas, they have a nonstop that they added to Punta Cana now. All this starts adding up. Southwest Airlines started adding more flights to Dominican Republic. All this adds up to where there's still going to be 4 million people coming. Actually, there's going to be more, I think, even in a bad economy. The reason why I say that, once you understand the top 10 percenters have money, they still go on vacation. They're not going to stop. They have the money. They're going to keep doing it. Let's put it this way. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, all these DAOs work, except for Snowdog and Snowbank, maybe. Snowdog definitely is out. Snowbank could still recover. But the point is, let's just say all these DAOs out right now that's left, they actually come to fruition. That now means hundreds of thousands, millions of people now have hundreds of thousands of dollars at their disposal. These people are going to go to locations. It may not be DR, but they might go to Cancun. They might go wherever. But some of those people are going to be coming to the DR. And some of those people are going to be in Punta Cana because it's specifically being made for tourists. You can't get any better than the Dolphin Discovery. You can't get any better than the water park. Can't get any better than the rolling through the jungle and the trees on those wires. Can't get any better than Kathmandu Park. You can't get any better than none of this. What they're doing is Orlando is going to be in the middle of here. Golf courses everywhere. The prices are cheap as far as recreation and restaurants and doing anything. The clubs are there. Everything is there, except it costs you less than the DR. It's still a third world country as far as I'm concerned. But what they're doing in the Punta Cana area, spending $1 billion plus to develop this area to make it more like a European or American destination where you don't have to worry about your electrical grid, the water, the sewers and things like that, like you do in large parts of Dominican Republic. That's why tourists are coming. That's why they'll be there. And the projects are awesome. Again, the top projects. Cap Cana, upscale. That's where a lot of people would like to stay. Next up, Cana Rock. Golf course, Hard Rock Casino and Hotel. The beach is 3 minutes away. You walk to it because you're already on the premises and you have the Hard Rock Casino and Hotel that you can take advantage of some of the amenities there. You're on the golf course. You have a restaurant. You have multiple pools. And you have a condo with a kitchen inside. That's just for starters. The other project, the beach. They have moved into my top 5. So I'm mentioning the top 5. The beach. The beach has a lagoon, crystal lagoons. They have condos. They have arena at the beach, which is another condo, which is right beside it on the other side of the beach area. The beach is actually a project itself. They have a hotel. The hotel I already talked about before, where they have 5 restaurants there. They have shops there. They have a pool there. They have a fitness center there. They have an events room. They have a walking trail, but their walking trail is actually around their lagoon, which is fine. They have beaches with palapas, not beach. They have a man-made beach. That's why it's called the beach. And the lagoon is a wave lagoon built by Crystal Lagoon that I mentioned. But the point I'm trying to make is you can kayak on this thing, windsurf on this thing, and swim on this thing. So, and then they still have the pool at the hotel that you still can use. They have tennis courts, soccer field, barbecue grills. That's all I know about their amenities so far. I do know about some other things, but it's not on their master plan, so I'm not going to mention it. Number 4, Vista Cana, my favorite. My favorite. And the reason why, everything that I just said about the beach, they have. And then some. They have snack bars. They have music out on their man-made lagoon, which is salt water. So yes, they have their own beach with salt water. They're nowhere by the beach, but they bring in the salt water and everything. They have a snack bar and bar restaurant on the beach. They have a club called the Vista Cana Beach Club. Vista Cana Beach Club. I don't know if that's ultimately going to be the name. Hopefully, I'm going to have to go talk to them and make sure they get those naming rights. You know, Crypto.com just spent $700 million for their name on Staples Center. So why not at Vista Cana have somebody's name on their buildings? Get some extra money, right? But anyhow, I digress. They have a Vista Cana Beach Club, which has restaurant, fitness center, pools, places to eat, just what I mentioned. They have a cigar bar and lounge that's also apparently going to be on the water if you smoke cigars, or smoke probably. They also have a cycling trail, walking trail, equestrian center, the only nighttime golf course. It's an executive 3-hole golf course. The only nighttime golf course in the Caribbean is on Vista Cana property. They have a lake, a freshwater lake also, which has fish in it. They have a fishing club. So now you can do that. Did I mention the equestrian center? They have an equestrian center as well. Now, what if I told you that they have a second saltwater lake beach on the property? That's right. They have 2 beach saltwater man-made lakes on the property. Not 1, 2. All right. How does that sound? Sounds a little upscale to me. Not only that, they have a business center called the Vista Cana Business Center out front. When you pull into the Vista Cana entrance, there's a business center. And guess what they're going to have across the way? A shopping mall with cinemas, with grocery store. Now you don't have to leave that area at all. And the only thing they don't have is a shuttle already. They don't have it yet, a shuttle or any service that runs people to a private beach or to a beach, which the beach property does. But if they don't have it, guess who's going to provide the service? I think I need a shuttle. Like I said, there's always business to be had, and that could be had. Okay, we're going to wrap this up shortly because we're at 5 hours. Please smash the like button. Bog reasons my family is moving to Mexico. We are starting our slow traveling digital nomad lifestyle. There you go, Timeless Travel. Can't say anything bad about that. Luke Duh, Timeless Travel says thank you. No problem. And sorry about the typos, seeing them now. No worries, Timeless Travel. I think the message got across. Cuba is the worst country to go. Hey, Reyes fam, videos, welcome to the SSN Nation Sunday night live stream. I'm not going to argue with you. I never for once in my life said, I'm going to Cuba. Let's just put it like it is. I have never said that. But all I'm trying to say is, for some reason, people are going to Cuba. They're number 2 on the tourist list. It's incredible. I know, man. I have to laugh. I'm sorry. It is true. I never said, I never thought I'd go to Cuba. I never have. There's no reason. I just never understood that. in Caribbean. I'm gonna see if I can pull up the article. I have it on my video that I did, but yes, here it is. Here it is. Check this out. This isn't the article that I used, but look at this, man. Look at this. Number 1, Dominican Republic. Number 2, Cuba. Look at this. 4 million. 4 million. Number 3, a distant number 3 is Jamaica, then the Bahamas, then Puerto Rico, then Aruba, then Guadalupe, then Barbados. And these guys are all like 1 million, couple 800, 900,000. Aruba, I think, was at 1 point something. Puerto Rico was like, I think 1.9. Bahamas, I think, was in the 2 millions. But look at number 1. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, 6.4 in 2019. And then, of course, in 2020 during COVID, obviously, it has to drop down. So, and the record year was 6.7, either 2019 or 2018 or 2017. That's the most. And when it came out 6.4, 4 million went to Punta Cana this year. And the other year when they got 6.7, 4 million went to Punta Cana again. So with them building all these projects there, it's just going to get bigger and bigger. But yeah, Reyes fam, I know what you mean, man. I never thought that would be number 2. In fact, I never even thought it was on the list. Let's just put it that way. Hell, never long on the top 10 list. If you said the most visited places in the Caribbean or Latin America on the top 10, nobody I think would pick Cuba. All right, James Way. Is there a danger of COVID still shutting down destinations and harming returns on investments? James Way, yes. The answer is yes. That is one of the downfalls with real estate investing at this time, especially in a vacation rental area. If they did shut this down, then that means you're going to be impacted. You're not going to make as much money. But I'm going to put it to you another way to think of it. Yes, you're going to be impacted. You will earn less, but you still have an asset. The virus is not going to last forever. And just what happened this past year where they had 2.4 million visitors in 2020, the record for October, 440,000 or whatever it was, that record was still a record for the history of the DR. Okay, so we're in a situation where there's still lockdown, still travel is being restricted. Now, if you start talking about what happened in 2020, where countries are just locked down for a month or 2 or 3, then you're going to have a huge impact. But if it's still going to turn into if you're vaccinated or not vaccinated, or you can come in if you're not, but you might have to quarantine or whatever, you're still going to have movement. It's just that you're not going to have the amount of movement you want. But I'm going to say this. So out of the 2.4 million people that went to the DR, when you know it's almost a 6, I didn't do the mathematics on this. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me do some math. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the 4 million and I'm going to divide it by 6 million. That'll give me a percentage. So here's our percentage, 66.6%. I'm going to times that by 2.45 million. 1.6 million people still went to Punta Cana on vacation last year. So sure, the amount of money or profits I'm going to make would have decreased. But the fact of the matter is my already purchased property, I still get to bring in revenue for the rest of my life, regardless. We still have people visiting. So that's what's going to happen, even in this Omicron or whatever they're calling it, this new variant breaks out and it's beyond control. And we have a similar situation where 2.4 only are able to visit. I'll take that. 1.6 are still coming to Punta Cana. People are still getting their checks. That's all I can say. That's still a lot of people. And that's still 150,000 people a month still coming to Punta Cana, still happening. So I think we don't have a problem. All righty, let's see here. Curtis, Austin, Texas, new money, new route added going to DR. Exactly. New money, new route. NYC King, thank you for being here on the SSN Nation Sunday night live edition. We already talked to Prometheus. If anybody has come here late, you're going to have to check out the replay. Start fresh because he was on the first 1 hour and 20 minutes. Nice. Thank you so much, NYC King, for being here in the SSN Nation. How to buy real estate in Metaverse. Brian P., I have no clue. All I know is you got to get in, go to Decentraland or whoever. I'm sure it's out there. I don't know how to do it. I haven't done it yet. But obviously, that's another play in the crypto market is Metaverse. We talked about some stocks to invest in. We talked about some crypto to invest in. Check those videos, ladies and gentlemen. That's another play that you can use your money on or make investments on. All right, how do you buy real estate in Metaverse? He asked it twice. I don't know. All right, 5 hours in. Make sure you smash the like button. And if you like what we're talking about, please subscribe to the channel and click the all notification bell. So we're going to have another, this one's going to be a minute. Check out number 7, ladies and gentlemen. I'm having a little fun. I'm creating these. I'm going to create number 9 and 10. I don't know. Maybe by Friday night live stream. I don't know. He's got a good shot.
A lot of competition.
The guy can play. But we all showed up to dethrone him this year. But I brought him something. Courtesy of Poker 101A. This is his jersey. And then we're going to auction one off.
Oh, sweet.
So he's got another one.
Great.
All right?
Very
We got
nice.
some heavyweights here.
It's all right. You can hold your own.
David Devilfish Juliet. You know, I'm here. Phil Ivey might even be here. I mean, we have heavyweights here tonight. So us little guys, we're going to have to do something serious.
Here he is, the man of the hour, Don Cheadle. Last year's tournament winner arriving to defend his title.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a little more SSN lifestyle fun. That's right. We get around. Pitbull, worldwide number 2. That's all I'm saying. All right, here we are. So, yeah, and by the way, just to be clear, I'm no actor. All right. Yeah, I've been in a few little videos and things like that. That's true. But not an actor in a movie or TV show. All right. Just put things in perspective. All right, let's see if we have any more questions. I'm about to wrap this up at 5 hours and 12 minutes. All right, let's go. I'm going to play one more because that'll be number 8. We still have one more. That's going to be interesting. So join us tomorrow night at 8:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We do our SSN Nation Monday night live streams, and they're known as Money Making Monday live streams. We talk about problems, and then we talk about solutions because I like the no barrier to entry effect. Meaning, if somebody says I need credit, we talk about how you don't need credit. Somebody says you need $50,000, we talk about how you don't need the $50,000 and you could still do the same thing. All right. So therefore, that's what Money Making Monday is all about. And of course, we're going to do a little recap on this year, right? Hector DAO. We got to talk about that too. That's going to be part of the plan and other DAOs as well. We're not just going to talk about Hector, right? Because there's other ways to make more money and all of them may not be successful. But I like what Hector's doing. I love what they're doing, actually. And they're akin to the SSN Nation because they're helping people and they're giving information. And all they're doing is helping. And they're saying, okay, for our help, give us a little rewards by investing in us. They're not sitting here trying to tell you we're selling coins over here like an ICO, trying to get money from you to do this. They did their own thing, came out and said, hey, if you like our project, invest. What more can you ask for, ladies and gentlemen? All right, we're going to wrap this up. I'm going to do number 8, and then it's going to be the outro that I'm going to come in with. And
people call me the champ. That's not true. I'm a champ a long time ago. This is the champion, David Chu. Say hello. David Chu. Hello, everyone. Tell us what's the tournament that you just won a ridiculous amount of money in?
Well, let's
Yeah, WPT where? How much did you win? 3.4. $3.4 million David Chu just came home with. You're amazing. Amazing. Yes, let's give a hand for David Chu. We have David Chu here. Just won $3.4 million. Can you break it for me, David? How we doing? How's the table? Oh my God, Brett Butler's here. Brett Butler and I have a lot of history. He's the man who got absolutely no cards in the final table when we were together. It was unbelievable. I got so unbelievably lucky, and he got nothing sick. It was really sick. This man should have won a hell of a lot more money. But how much did you win at the World Series, David? 3.2. For real? He won $3.2 million, and he got absolutely no cards, got completely screwed, and I felt really bad, but it's not that bad. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. You're playing against Glenn Turman, who's one of my old clients. Glenn is one of the great actors of our time. Glenn's been nominated for an Emmy this year for his HBO movie. You gotta come and talk to Glenn. You didn't recognize Glenn Turman as your next to? I'm so sorry.
Oh, hiding out on me, man. Oh, my goodness.
Of course. Glenn, I miss you so much. We have Glenn Turman in the house, everybody. Tell us about the movie that you're doing. You just did great feel. You're nominated for an Emmy this year.
Well, HBO put me up for the nomination.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just a little fun. So I played all 8 in a video because it's 5-hour live stream. And I want to thank everybody for being here once again for the Hector DAO information. I think it's very valuable information. I want to thank you so much for being here. And with all that said, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. And I know it's hard out here. And that's why you have to get an advantage or an edge any way you can, especially when you're out here working for this hard-earned money. If you can make your money work for you exponentially, meaning if you can put something somewhere of $100 or $1,000 or $10,000, go away, come back in 9 months, 12 months, and that money is turned into 10 times or 100 times that number, isn't that worth a risk or an investment? It's up to you to figure it out. But at least we brought you a presentation today of something that you need to consider. So thank you so much once again for being here. And with all that said, keep your head up, keep moving, and I'm out.